Being performed this morning by Miss Gia Virola.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that
Check.
and away, oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And another great rendition this morning of our national anthem. And apologize, I don't know what happened to the sound system taking a dive out, but wow, what a great day and a beautiful version again. Gia Virola, 15 years old from Simi Valley, California. All right, folks, and a good morning to you. Apologizing for the problems with the sound system this morning. All week long, flawless. I guess there has to be a Gremlin 1 pop in there somewhere. But nonetheless, thanks again to Gia for singing the national anthem all week. And thanks to you for being a part of this experience. Megawatt Matt Watson joining us here on a beautiful Saturday morning as our final motos get set to roll here today. I believe we'll be rolling in RacerTV.com here in just mere moments. Also, as the RacerTV.com crew is out and about. I can't talk this morning. It's Saturday, obviously. Believe it or not, I was in bed at 10:30 last night.
Oh, I was in bed early, Rodney, that's for sure. Can you believe it's Saturday morning, my man? Here we go, the final day's racing. Going to see who gets the very first Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award here on Saturday morning. And I can tell you, already, look at this.
52.
Our
Tyler
250C Limited, led by the number 52 of Tyler Winaka, out of Mountain House, California. What a great day to close out the week. Your final moto, get a whole shot, and we know Tyler more than capable of taking advantage of it.
No doubt about it. And Tyler actually picks up $100 from Bell Helmets, and also a good advantage here heading into this third moto. A 3-3 with 6 puts him in to second place as far as the championship is concerned. He's got to watch out for the 99 machine of Luke Finnis, who is certainly coming into this one with some strong results at a 2-1. He's got a little bit of a buffer zone out there, so a 3 and a 6 are battling for the overall championship right now, and your leader, Yanaka, is hoping that the 99 is buried back there in that pack somewhere.
He is trying to check out right now, Rodney. We are less than half a lap into this thing. I know he's got maybe 2.5 seconds over these guys. He was absolutely shot out of a cannon, and as he came through the shadows back there, he just really held that line, had great throttle management, and look at this. I mean, he's got 4, 5, 6 bike lengths easy in less than half a lap, and the good news for him, on this fresh prep soil, he's out front, has clean vision, clean air.
Well, look at that beautiful sunrise this morning at Loretta, Lynns, and that beautiful shot of the Red Bull drone there as they make through that sweeper turn for the first time. And of course, you look back to the number 2 spot, you see that KTM ride back there trying to get it all sorted out. I believe that is the 93, if I'm not mistaken. But here they come around. Yanaka. No, that was a 99. That must have been mud or something covering that number. So, wow. I was looking, I thought that was a 3, but it is a 9. So 99 Luke Finnis. That is your championship points leader. And here's the thing to point out about that. With a 3 and a 6 score right now, Luke Finnis has a 2 and a 1 and a 2. That gives him a total score of 5. Tyler Udaka, 3-3-1, still has a score of 7. So Finnis sitting in the second place position, still in command and control of the national championship of this 250C limited class.
That's where it's going to be for him. He needs to just ride as smart as he can, keep the race pace going consistently, but right now what Phineas needs is 0 mistakes, and that's going to result in a championship.
Most certainly, and Ryan Friedley back in the number 3 spot. Mark Dawson, the 58 machine, is 4th. Nick Norton rounds out your top 5. Norton is 4th, tied for 3rd coming into this championship with a 7, a score of 1 and 6. He took a Moto 1 win, so we know he's capable of doing it. That could mean that he may want to be putting an explanation point onto his championship year here at Loretta Lynns, and that could develop into something pretty exciting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you're best remembered for your last race, and by golly, when you go out with a bang down here, that does lead into big things. But I got to ask you, Rodney, we've had this view every morning this week. Is there some kind of special lighting out there on the course right now? I mean, is that the most beautiful view and scene that we've had? When I looked at that monitor and that golden glow come across, right? I mean, picturesque doesn't even describe it.
It doesn't. We've had some overcast mornings and stuff. So
this is gorgeous, man.
This is a beautiful way the sun rises this morning, and a beautiful way to start this race day. And I'm sure that Tyler Unaka is thinking, beautiful, baby, beautiful. Just keep it up, keep it going.
Yeah.
A 2.9 second lead, caught 3 seconds he was leading whenever he came by for the first lap complete.
On a short lap.
On a short lap. And at the end of lap number 2, he checks in a lap time of 2:02.134. Luke Finnis, a 2:02.783, losing only about 0.6. That gap now only 3.5 seconds. They have a 4.5 second lead nearly over Ryan Friedley. The number 3 position is Norton, still back there in the number 4 spot, turning a 2:05. If he intends to win this moto, he's going to have to find a little more speed than that. But hey, he's looking at a 3rd place overall as far as this top 10 is concerned, with a 1:64 right now. So still nothing to hang his head about, especially owning a Moto Gold from this first race here this week.
Are you kidding me? Having a Moto Gold by the end of the week and being on the overall podium. I tell you, though, time management is of the essence. Coming up on the 10-minute mark right now. Got to remember this is a 15-minute moto. So any moves that are going to be made within the next lap or 2, you're going to have to start thinking about that, and all of a sudden the 2-lap card's going to be out.
Yeah, that is true. It's amazing how much difference 5 minutes makes in a moto.
It's big. 5 minutes is easily 2.5 laps.
Yes, most definitely. And what that does, I mean, even for us announcing it, I can only imagine how it feels for them out there. You think you got a little bit more time, and I'm sitting here announcing thinking they got a little more time, and then all of a sudden I look up and we have 5 minutes, 6 minutes that have already elapsed. We're under, obviously, 10 minutes worth of racing now at about 9.5 minutes after 2, working on lap number 3 as we welcome our RacerTV.com crowd along with us this morning. And, of course, glad that they got a chance to see that early morning view of what it looks like down here at the Dude Ranch.
Wow, they just showed that takeoff. There's some of that golden brown dirt right now. But I got to tell you, thanks to everybody watching at home. The comments that we've received this week, the coverage comments, so pumped that so many people, my boss, every day my boss sitting at work going over the numbers, man, listening to us and watching. And I appreciate everybody on social media. Just all kinds of positive feedback this week, Rodney.
Well, if you won't say it, I'll say good morning, Mark, up at RG in West Virginia. And, of course, we take a look at now 3 laps complete for Unaka Finnis. Norton is up to 3rd now, so he is making a few gains out there, but that gap is 13 seconds back to the number 3 spot. Cameron Batty is 4th. What happened to Friedley? Dylan Thorwaldson checking in on the number 5 spot. There's Trustin Bratcher, the number 33. 7th is Deegan Hepp, the 42. Brian DeWarder, the 81, and 8th. Ryan Friedley checks in 9th. A little tip over there, it looks like, for the number 20 machine. And the 31 of Seth Crotty rounds out your top 10. Overall top 10 looking like this as we got A little over 8 minutes left to go, and if nothing changes too much, we should see, wow, Finnis now into the #1 spot. Oh, well, no, he did have the #1 overall with a 2-1-2. I don't know why I seem so surprised all of a sudden. Tyler, it's early yet. Tyler Yanaka, 3-3-1 second. What we got going on? That is the 16 of Nick Norton. Norton, we're watching here on our Red Bull Live drone right now as he has got a 13-second gap to make up. As we told you, he won Moto #1, so it's going to be interesting to watch and see what his mindset is here this morning. Is he going to try to make up that now 16-second gap between he and first place ride, the 52 of Tyler Yanaka?
Just a moment ago, you and I mentioned time. It was 10 minutes, 30 seconds. Now it's 7 minutes, 30 seconds. That's, you know, that gives you an idea, folks, how these races develop and how quickly the time actually goes, because we're counting laps, not minutes.
Minutes, not laps.
Right? Yeah, we're counting minutes. We're counting minutes, not laps.
Yeah,
and that's the thing, you know.
And they do. They chip away so quickly, you know. And I'm not sure, you know. We have 9, 10, 11 laps, 8 laps, 7 laps, depending on what class is out there on the racetrack. So it's really, I mean, we have a general idea what these guys are probably going to be able to run. But hey, you never know if they can pick up and wick it up a little bit. Sometimes they get a little more in there than what we expect even.
Oh, no doubt, but I got to say, I made my point about as good as I figured out the announcer sheets this morning, too, so that didn't work out so good. after 2 motos.
Megawatt, you want to go lay down and start all over again, man?
I can't wait for Kevin Kelly to get here.
Well, you know, everything has gone so smooth this week, and, I'm the PA this morning. But anyway.
And bless her heart, Gina did a beautiful job.
My gosh.
I was so pleased to have her this week. I thought that was a great selection. I don't know whose idea that was or who found her. What a beautiful job she did all week.
Well, all I know is she sang, I think it was Tuesday morning, and Carrie Jo says, you're singing every day this week.
I love it. Well, good call, boss.
That's what I said.
Yep.
We got some good bosses there, there's no doubt. Tyler Yanaka, Luke Phineas, Nick Norton, 1, 2, and 3. Dylan Thorwaltz and Trustin Bratcher, your top 5. We are watching on the screen your what appears to be, should be national champion, Luke Finnis. There is your leader, the 52, the man that he is, I wouldn't even say chasing at this particular point. We see 11 seconds opening up. Luke knows, hey, I got this title. I got a 2-1-2. I've done everything that I need to do. Let's not take these unnecessary chances. Let's get a comfort zone. He did that. He had a 13.5-second lead over third. He's just chilling.
This is Chapter 12 anywhere. MTF, Baker's Factory, the Goat Farm, race management, championship management. And you think that's not something that hasn't been discussed all week by everybody on this compound, by everybody at this ranch. He knows what has to happen. He knows where he's at, and he knows what a mistake can cost. We saw last lap crashes cost championships yesterday. You know, it's a heartbreaker. It's a sad thing, and we see it happen all the time. And right now, Phineas doesn't want to be in that category. He doesn't want to be a statistic.
No, he does not want to be one of those statistics. And I'll tell you, the race management that Tyler Yanaka is pulling out here is pretty impressive, too. He's doing everything that he can. I mean, he had one thing that he could come and do today. Well, 2 things. Go out, get out front early, and take the checker flag. The only thing that he had to hope for was what went on behind him. And right now, the hopes that he was hoping for maybe not necessarily happening. But, you know, some folks' dreams have to come true, and some folks' dreams have to be smashed, unfortunately. And it may be a week that Luke Phineas's dreams are here to come true, and Tyler Yanaka will have some great bragging rights, but a little crushed dream at the same time.
Let me tell you what my conversation will be this evening on the phone with some of my buddies. Man, that Phineas kid had a heck of a week, put in, you know, a great ride and won a championship. But I'll tell you what I'm going to say as well about Tyler. Said, man, you should have seen Wanaka this morning.
Yeah.
Man, that guy ripped a whole shot, put his head down, and went out with a bang.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to say about Wanaka when I'm talking to my buddies tonight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the explanation point at Loretta Lynns.
Sure.
If you don't win the championship, you put a statement out in this third and final moto. And we'll see that even from some of our top competitors that maybe had a bad moto, finishing 40 or 42nd. We see some of the top guns that we expected to win these championships DNFing or coming up short in those first or second motos, and what they do is just exactly that. They come out and try to put that explanation point on it. What better way to explanate this final moto than with this Red Bull live drone shot. Man, I tell you, that right there, I would go home and I would rip that off racertv.com and I would make my own special memorabilia video out of that. That is some special shots that we got going on here this morning. As Tyler Wanaka will take the white flag. I guess one of us needs to go down to the podium. You want to do this one?
No, you're going a great job this week. So everybody wants to receive their #1 plate from a known superstar, which is you. So anyways, hey, I'll keep it going up here in the tower. We're going to send Rodney down for the Race Tech Podium here. First one of Saturday morning. Going to see Phineas, going to see Wanaka, Phineas, and probably Norton as we finish this last couple laps up. Looking forward to talking to those guys and see what the future plans are. These guys, 250C limited, a lot of guys moving up, a lot of guys going for a different class next year. So going to be interesting to find out what some of the plans are from Wanaka, Phineas, and Norton. Also, those guys will be looking at Phineas, Wanaka, and Norton at 1, 2, 3 potential overall, but right now running that way on the track, or actually Wanaka out front, Phineas in second, and Norton third on the track. Coming up next this morning, our 125cc 12 to 17 BC. Absolutely love that class. Super fast class. Takes me back to a special time, listening to all those screaming 125s. Listen to these guys just absolutely gutting those things out here in this deep soil. So 125 BC coming up. That's a 12 to 17 class. In staging area, we're going to have 450B limited. 450B limited. That's been a really competitive class all week, as well as college 18 to 24. So man, we're starting things off with a bang here this morning. Got some great racing, including Wanaka and Phineas right here at the beginning of the morning. So moving into some real exciting classes as we get into our 125 BC next, 12 to 17. Just about a minute 12 left in this one. Looks like the white flag is flying right now. The white flag is out, so we're going to close this one out right at 15 minutes with this white flag being out. So looking for a leader right now. Making his way back around for the final time, and there he is. Tyler Wanaka putting an exclamation point on his week here at the ranch in 250C limited with the win. Looking for the second place rider, looking for that number 99. Luke Phineas should be coming into view anytime here. And there he is, Luke, fist in the air, knows he's locked up the championship. That #1 plate coming his way here in just a moment with Rodney down on the podium. Nick Norton making his way back into view right now, coming around the Polysport Lake.
All right, yeah, down here on the podium now as Tyler Wanaka is exited the podium and already going to get something to drink. He's like, all right, I want to put my back on the podium. I'm going to chill out over here and underneath the shade, get a Gatorade, see what's going on. Everybody else finally came in, man. That's how big of a lead that you had. I think he was wondering where everyone was, if you want to know the truth. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Tyler Wanaka, a third moto win here. And, buddy, it took everything this week, trying to put everything together, of course, and it all comes together for you this morning. Perfect start, perfect 15-minute moto.
Yeah, you know, I had a morning moto earlier this week, so I sort of had an idea of how the track would be like. I knew I just had to get that start, and I got that whole shot, and I kind of surprised myself a little bit, but I just calmed down, tried to find good flow, and, yeah, just held them off.
Yeah, well, we got a $100 whole shot check here we want to give to you. I know you got your hands full trying to get cooled down and everything, but, wow, good job this week. Second overall in the national championship title fight from what I can tell here, and it may be second, but you leave with an explanation point, man. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to my mom and dad, my friends and family watching back home, my brother and sister for flying out here, EMT Racing, AGL Engineering, CP Racing, Lucas Oil, No Toil, DT1, Nika Metals, Engine Ice, Mojo Motorsports, 7MX, just everyone behind me that made this possible. Thank you.
All righty, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I think he'll also pick himself up a pair of Oakleys that he'll be able to give to his favorite lady in his life. And, of course, with that, Tyler Wanaka, Moto 3 winner here in the 250C limited class. As we bring to the podium next will be our third place finisher. And if I'm not mistaken, that will be Nick Norton. So we'll reset the podium here. We'll get Luke's bike up on the podium and get Tyler's off. And we'll talk to Nick here about this third moto for him. He had a pretty spectacular week as well. And put your hands together for this guy right here, a 163 for third overall. Third here today. And wow, Nick, a Moto 1 win coming into this one this week. You had to be pretty pumped. And got a 6th in Moto 2 and come back and you fire off a third. A really strong week for you, man. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I was pretty pumped to get that first in the beginning of the week, but I was really hoping to get a couple more Moto wins, but I'm pretty satisfied with a 6 and a 3.
There you go, buddy. Who do you want to say thanks to?
I want to say thanks to Lamson Motorsports, 100%, Bell Helmets, NorCal KTM, everyone behind me, 365MX, Brett Q, Boykin Suspension, everybody.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Norton taking third here in Moto 3, and I believe likely third overall as far as the final is concerned. And as we bring to the podium next, put your hands together for our 250C Limited 2018 National Champion, and we're talking about Luke Finnis. Luke, come on up. Doing something over there with the folks at FMF, or not FMF, but from Bell Helmets, I guess. They're talking to him, so let's get him on over here, guys. We'll get him his shield here. This is one thing that is obviously a great and cool thing to be holding on to today, and a very hard-fought and well-deserved second place for this third moto. Obviously, it came to you rather easy. You got off to a second-place start. You did the math. You settled in and rode to a championship.
Yeah, sir. Just focused on not making any mistakes and stuff like that. Just rode my own race.
Tell me about this week, how this championship all broke down for you.
Well, I believe in the first moto of this, I started in neutral and had to bring it. Had to work my way up to second place, and then after that, one second moto, and then second in this one to get the overall.
So what were you thinking whenever you were sitting down on this starting line this morning and things were getting ready to roll? What was going through your mind?
It's just another moto.
Just another moto. Was it just another moto?
Yes, sir.
That's great, man. At the end, does it feel like just another moto?
No, it doesn't.
How does it feel?
Feels great, man. I never thought I would be here.
Well, who do you want to say thanks to?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Fly Racing, Westfield Power Sports, Club MX, 100%, Alpine Stars, my grandma, the Lord up above, and anyone else I forgot. Thank you.
And now the moment you've been waiting for, to present to you the #1 plate from the American Motorcyclists Association, Ricky Records. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your 250C AMA Amateur National Champion, Luke Finnis.
Wow, what a way to start the day, Rodney. An incredible moto down there. Congratulations, Luke Finnis. Congratulations, Tyler Wanaka, Nick Norton as well, and everybody out there, our top 5, DJ Weber, Andy Fahey, all these guys. So great way to start our Saturday morning here at the ranch. Coming up next, our 125 BC. Looking forward to that one. As we said, one of the fast classes out there, one of the most competitive classes. You got guys like Ty Masterpool, Levi Kitchen, Cullen Park, Preston Kilroy. All these guys right now basically in contention. And it starts with Ty Masterpool. He's got a 2-1 so far, a 3-3 for Kitchen, 4-4 for Cullen Park. Preston Kilroy has a 110, so a little bit of work for him to do, but just about anything can happen down here. So making a few last-minute adjustments to the course. Got just a moment before we get these guys out on the course, but 125 BC coming up next. Following them, we're going to have our 450B. Those guys are in staging area right now, 450B Limited. Coming up behind our 450B Limited will be our college boy 18 to 24. So like we said, getting shot out of a cannon here this morning. All kinds of exciting racing going on, some exciting classes to kick things off here Saturday morning at the ranch. right down there at the bottom of the starting line. Want to make sure that we have the most even starting line we can. And as you look at the traction all the way across, no deep spots, no soft spots, no advantage anywhere on that track other than in your right hand, in that wrist with that throttle control. So looks like just about have that underway, and going to see who gets the next Bell Helmets whole shot. I want to say thanks to those guys from Bell Helmets. Been down there like troopers all week long, taking care of everybody at the podium, taking care of everybody at the finish line, as well as all of our AMA workers. Those guys are absolutely incredible. They do an amazing job handling all these riders, all these mechanics and parents. It's not an easy task, and that staff down there does an amazing job keeping everybody straight, keeping everybody in the right position, keeping everybody on time, and keeping everybody legal and playing by the rules. So thanks to those guys, a hard effort put in by them every year, and it's a much appreciated job by all of us, the rest of the staff out here, and I know as well as the racers and families. Not easy, is it, Rodney, standing down there at that finish line, taking care of the top 10, I'm making sure you've got the right people in the right place. It's a thankless job, but I'm saying thanks right now to all those guys under the tent down there.
Yeah, that is, and it's a thankless job until right now, obviously. We say thanks to them. But yeah, we got a whole group of guys from the AMA, guys from and gals from the different organizations down there, like we said, Bell Helmets down there helping out, and then just other volunteers that hang out down there and make sure that everyone is taken care of coming off of that track. They get them a nice cold water or Gatorade or something like that to help quench their thirst and try to get them cooled down. They've got fans down there. I mean, yeah, a lot of people put in a lot of effort for everybody as they roll off the track.
That's
we appreciate
for sure.
it.
A lot of hours on their feet, a lot of hours taking care of other people, and it is much appreciated by us. And we know a lot of these folks. You and I work other events. We work National Motocross. We work different events across the country, GNCCs and things like that. And we know these folks, and for them to give up this time and for them to take this time to come down and make sure that we have a perfect show, kudos.
Yeah, and you know, it amazes me, you know, people take their vacation, time off work, that they could be going and spending and doing something relaxing. This is what they do to relax.
They're doing the same thing they do at work. So, you know, Carter's like, hey, you going to come down and work with us this year and do this? I said, man, I wouldn't miss it for anything. You know, that's my vacation. And my vacation starts at 6 o'clock every morning.
What a vacation. That is for sure. So what are we looking at next? 125cc racing, I guess?
Yeah, 125 PC, my man. Love that class.
Yeah, I saw Ty Masterpool yesterday on the deck. He was up here and he's like, hey, you know, like he knows who I am. And I'm like, I probably should know you, kid, but I don't recognize you. But you know what? What's he got a haircut?
Oh, no kidding.
I didn't recognize him with his haircut. And I knew he looked familiar, and I just kept trying to place him. And I looked at Kevin and I said, is that Ty Masterpool? He's, yeah, that's Ty Masterpool. I'm like, I thought that's who it was, but I wasn't real sure. He comes into this one with a 2 and a 1. A 3 coming into it, so he's got a 3-point buffer zone over Levi Kitchen, who checks in with a 3 and a 3 and a total score of 6. Colin Park, we saw him post up a couple of 4th place finishes leading into this moto, but we also saw him pull that rabbit out of the hat there yesterday. He got himself up onto that podium, and wow, did it in some pretty spectacular style. I think that we've got a whole new hunger for this young man that's coming out.
Hit the deck, picked himself up, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, hit the deck, picked himself up, and went from 4th to 1st.
And, of course, Preston Kilroy, a 1 and a 10. That's a tough breaker there. You know, you come in with a moto win and then a bad start in that second moto or a tip over in the part of the moto and you end up finishing 10th. It's kind of a heartbreaker, but it's still got Preston Kilroy in 4th place. Gage Linville coming in with a 10 and a 2. He is 5th overall heading into this final moto. The 87, Aiden Tejero, an 11 and a 5. He is 6th, tied with Max Miller, who has an 8 and an 8. And also Gage Stein with a 7 and 9. They all three have 16, currently tied for 6th place in the championship. Again, remember the better finish in the second moto break, or third and final moto breaks all ties. So if there are ties at the end of this, Brandon Walder, the 68, he is 9th overall heading into this one with a 9 and a 12. And get this, a 16 and a 7 rounds out the top 10 with a total of 23 points. So some consistencies up front, little inconsistencies for a couple of riders, maybe in some of these positions. But overall, I think Megawatt, this one is set for another good one. We've got those key players in the top 3 overall positions going for this championship. Ty Masterpool, not unbeatable by no stretch of the imagination. That's been proven.
Oh, nobody unbeatable here.
But he is one of the tougher ones. So it's going to take start. It's going to take a lot of luck and hitting every stay ahead of Ty or catch up to Ty if that's the case.
Right. The way I'm going to phrase it, the expected players are in the expected positions going into this final. And I can tell you, throughout this top 10, there's going to be a couple mistakes. We got that 3-way tie in there. And guess what? 2 of those guys, things aren't going to work out. And it's just the way it is. So there's a lot to be gained right here. There always is in the third moto, of course. But when you've got the points this close and you've got all the key players up there, that just makes it all the tougher. Well, that makes it Loretta Lynns.
It does. It does. It most certainly does. And that's what I love about this event. Key players, and nothing is set in stone.
We'll say it again, you know, here we are Saturday. You don't get lucky 3 times.
That's it.
And that's why we have this format.
All right, I'm stepping out onto this deck, my friend. We got to hear this again for those folks back home. We're just going to take a moment and soak in this 125 sound here this morning. And 125cc 12 to 17 BC class. Again, riders to watch out for: Ty Masterpool, the 95, the 47 Levi Kitchen, the 43 Colin Park, the 80 Preston Kilroy, and also Gage Linville. They were your top 5 finishers. But as we all well know, anyone and everyone can rise to the occasion. We see that Ethan Mann had a great moto in Moto 1 with a 6th. He finished 42nd in Moto 2. He may be looking for a little redemption out here. Chandler Baker, who finished 5th last year in this class, sporting the number 5 coming into this one, took a 5th in Moto number 1. He also scored 42 for Moto number 2. He comes into this one with 47 points. He may have something he wants to prove with that second moto score and finish for him as well. So a lot of players in this one, a lot of unknown circumstances about to, I'm sure, unfold here. And these 125cc machines are revving up, getting ready to roll here for their 3rd and final moto. Again, we're going to listen to this gate drop. We're going to watch it drop. We're going to just listen to the sweet sing of a 125cc machine.
Man, it just takes me back. I don't care if you're talking about the O Show, you're talking about Mark Barnett, you're talking about Marty Smith, the greatest 125 riders of all time, but of course the greatest 125 rider of all time, the number 259, Bubba. Nobody rode a 125 2-stroke better. You heard it here. Megawatt said it. You can debate it all you like, okay? Nobody was faster on a 125 2-stroke than the number 259.
All right, let's see who the fastest is here as machines are ready to rev, and the gate is ready to drop, and this race is underway. Wow. I don't know if you folks got the same effect at home on your computer screens and on your smart TVs. Megawatt and I definitely have. Look at that, goosebumps.
Look at me.
They're still rising up there. It is the 58 of Tyler Evans out of Hall River, North Carolina, taking the early lead in this one as we scan our results. Tyler Evans comes into this one with a 24 and an 18, and talk about redemption. And he's got him again. Megawatt is you look like chicken. You look like chicken
I
skin.
got the hives right now, man. I'm telling you, you want to get me excited, this will do it right here. It doesn't matter what the CC is, but that's a love for me. Just like so many of us got our first legs about us, maybe on an 80, but you know what? We felt like men when we got on 125.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we were the dudes on 125s.
I remember
and to watch
that.
all these youngsters at that same point, man, I'm loving it right now, man.
So here we go. First lap of racing, and already Ty Masterpool has worked his way to the front of the pack. As we said, the 58 Evans gets credit for the hole shot. Bell Helmet's hole shot. He'll pick up $100 for that. But we've got a battle that is underway and starting to ensue already out here. Some guys are trying to make up some ground and hope for good things to happen. Right now, Ty Masterpool with a 2-1-3, as we said, sitting in the driver's seat as far as this championship is concerned. And there's Gage Linville. He finished 10th in Moto 1. He's 2nd in Moto 2. And he's got the hammer down right now. It looks like he's got a bullseye marked right on the back of the 95 of Ty Masterpool. He's ready to take some target practice. But at the same time, he's got company coming out of Aiden Tejero, who is all of a sudden risen to the occasion here in this 3rd Moto 2.
You know, Aiden's had some good rides this week as well, and I saw a lot of speed out of him, but man, oh man, somebody lit the fire underneath of him. Right behind him, Alexander Vessel, Orion Gregory, Tyler Evans on that Husqvarna machine, our whole shot guy. Just coming around in 6th position. Chandler Baker in that number 7 spot. Parker Earl rides in 8th. Zachary Dobbs in that 9th position. And Nate Mason wrapping up our top 10 on lap number 1. So some of our players, you know, Nate Mason down there for 21st. So he got a 34th, a 28th, and already he's up here in 10th. Let's see if he can go out with a bang as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd like to break into the top 20 at least, if overall, if nothing else. And as this battle between Gage Linville and Aiden Tejero shape up here. Tejero, again, looking at his moto scores, comes into this one with an 11 and a 5, and I think that Tejero may be one of those riders that feels that he may have something to prove here in Moto 3 also.
Oh, no question. No question. And I tell you, now's the time to do that. When you've got that situation and you have that feeling, let me tell you, that is motivation, that is pull, that gets that adrenaline going. And each and every one of these guys can actually mentally put themselves in that position and make that happen.
And as we check them out, top 10 after 1 was Masterpool, Linville, Tejero, Vestal, Gregory, as Megawatt has pointed out already, Tyler Evans, Chandler Baker, Parker Earl, Zach Dobbs, Nate Mason. As we roll through lap number 2, we'll see what kind of changes we had, as we had a lot of riders right on the rear fenders of other riders as they checked in. A lot of half-second and 0.2 second gaps between riders as they came through at the end of 1, at the end of 2. Masterpool, a 154.492, 1.8 seconds ahead now of Aiden Tejero. He had a 0.2 second lead over Linville, but Tejero's gotten around Linville. He turned to 153.224. That's the fastest lap so far of this moto on lap 2. So is Aiden Tejero, does he have the speed? Is he going to be able to catch Ty Masterpool? Less than 2 seconds to go. Still a lot of racing to go. This could get very interesting by the time these checkers fly out. A good check up from the neck up as they come under the arch there, the Red Bull arch through the short chutes. You know that Ty Masterpool knows that the 87 at Tejero is right there.
Oh, he absolutely does. And Rodney, what's amazing, you didn't even see the lap times. You saw how fast Tejero was going on the monitor, and that guy's coming. That guy's absolutely, not only has he laid the fastest lap time, he sees Masterpool. He's got a visual on that rear fender. He knows where he's at and what he needs to do.
Well, I tell you, the racetrack is starting to roughen up, but for some of these riders, they like the little smoother tracks out here, and for those riders that are in that boat, this is the dream ride moment for them. And Tejero may just very well be one of those, but at the same time, starts could be very critical in it, and getting into that lap traffic, making a mistake, getting knocked down, pushed back to 10th place, it's so easy to do.
Yeah, and he's charging right now. You see the rear end of that bike swing out, never shut the gas off.
Oh, he went way too high.
Wow.
It washed out at the top. But you look at that. He barely lost any time. We'll call it 5 seconds because that's just about an average that you're going to lose here at Loretta's when you make a mistake. But he turned that around real quick.
He was off the rear fender, and I saw him cut the clutch loose before he was ever mounted on the bike again to take off.
1.8 seconds is what the gap was at the end of that second lap. After the mistake, 7.065 seconds basically is what he lost on that little turn. A 158, still turned under a 2-minute lap time. Masterpool wicked it up, though, to a 153.185. He feels the heat from Tejero.
But look at that 87 machine now. Holy cow.
I don't think it slowed his momentum down any. I mean, he kept right on going. That was a great recovery by the 87 of Aiden Tejero there. Gage Linville still back in the number 3 spot. Now, if we start looking at this overall perspective, Ty Masterpool's looking at a 2-1-1 for the title. Gage Linville a 10-2-3 for second, and Aiden Tejero an 11-5-2 for third. Wow. A 3-3-13 for Levi Kitchen would yield him a 4th place right now, while Preston Kilroy is looking at a 110 and a 16 for 5th overall. Wow, talk about a heartbreaker for Kilroy. He had to be walking on air after that first moto thinking, ooh, finally, things are coming and falling into place. I've got this, I've got this. You got to wonder what happened. I mean, obviously bad starts, maybe overthinking things in the week. I mean, sometimes you get down here and it might be a little overwhelming for you.
I'll tell you right now who I'm pumped for. Take a look. I've never met this kid before, but Alexander Vestal. Vestal had a 14:34. Now this guy's up there in the top 5. I'm pumped for that kid. I don't know who he is. Never seen him before. But you know what? Turning his week around right here at the last minute.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that rider last night was given a scholarship at the on-track graduation.
Awesome.
For a year of school and a year at GPF.
Oh, wow. Amazing.
Yeah.
Good for you, Alexander. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that's who it was. And he got something there last night. Man, I tell you, I'll tip my hat to On Track as well. They had a huge graduating class last night. Had a valedictorian and everything. It was honestly a very special moment for those kids and those families.
And you know what?
Last night.
She's the best. God bless her. I want to tell you something, right? And that whole family over On Track. But I want to tell you something. The effort that goes in and the concern for these kids after racing, okay, that they can do more than turn a throttle. They can do more than look up a website.
And here's the cool thing about that, too. The Dave Coombs Senior Memorial Scholarship Fund was created, and they are now providing scholarships for kids for continuing education. So they'll be doing scholarship funds for that, for kids that go through the On-Track program. If they want to continue their education on into college, they can do so with a little assistance there from the Dave Coombs Memorial, Senior Memorial Fund there. I think that's a great thing. And thanks to the family for putting that up there.
And you know our bosses, Rita, Carrie, Joe, Mr. Carter, Davey, so big on education. Always have lots of interns coming through lots of schools like WVU and this and that. But education so big, and as much as they drive us nuts, we work with some of the smartest kids in the country, man.
Amen.
I'm here
to that.
tell you, as much as they drive me batty, okay, I want to tell you, these kids are amazing, and the Coombs family want to continue that in our racing family and offer that same opportunity to some of these racers.
152.886 for Ty Masterpool at the end of 4. His gap now 8.8 over Aiden Tejero, whom we tip our hat to and say, great job, young man. Gage Linville, same thing. About 10 seconds back up Tejero. He's settled into a pace there on board the number 40. However, he can't settle too easily because Alexander Vestal must have a little extra incentive out there this morning because he's putting the hammer down on board that number 41 machine.
Yeah, and he's consistent in the lap times. You know, he's running a 157. The guys behind him, 158, 158, 202. So, yeah, like you said, something extra special in the breakfast bowl this morning for Vestal, and really taking advantage of it, and good for him.
Yeah, a 14:34.4 has him sitting in 15th place overall right now.
You know, cracking that top 15. But what he's gonna do is, if he can hang on for this last 10 minutes, he's going home with the pride of knowing that, yeah, I had a top 5 finish. You know, I was in there. My lap times were just as competitive as Tierra, Masterpool, this and that. So that's what he's going to be able to go talk about on the ride home this evening.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to take that scholarship. And that'll be interesting to see how that works out for that kid. Just mark that down. 125C, 12 to 17 BC, Alexander Vestal, one to watch for 2019.
Keep an eye on him. Absolutely.
I've got it back here in the memory banks. All right, reassessing the situation. Not much of a change when you look at this top 10. Masterpool, Tejero, Linville, Vestal, Baker. That's your top 5 after 5. Orion Gregory in 6. Tyler Evans in 7. Levi Kitchen in 8. Zachary Dobbs in 9. Nate Mason rounds out your top 10. We'll look at the 11 through 20 spots now. 71 of Trevor Maley is 11. 13, Chase Jenser up to 12. Preston Kilroy, the 80, is 13th. Luke Kalatzian, the 36 and 14th. Parker Earl, the 26 and 15th. Brock Lassiter, the 69 and 16th. Otto Burton, the 61, is 17th. Gage Stein, the 18, is 18th. Max Miller, the 64 and 19th. And Kyson Palmer, the 88, rounds out your top 20.
You know, Preston Kilroy, that's Big Ray Butts' guy, isn't it? And he had a win there in Moto 1, a 10th in Moto 2, it looks like, and really fighting for every position. But Kilroy, your first Moto winner.
13th place position right now. He is turning a 158.4. Chase Jenser just ahead of him, a 2 minute. Both these riders are working pretty hard through that pack right now. Trevor Maley ahead of him, a 2:02. So Maley may be in a little bit of trouble if both these guys come up on him the way that they are rolling. They got a head full of steam, and both of them were less than a second behind the 11th place position when they came by at the end of 5. Here at the end of 6, we may see a little different look to that.
You know, Yents are one of them hard-working riders. Those guys, they don't have a backyard supercross track. They don't live at a major training facility. Dad writes checks for everything like so many people out here. And right now, glad to see that. Maybe get Yentzer and Kilroy hooked up together, get a little momentum, and watch these guys come through the pack just a little bit together.
The top 5 riders are all sub-2-minute laps. And Levi Kitchen just turned a 1:57 as well in 7th place position. Preston Kilroy at 1:59. Oh, look at this. Max Miller back in 19th just topped off a 1:59. He is battling with Stein and Burton right now for a 70. Actually just moved up to the 17th place position, turning a 2:01 in that battle that time around. So he's making some gains out there as we check back in with our Red Bull Live drone there. And the action up front with our leader, Ty Masterpool, Aiden Tarot, Gage, Linville, all heading home for checkers here pretty soon. Wow, 7:16. This moto has gone very quickly as we approach 7 minutes remaining in this 20-minute ride for the 125cc 12-17 class.
I was just glancing up at the clock when you said that, and I was like, 7 minutes? Wow, what a furious pace these guys have. But a great point right there. When you look at these guys right here, you're talking about Max Miller, a 2:01 back here. That guy's making ground right now. And when we take a look at these guys ahead of him, much slower. So he's, by logic and by math, he should be able to pick up a couple more spots if he can put some good laps together and keep it in that 2:01 range.
Yeah, Levi Ketchum making this late race push out there from 7th place position, the 47 machine. A 3:37 has him in 2nd place overall. I don't think we're going to see him. Actually, this ride has really helped him out quite a bit, because now that I'm thinking about it, Gage Linville was sitting with a 10.23 with a 2nd place position, and Levi Kitchen was something like, what was it, a 3.11 there for a while or something, and he was 3rd place. Now that he's moved up into a 7th place position, he moves solidly into 2nd overall as far as the runner-up for the championship title is concerned. Has a 2-point cushion now over Gage Linville. So Levi Kitchen getting some work done, and this hard push that he's making late in the race is paying big dividends.
Oh, yeah, and you know what? Those are the things you train for. You know, you actually have certain parts of your training program that are dedicated to the late moto happening, how you actually control the heart rate, you know, what you do to conserve the energy and things like that. And right now they're using every one of those tricks they can.
There's the number 5, Chandler Baker, if I'm not mistaken. We're watching that rider. He is currently 5th place position here in these closing moments. About 5 minutes of racing left to go. Again, we were talking about Baker. He took a 5th in Moto number 1, so he's riding a good, consistent ride here, unless you factor in the 42 in Moto 2, and oftentimes that's just basically not being able to complete the laps or whatever the case, a mechanical error late in the race. So Chandler Baker, heartbreaker for him. I know he came in with grander thoughts of grandeur, but unfortunately for him, the overall will not reflect that. But the ride that we are seeing here in this first and final moto, we are seeing the kind of efforts this kid can put forth and what kind of a championship caliber rider he actually happens to be. Chandler Baker, again, number 5. Keep up the good work.
Oh, yeah. Look at the potential of this kid. You can see the speed. You can see the style and the form he has. And when you look at that 2-minute lap time, there's the proof in the pudding.
Well, Vestal checking in now, 3rd place. I was going to say, did he get around Linville's? I was looking at some of the Linville must have dipped over or tipped over or something. I didn't see what was going on there, but we see Chandler Baker has now gotten around Linville. Ryan Gregory is around Linville, so Alexander Vestal from 4th now to 3rd. Let's see what that does for him for an overall. Looks like a 14th overall with a 14:34 and 3. Man, those numbers, you know, when you pop that 3rd moto off like that, you say, this is what I'm really capable of.
That's
just
right.
All the craziness, the chaos of Loretta Lynns does not show truly what I'm capable of, but this third moto does. Look at Orion Gregory at 29-6 and 5.
Right.
And he's looking at 9th place overall right now. That Gage Linville, now a 10-2-18, would be looking at 6th place overall. He was in 2nd, believe it or not, in the early part of this moto.
Dude, there's so many impressive stats in front of us right now with all these. We're trying to watch a moto, but we're looking at gaps. We're looking at moto finishes.
What about Aiden Tejero?
Dude.
A 3rd place overall right now with an 11.52.
Right.
We've watched this all transpire throughout this moto. So many things have changed as far as this overall. We're just 3 minutes now left to go. I'm going to have to run down, but you can take a look at this Megawatt and explain the situation to the folks.
If he holds on, you tell Vestal Megawatt's proud of him, dude. That was a great ride for sure. But right now, we're looking at just about 2.5 minutes to go. 25 BC. And as Rodney has continued to reiterate, holy cow, shakeups all throughout this thing. And it's amazing to see these guys up front with these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fifth place top finishes. But yet each and every one of them, as you take a look through here, most of them have a 16, a 29, a 12, and 18 that really just kind of separate them from those top 3 guys. And just like Rodney said, Aiden Tejero, in 3rd place overall right now. On the track, he's in 2nd place. But that guy's going to get a possible potential with an 11.52, 18 points. And that just tells you right now how deep this class is, how many guys can get into that top 5, top 3. You know, Gage Linville in 12th position overall right now. A 2nd place, top 10, and then a 32. So one little mistake, as we just reiterated all week. I know it sounds like a broken record, but the mistakes cost. We talk about training this, we talk about conditioning, race management, less mistakes, perfect laps. Those are the things you hear us talk about every week, but those are the things that are proven to work. Those are the things that the camps work on, the major training facilities and riding facilities work on, and that's what it takes down here when you're going to spend a week at the ranch. All right, coming to a close right now, 125cc BC. Just love the sound of what's happening out there on the course right now. A bunch of young riders really cutting their teeth, really making that transition. You know, 12 to 17 years old, these guys still youngsters in many ways, but riding big bikes now, and this is the next step to the next step. So looking forward to keep an eye on Ty Masterpool, Aiden Tejero, Alexander Vestal, all these guys as they progress and move up through the classes in the years to come down here at the ranch. So bringing this one to a close. This is moto number 3 here this morning, already rolling through 3 motos. Can't believe that. White flag is out right now, so white flag flying. And congratulations to all these families, all you folks that have just really dedicated everything to this week. You know, set aside the family vacation, made all the preparations at home, did everything you could do to get here. Well, thanks to all of you. We have events like this, and it goes off the way it does. So congratulations to everybody that made it down here, made it through the week. And especially congratulations to all our champions and all of our podium positions. So we know what it takes to be here. We know what you sacrificed. We know what you gave up. And it leads to moments like this. Check. There he is right now. So watching this one come to an end, we're going to get all the lowdown in just a few minutes on that Race Tech podium with Rodney. So coming up right after our 125 BC, we're going to be looking at our 450B Limited. 450B Limited riders down on the gate right now. And then another great class, our college 18 to 24. Wow, that is kind of the next step where we're at right now, the 125, 12-17 BC. Although the college guys can ride any bike they want, nonetheless, it's the next step for a lot of these youngsters. So looking forward to that one coming up right after our 450B. But first, 450B, what a shootout we've had there. Had a extremely, extremely close racing. When we look at 450B, Parker Mashburn going 1-1, Devin Simpson going 2-2, Christian Fernandez going 4-3, Tristan Lewis 3-4. So you can take a look at that. Eugene Christian with a 7-5. This one's 2, 4, 7, 7, and 12 points coming up in your 450B. So that one is really going to put a capper on that set of races. Those 3 motors for those guys. So 450B coming up next. Parker Mashburn and the crew. Ty Masterpool taking the win here. Ty Masterpool putting an exclamation point on it. 2-1-1 here in 125 BC. Aiden Tiero coming across the line in second place here in the moto. That's potentially going to put him in the 4th position overall. Alexander Vestal, where you at? Looks like there he comes right now. Actually in the 3rd position right now, Chandler Baker. So Vestal not able to hold on there for that podium position, but a great ride nonetheless. Moves him up into a top 15 position into 14th with a 14:34.4. So hats off Vestal, and Levi Kitchen rounding out our top 5 on that number 47 Yamaha.
All right, just get 3rd place over here to the podium right now. Alexander Vestal, I believe, holding on to that one all the way down to the wire finally. So, Alex, get on over here, buddy, and we'll talk a little bit about this 3rd and final moto and how you were able to put things together. Stand by. So Alex making his way on up now as we get set to congratulate this young man on his accolades for this week. A lot of things to celebrate. There you go, Alex. Good job to you, buddy. And a big, big week for you as far as this is concerned. You go, what is it, 14... Oh, wait a minute. Who am I talking to now?
Chandler Baker.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Chandler. I didn't hear Megawatt say that. This happens to me down here. I get down here and I miss those great closing moments. But Chandler, yeah, let's take a look at your week for you this week. How is it going for you, man? Obviously the final moto worked out well for you, huh?
I got one more moto left, but I've had a lot of bad luck and been bad at starts. And this time didn't even get to do the sight lap because my bike had a front flat coming to the gate. And I just took off and did the start and rode as hard as I could.
Well, take me through that last lap pass that you were able to get into this final podium position with.
I was closing on him the whole moto and just came into the last turn. Didn't care if I had a shot or not. I was going to, try to pass him and ended up getting him.
Last lap, last stretch right there, you made that pass.
Yeah, it was a good moto. Can't thank EBR Performance, Altus Motorsports, Yamaha, Takaraki, Answer, Garnet, Yamaha, Bell, 100%, and Shannon Ide, Robbie Raynard, Eric Edwards, and everyone that helps me. Thank you so much.
No doubt about it. Ladies and gentlemen, Chandler Baker pulling it out, the rabbit out of the hat for that bronze in moto number 3. All right, wow, that was great. So let's go over here to now 2nd place. Don't tell me anything changed here because I got Aiden Tejero there, and wow, what a week for him. We got our whole shot. Let's go ahead and do our whole shot real quick then. Again, this is going to be Tyler Evans. Tyler, wow, ripping gears on that whole shot. That's the way you want to get her done, huh?
Yeah, I started far inside, got a good jump out of the gate, and just cut over and held it on. So,
what's so great about that far inside? I've seen so many hole shots from there this week.
I guess it's just the shortest distance to the first corner, so yeah.
It worked out well for you, buddy. Who do you want to say thanks to?
My mom, my dad, Club Mix Training Facility, 100% Dunlop, Axo, anybody else I forgot. Thank you.
All righty, there you go. There he is. He is your whole shot award winner here in Moto 3, Tyler Evans, ladies and gentlemen. And now to our 2nd place position and silver medal award winner, Aiden Tejero. Let's make sure we didn't get this wrong too. So I think we got it right. Aiden, congratulations to you, buddy. Nice little turnaround for you this week. Looked like things were going south, and then all of a sudden you said, I'm not going to let it happen that way.
Yeah, it's been a rough week all around here at Loretta's. Just been dealing with a little bit of arm pump throughout every moto, so definitely getting out front would be my key to the race. But it's been fun. I'm trying my best, that's for sure. Like, I'd never want to quit out there because it's just so fun, but everyone's riding good, so yeah.
What was the mindset going into this 3rd moto? I mean, you had to be thinking something different.
Yeah, I actually went in with way behind, like I think it was like a 3-way tie for 4th place or something like that. And going into the moto, I knew I just wanted to try my best. I had an 11th in the very first moto. Didn't get the best start to the week, but hopefully I can just keep improving. Got one more moto later at 11:30, so it should be fun.
Who's those that help you?
The whole KTM Orange Brigade team, Monster Army, Alpine Stars, Answer, FMF, Hasker Racing Motors are killer. Power band, suspension, just Scott Goggles, everyone, thank you so much.
Aiden Tejero, ladies and gentlemen, taking the 2nd place position here in Moto 3, goes 11.52 on the week, and with a 2.21 and your national championship. Put your hands together for the number 95 of Ty Masterpool. Ty making his way on up. Look at that smile, man. Big pearly whites up there. Didn't even recognize you there yesterday, Ty. Looking good, dude. Great motos. Great way to end this week in this class, man.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. Finally got a start in the top 30. I think I came around 2nd and did a little fist bump. I was pretty pumped about the start and just rode my own race.
So the week's gone well for you. I mean, even any little miscues you've been able to overcome, huh?
Yeah, you know, I kind of came into this race with the cold, just getting over it now, and been struggling with my starts all week. That was the first one where I actually started up front, and just been struggling, but I mean, just kept on riding and just punching and came through.
What's the plans for the future? What you got going on coming up next?
You know, hopefully go pro next year at Hangtown and just with the star.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, good luck to you, buddy. Who do you want to say thanks to?
I'd like to thank God, give him all the glory for sure. You can't thank him enough out there. It's not just me out there, you know, it's a whole team with my family, the whole Star Racing crew. It's not just a one-man sport, you know. And I can't thank all of them enough. Alpine Star, Thor, 100%, FMF, Monster, just all those guys, and just helping out a lot. Thank them.
There you go, man. That's Ty. And, of course, with that, we've got some hardware to hand out to you. We give you the shield. We got the Bell Helmets Golden Helmet Award, as you are a Bell-supported rider. And, of course, we got this guy right here coming up from the American Motorcyclists Association to present to you the AMA #1 plate, Mr. Ricky Records. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your 2018 125cc 12 to 17 BC AMA Amateur National Champion.
Wow, great job, Ty Masterpool. A great performance this weekend. 2-1-1, 4 points for the big win. Congratulations, Levi Kitchen, Preston Kilroy as well. Congratulations, guys. And coming up next, 450B. Those guys getting ready to get locked and loaded in the gate. Last few riders now coming off of that sight lap. Getting ready for our Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. And Parker Mashburn, as we said, so far in this 450B class, 1-1 for 2. Devin Simonson, he's got a 2-2 for 4 points. Christian Fernandez, 4 1/3 for 7 points. Tristan Lewis, a 3rd and a 4th for 7 points as well. And Eugene Christian, the 3rd, 7-5 with 12 points. So this one's still tight going into the final moto, as with most of these classes. And as we've said many, many times, so critical going to be that Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award for your front runners. Right now, a 35th place start, a 40th place start. Probably not what the doctor ordered for these top 5 contenders, so could really throw a wrench into the spokes. Looking to see exactly how it goes down. Going to be just a few minutes. Everybody clearing out from behind that gate right now, and 450B just about to blast down that Loretta Lynns straightaway for that Bell Helmets Whole Shot line. Let's see who it's going to be right now. The man to beat, Parker Mashburn. We're looking forward to seeing exactly how this one plays out. And here go the Rebs right now, getting ready to get this one underway. Waiting for that card to come up. Here we up. The gate is down. Go 450B racing. Look at that. It's the big bright blue Yamaha out front. Get an ID on him here 1 second. Wow. And look at this. A couple of Yamahas out there. That's Braden Lessler out of Ramona, California with that big hull shot, but immediately getting pressure from another Yamaha. Going to see if we can get an idea on who that is. But the Blue Crew running true up front right now, 1 and 2. Look at this, 1, 2, and 3 for the Blue Crew. And fourth, 1, 2, 3, 4 Blue Crew machines up there. Donnie Lutz going wild down there.
Oh, down goes your, was that your leader, I believe, that just went down, the number 90 machine.
Yep.
Heartbreaker there for Braden Lessler, coming through those 10 commandments, coming into this moto with a 5 and a 7. And now off to the side of the racetrack as everyone in the class goes by. He picks that machine back up and tries to remount and refire. What a heartbreaker.
Disaster from checkers to wreckers right there, man. What a bummer. Just a little lapse of concentration, just a little miscue on that line right there, and next thing you know, in the dirt. So absolute heartbreaker for that number 90 machine.
Well, he does pick up an extra $100 from Bell Helmets and the Whole Shot Awards, so I guess that's one positive note about the start there. Lessler going to have to try to work his way up through the pack. Meanwhile, we move up front, and if I'm not mistaken, I may have seen a couple of different riders battling for spots up there, and one of them may have been that 28 of Noah Adams, and several others, like you say, with those Yamahas out front up there. We got the 47 also out here with us. Let's see where that has. That's Ryder Fox, a 24 and a 16. And wow, things have flipped around here in this third moto. We traditionally don't see that much of a change in the third moto, but wow, this third moto is certainly bringing the excitement as well as Ryder Fox, your new leader. Devin Simonson in second, Parker Mashburn in the number 3 spot. In fourth place is TJ Taylor, fifth place Matthew Sigler, sixth place Blake Hazen. Eugene Christian in 7th, Sam Gaynor is 8th, Christian Fernandez in 9th, and Dylan Smith rounds out your top 10. Right now, Megawatt, while you assess this situation, let me make a quick announcement real quick. I need Alex Faith, Andrew Adamnick, and Catherine Connor. They need to report to the MX Sports office trailer as quickly as possible. Alex Faith, Andrew Adamnick, and Catherine Connor. Megawatt?
J. Ryder Fox out front. Ride of a lifetime right now. Not having the best of luck in the first 2 motos, a 24 and a 16th, but right now giving it all she's got on that number 47 Yamaha. Devin Simonson right now, a key player.
Could you not have a more moto name than J. Ryder Fox?
Are you kidding me?
I mean, we talk about names up here and cool names, this, that, and the other, but J. Ryder Fox. Could you have to be sponsored by Todd Hicks and the guys over at Fox. You have to be.
You have to be. And Jay Ryder, come on. I mean, that's just all that needs is Esquire after it.
Exactly.
Jay Ryder Fox Esquire. So that guy's got the name. But Parker Mashburn, look at this guy. Parker Mashburn sitting in that 3rd position. We see what that does for him potentially. A 1-1-3 could possibly give him that 2nd position overall. But right now, a move being made by your leader now, Devin Simonson, out front, taking down J. Ryder Fox Esquire into that 2nd position.
Wow, I tell you, that happened pretty quick, too. Those guys come literally side by side by the finish line, and look at this. We got more trying to be get around Fox there. I believe that's Mashburn. Oh, and just did. As we around the final corner, Parker Mashburn now into the number 2 spot as Simonson checks in with a 158, leading this 2nd lap of racing. A 2-minute .167 for Mashburn, a 2:02 for Fox. Sigler, a 2:03. TJ Taylor is rounding out the top 5 with a 2:06.
I'll be curious to see here exactly where these lap times go with these 450 guys. And when we take a look down through a little further down through the list, you've got guys like, let's see here, looks like Wesley Allen in that 16th place. He's running just a little quicker than Pierce Knight ahead of him. And then you look at Tristan Lewis, once again, he's about 3 seconds faster than the guy in front of him. So some of these guys, 2:06 down there, Noah Adams running amongst some 2:08. So there's going to be some shakeups here over the next 5 to 10 minutes in this one.
Oh, I believe so. A lot of riders struggling to get through the pack. I look down through the standings here. I see last year's 10th place finisher, Durko Vander Westhuizen, the number 10 machine, a 9.6, and right now currently sitting in 29th place as we open up this 3rd moto. 7, 5, and right now in 33rd place position, Eugene Christensen, the number 98 machine. So he's having his struggles here in this third and final moto after 2 solid top 10 finishes there. So like Megawatt said, we can expect to see some changes, I think. Look at Christian Fernandez back in 35th place. He finished 4th and 3rd. And he's in 35th here on this second lap of racing. Adam Cranford, an 8 and an 8 and a 24 right now. So, wow, some tough breaks there for some of those riders, Megawatt. It looks, though, like the front 2 are the most consistent, as Mashburn went 1-1 and now running 2. Devin Simonson a 2-2 and now running 1. Mashburn would win the national championship title with a 1-1-2 scoring 4 over Simonson's 2-2-1 with a score of 5. Then we've got Tristan Lewis, who had good consistent runs in Moto 1 and 2 and 3rd and 4th, but currently running 18th. But the way everything has gone, Megawatt, that still scores well enough for 3rd place overall right now.
Yeah, if he wins the Moto, he's still in 3rd place.
That's crazy.
Isn't that something to see? But the big thing to look at there, though, is that 3rd and 4th before is now sitting at an 18th. You know, that's just absolutely incredible to see. But once again, so critical, the starting position and that type of thing. But when everybody's this close on lap times, when it's just so hard to overcome when everybody runs the same speed.
Yeah, it is. And speaking of speeds, 159.3 for Simonson. Earl, a 159.068. The gap just over 3 seconds at 3.008. Obviously, those were the fastest laps. Actually, no. Simonson turned to 158.262, so he's got a little more juice to let loose there if need be, it looks like.
If necessary. It seems like he's got it on tap right now. Simonson, I'm very impressed with his poise right now. He's very under control. He's not riding over his head. He seems to be hitting these marks. Very impressive. And Mashburn, of course, doing what he does. Charging right now, and you know he wants to close that gap. You know he wants to go out of here 1-1-1. That's the objective for him. I do believe at this point he may settle at this point, but you know in his head he wants that trifecta.
Yep, just nearing the 13.5-minute mark in time remaining, so we're basically just started in this one right now, this 20-minute moto. Well, I guess you could say we're kind of nearing the halfway point. Simonson's still in the 159, as we said, in Mashburn. We're waiting on them. They should be, here they come now, into the closing turns here. We'll be seeing, that's actually the 47 of J. Ryder Fox.
Esquire.
And again, a huge turnaround for him. Simonson, 158.4. I told you he had some more juice to let loose, and so does 158.9. The gap, though, 3.5 seconds, so Simonson did gain about a half second on that one. J. Ryder Fox Esquire, 202.057, now nearly 6 seconds back in the number 3 spot.
Rodney, already seeing a bunch of changes in the track this morning. To be honest with you, I'm going to guess the people in the next 2 to 3 motos are just going to have exceptional conditions. To me, right now, these are ideal conditions.
Yeah.
But I'm taking a look down through these last couple corners. When you look at the Thor sweeper turn, we look down here past the Polysport Lake. You already see a different consistency starting to develop. And these guys are using that outside line, primarily our leaders down here in this last turn, where all week long it's been that inside turn. So what's really different this morning, I'm not 100% sure, but the effective line is the outside line this morning.
Well, obviously the flow a little different with the course conditions being fresh this morning as well. Even more moisture in the dirt, and that's one thing that we've talked about all week as far as this track is concerned. That's the thing that they were worried about, the amount of moisture, getting the right amount of moisture in. They started watering, we can say going on now 2 weeks ago, they were watering this thing a week leading into the event. And even on Monday's practice, Jeff Russell told me, it's dry. And I'm like, dude, you've been watering all week. He says, it doesn't matter. He says, it's dry. And, you know, you look around and all the elements around you, the creek's up by comparison to what we're used to. You know, we had some nice, comfortable days, overcast skies, a few little rain showers here and there, but nothing really to amount to anything. Not enough to put that moisture in the ground. So that's what they've been battling all week. And I would say if you were to talk to Randy and Jeff today, that they would probably say, we finally got it. But we, as race spectators, have said they've had it since Monday, man, because it's produced some of the best racing hands down. I've heard so many people say that this week. This is the best racing I've ever seen at Loretta Lynns.
Hey, and speaking of Loretta Lynns and great things, Charlie Mullins just come up and told us Bargain Pit is open at Moto T. So if you guys are like me, if you love a great deal, if you love rummaging through, if you love finding that needle in a haystack, if you love finding that hidden gem, you guys need to hit the Bargain Pit. And plus, it's a great way to take care of your boss, your coworkers, and everybody that couldn't make it.
Yeah, head up to the bargain bin up there and see if you can get yours, my friend. Simonson after 5. Mashburn and Fox. Gaynor is now up to 4th place. Sigler's dropped to 5th. Ezra Lewis is your 6th place ride. As we see several changes from 6 to 10. Ezra Lewis, the 73, is 6. Sean Calderon, the 13, and 7th. Blake Hazen now in 8th aboard the 44. Dawson Riker, the 37, is 9th. TJ Taylor rounds out the top 10. 11 through 20 looks like Stephen Hooker, the 56, and 11th. Brandon Yates, the 88, 12th. 53, Tristan Lewis is 13th. Pierce Knight, the number 40 and 14th. Wesley Allen, the number 50 and 15th. Brandon Gregor in 16th aboard the 93, 17th, the 28 of Noah Adams, 18th, the 61 Dylan Smith, 19th, the 34 of Tyler Delaney, and Austin Aspros, the number 62, rounds out your top 20. A look at the top 10 overall as we watch our Red Bull live drone and just check out the amazing racing action in these course conditions here at Loretta Lynns. Parker Mashburn will take an overall win with a 1-1-2. Devin Simonson's 2-2-1 would score 2nd overall. Tristan Lewis 3-4-13, would be 3rd overall. Ezra Lewis, a 6-13-6, would be 4th overall. Sam Gaynor looking at a 14-12-4 for 5th overall. Wow, chaos must have consumed this class as well. Braden Lessler, who got the whole shot in this class, finishing 5th and 7th in Moto 1, went down in the early part of this lap, dropped back to 42nd place. He's now up to 22nd and looking at 7th place overall. Brandon Gregor, a 13-9-16 for 8th. Noah Adams, a 28th, an 11-10-17 for 9th. And Dawson Riker, the 37, a 12-18-9 to round out your top 10 overall. Well, as we watch the scenario and situation unfolding, 4.9 seconds separating 1st and 2nd, and a 12-second cushion back to Ryder Fox for that 3rd place position. Here's a scenario we can play out, but I hope I don't put the announcer's curse on Parker Mashburn. But right now, the saving grace for Devin Simonson is either one, Parker Mashburn making a mistake, going down, falling at least 1 position back to allow Fox or Gaynor or somebody to get around and tie this thing up or put Simonson a point ahead and take the national championship, and or somebody find a way to grip it and rip it and make up about 12, 13 seconds and pass that guy, run him down and pass it. Now, watching this guy race all week, watching this kid's career throughout, right on up to the 50s, 60s, 80s, and all that, chances are that's not going to happen. But we are at Loretta Lynns. We are in the final moto, and this has been a rather chaotic week. So right now, Parker has this championship, but it's not locked down.
Oh, not by any means. Never locked down until the checkered flag flies down here. But you talk about chaos. It's reared its ugly head through this 450B class because there's turmoil all through the standings. There's no two ways about it.
The standings right now, Lewis, a 6-13-6 for 4th. Gaynor, a 14-12 with a 4 for 5th overall. I mean, he breaks the top 10 one time, inside the top 5 one time, and he scores 5th overall. Those are some chaotic scores. That means, to me, that's been good racing too.
Oh, what kills me is when you look down outside of the top 15 and such, you're still seeing these guys like Eugene Christian, 7.5-35. And man, this guy's inside the top 10 twice, got a top 5. And now he's sitting at 17th overall because guess what? We're running 35th right now.
Right, it's crazy. Simonson in with 7 now. Mashburn, Fox, Gaynor, Sigler. Lewis is 6th. Dawson Riker is 7th. Sean Calderon holds on to 8th. Tristan Lewis now 9th as Pierce Knight rounds out your top 10.
Check. Make sure we still had everything working here. Places, and we won that last motos. And putting an exclamation point on that second place. So to me, win-win-win for Simonson. Parker Mashburn doing what was expected out of him. You know, a lot of expectations on certain riders throughout the week. And then Tristan Lewis, you know, coming in 3-4 runner with a potential 9th right now in that 3rd position. Wow, it's just been absolutely all week long in this 450B class. That's what these guys have had to do, is just had to put it together, stay consistent, and survive all the madness. And right now there's all kinds of it going on. Like you said, we look back outside of the top 15, and a lot of guys with top 5 finishes consistently in there, and then one bad moto really dropping them back. Coming up on the 3-minute mark right now, just about 3 minutes left. Not sure if the 2 card's out or yet, can't get a visual on it. But this one coming to an end quickly here, just about 3.5 minutes left. 2 card is out. Thank you, Rodney, very much. Rodney making his way down to the Race Tech podium. And I tell you what, a thrill. All these guys get to get up there and receive these championships and these #1 plates from Rodney, from Weege. You know, that's a big deal, man. These guys take all week, go down there and work those podiums and spend a lot of time with these kids. And, you know, you're talking about guys that week in and week out deal with the country's best, the country's top-level riders. And for these kids to come and get those rewards from Rodney and Weege and stuff, that's absolutely huge. And not easy job running back and forth, keeping all those guys straight. And once again, big props to the folks down at the AMA for all their help of keeping everybody on and off the podium, keeping everybody cooled down and organized in that top 10 down there. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Looking for that white flag. 2-lap card is still out. Leaders right now. Leaders working their way around into the front section. Simonson now working his way into the final corner. Going to take that white flag as he comes by. Simonson now on that number 70 Yamaha. 1 lap to go. Looking for a moto win here. Parker Mashburn got that number 23 KTM pretty much on cruise control right now. He's looking out across the facility, trying to keep it on 2 wheels. Cut a good clean lap right here, and the championship will belong to Parker Mashburn. Tristan Lewis, who's running in the 8th position right now. Lewis back there behind Dawson Riker, Ezra Lewis, Matthew Sigler, and J. Ryder Fox Esquire. Lewis looking at a 3rd position overall. And then behind him would be Ezra Lewis. So a couple Lewises right there in 3rd and 4th overall in your 450B Limited if we finish in the current.
Mega.
Up and over the Rocky Mountain for the final time. Yep, Simonson bringing it home. Down around the Thor sweeper, that number 70 machine. Feeling good. Redemption. A pair of seconds. And going to cap it off with a moto win here. 1 more corner to go. Couple jumps. Congratulations to the number 70, Devin Simonson, with a moto win here and moto number 3. Making his way now down in cool down zone. Going to get him up on the Race Tech podium here in just a moment with Rodney. looking for Parker Mashburn. There he comes right now, crowd waving at him. The number 23 machine locking down his championship with a 1-1-2. The number 23 of Parker Mashburn.
Well, I'm not going to be fooled this time. We had a little bit of a change in that third place position. Again, Sam Gaynor coming across the line in third place now, so we'll be bringing that 82 machine up here in just a moment to congratulate him on a great ride. Flat tire. I just got my shoes stepped on. Flat tire, as my kids would say. All right, making our way back onto the podium right here as we've got, we've got a moto winner here, and he takes second overall. We're going to start first with this first place ride, the number 70, of course, of Devin Simonson. And Devin, step on up, my friend. You pick yourself up a first place position win here in Moto 3, and wow, man, you did everything you could to try and win this championship, but second's all you're going to be able to do. But an explanation point on this final moto, you knew what you had to do in order for this to fall your way.
Yeah, for sure. Parker came in with a 1-1, so I knew how to get the good start and get out in front of him, and hopefully he'll make a couple mistakes, but he didn't. He rode solid the whole time, and congrats to him.
Great championship season for you, it looks like already, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, tell us who helped get you here.
My mom, my dad, Yamaha, Lumberton, Race Tech, Ryan, everybody at SOBMX, O'Neill, Reeling Graphics, William, Motorworks, anyone else I forgot, thank you.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, he takes Moto Gold here in Moto 3. Second overall for the title, it's Devin Simonson. And now we'll take his bike down. We'll reset with our champion's bike, and we'll bring up our third place position finisher, the 82 machine here of Sam Gaynor. He went 14-12-3 here in the final moto. So come on up, Sam. And here he brings the Canadian flag up. Oh, Canada. Sam, congratulations to you, my friend. A 14, a 12, and a 3. How did you pull that one out?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the first two motos, I definitely didn't get very good starts. And in that moto, I knew I had to get a good start. My dad, he picked a really good gate for getting 12th gate pick. And then, yeah, I got off to a pretty good start. And a few guys crashed. And I just moved my way forward and found myself in third. And then I just tried to ride my own race when I was there. How did you get into third, man? Well, I got a decent start, and then a few guys fell on the first lap, so I had a few gifts there, and then I just kept charging. I saw my dad kept saying 47's ahead of you, so I kept pushing as hard as I could, and luckily got the pass done, and yeah. Well, congratulations to you on that, and I'm sure there's some folks you'd like to say thanks to. Yeah, for sure. Moto Park and Ian Hayden, Mikey Walker and New Era, the new 100% Atlas, FXR, Don McClintock, Andy White, Steve Sims Racing, my mom, my dad, my sister for coming out here to watch, everyone back home watching, my girlfriend, everyone, thank you so much. All righty, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. He takes third place Sam Gaynor out of Canada, and of course he takes silver. Oh, and the whole shot. Sorry about that. We need to get our whole shot award winner up here, and then we'll get our champion up. We got the number 90. How about it for Braden Lessler, ladies and gentlemen? You got a big fan club here, it sounds like, Braden. There you go. Come on, let's make some noise. He rode hard out here this week. Braden, $100 for your efforts here today, man. You got off to a great start. What a heartbreaker there in the Ten Commandments, though.
Oh, man. I was so psyched to get out front. It's all I wanted. I've been battling from the back all week. Went to go triple in the middle, and if you don't go to the edges of the Ten Commandments, it's just slippery, and I spun at the bottom, and there was nothing I could do at that point. Well, you worked your way back up as hard as you could, man. You could pick up $100 extra bucks. You got some great experience. Who do you want to say thanks to? First of all, the Lord above, because that was a gnarly crash, and I'm glad I even got to finish that moto. My mom and dad, Pete at NOS Suspension, Ryan Hughes, Rhino Power, RP Racing, and North County Yamaha. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. He's your Whole Shot Award winner, Braden Lessler. As we move now to our champion, he rides the number 23. We'll bring his machine up onto the podium. Let's put our hands together for this 450B Limited National Champion. Second place here, the final moto.
We're talking about Parker Mashburn. Riders off on their sighting lap for the next race, and Parker grabbing this silver medal. I know you were hoping for straight we were hoping for straight golds up here, but I know that a 1-1-2, nothing to sneeze at, man. And second place position, you got off to a good start. You pretty much just held your own out there this third moto, huh?
Yeah, I knew what I had to do. I went 1-1 in the earlier moto, so I knew all I had to do was get second. So I didn't want to go down, just rode consistent. Devin's riding good all week, pumped for him. And yeah, I'm pumped. This is my first title at Loretta, so.
Well, how did you get it done, man? I mean, you were riding like nobody's business. I mean, a 1-1 coming into this when you knew what you had to do, obviously, huh?
Yeah, I ride my 350 pretty good, I think, and yeah, I just put it where I want it, get good starts, and ride like I know how, and you know, that's pretty much it, and that's all I can do.
What does it feel like to finally capture that first Loretta Lynns Amateur National Championship title?
It feels pretty good. I mean, I won pretty much everywhere else but here, so I'm pumped to win here.
Good. Congratulations to you. I know this is something you've probably been waiting on right here, huh? Yeah. That shield that's been so elusive. We got the Bell Helmets Golden Helmet Award for you as well. And I'm sure there's some folks that you'd like to say thanks to, huh?
Yeah, my mom and dad for sure, man. They've done everything for me. KTM Orange Brigade, Nihilo, Hope, Nathan Ramsey, Garnet Boots, Scott Goggles, Craig, MTF, everybody over at MTF, man, they've helped me out more than I can explain this summer. Dunlop Tires for hooking up great off the start, FMF, Tamer Whole Shot Devices, Enzo, Monster Army, 7 Gear, Roger, Bell Helmets, Lawrence with my motor, everybody, thank you so much.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, to present to him the national plate from the American Motorcyclists Association, once again, Mr. Ricky Records. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your 450B Limited National Champion, Parker Mashburn.
Awesome. Congratulations, Parker. Great job, man. Great ride all week long. And congratulations to you. The fruits of all that hard labor right there in your hands right now. So great job. Coming up next, our college 18 to 24. th and 5th for 19 points. Now, has anybody noticed anything yet? We're down into 6th place, and we haven't seen a moto winner yet. Our first moto winner is in 7th place going into the final moto, actually in 8th place. Hunter Schlosser, 5:14 for 19. Johnny Garcia is our first moto winner in the top 10, and he's in 8th position. He's got a 19-1 for 20. Dalton Linkus, a 12-19 for 21. Blake Taylor, 11-10 for 21. All the way down to 12th place, Rich Taylor wins the first moto, 21st in the second moto. Absolutely ridiculous. 8 positions before we see our first moto winner, and that was the actual second moto, and then Rich Taylor in 12th place. So first 8 guys so far. We've got 4-2, 3-3, 2-7, 6-4, just scrambled scores, but yet our moto winners so far outside of the top 7. All right, sorry about that. The mic's cutting out just a bit there. Batteries are good and stuff, but point of what I was trying to explain right there is we're going to go clear back to the 8th position, Johnny Garcia. Johnny Garcia going 19-1 for 20th here in our college 18 to 24. So the guys in the top 7 positions yet to see a moto win, and we're liable to see a champion with, say, a 4.22, a 4.23, something along that line, a 3.35 possibly take a championship here in our college 18 to 24. Just a few moments till we get that one underway. Coming up next after our college 18 to 24 is going to be our Super Mini 2 13 to 16 limited, another super stat class, one of Jason the Weege Wygant's favorite names to call, Nate the Thrasher coming up in that one. Super Mini 2 13 to 16. So right now, just a few minutes and we're going to get this college 18 to 24 underway. And let's see, we take a look down on the gate. Yep, all the mechanics making their way out from behind the gate right now. So just about to get things underway. Going to see who it is with that Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Who's it going to be to cross that line first? But right now, I'm going to take one more look at the top 5 in this one. Ezra Hastings, Joseph Tate, Jack Fowler, Vinny LaHoovie Jr., and Michael Hicks, all trying to get it done right here. These guys know how important each position is, and the gate is down, so who's it going to be? Wow. That one's pretty tight there. Had one guy down, maybe a couple guys down. Look like they're back up under their own power. And it is Hayden Hefner out of Taylorsville, North Carolina on that number 22 KTM with that Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Through the short chute now, is he able to maintain that lead as he makes that tight right-hander and heads back into the 10 Commandments? A lot of action this week in the 10 Commandments. Don't break the commandments because they will break you. They will ruin a finish back there, so be very, very careful. Things get slick, things get tricky, especially in a lot of traffic as we're seeing right now. But your leader trying to make hay while the sun shines back into Storyland. Back into the shadows in the deep dirt. As they emerge in just a moment, they'll come back out into the bright sunshine, into that drier dirt, and right now it's a freight train up there in front of this college 18 to 24 class. Leaders should be coming past the waterworks here in just a second. Yep, that's exactly where they are right now, coming through the waterworks. Looks like we have some action right now. Who is that on that KTM? Coming after your leader right now, trying to make a move to the inside. Hefner still has that lead, but it looks like maybe the number 61 trying to put some pressure on him. Who would that be? It might be the 81 of Joseph Tate's who it is. The 81. Oh, a couple riders down here locked up together. The 55 machine. Who is that? Let's see. The 55, Colin Lund, and a couple other guys locked up and down on the ground. They're able to get up and get rolling again. So those guys able to get back underway on this first lap cleanly. So caution flag down again right here, right in front of us in the Thor sweeper turn. Looks like, again, everybody up and clean. So here we go. Not disappointed. A lot of action already in college 18 to 24. Hayden Hefner with that whole shot, able to maintain the lead throughout the first lap, but Joseph Tate hot on his heels, only one second behind. Ezra Hastings, 0.33 seconds behind him, and Johnny Garcia with a moto win has himself in the 4th position. Current standings, Hefner, Tate, Hastings, Garcia, Vinny LaHoovie Jr. in that top 5. Now look at this. That gives us a real big shakeup in the top 3 as far as overall class results. That puts Joseph Tate up front with a 3.32. Ezra Hastings, a 4.23. Vinny LaHoovie Jr., a 6.45 for your possible 3rd overall. Once again, we go clear down to Johnny Garcia in your 6th place overall before we see somebody with a moto win. Absolutely incredible. Unbelievable. Right now, the man to talk about, Hayden Hefner, under fire from Joseph Tate, trying to get out there and put that number 81 Yamaha ahead of him. Ezra Hastings and Johnny Garcia want to put their names in the mix as well. Here these guys making their way back through the beach. Here come the leaders one more time, and look at this. There's a whole gang of them. All of these guys know how close these points are right now. Only a bit of a buffer, a 1-point buffer between Tate and Hastings, and Vinny LaHoovie Jr. coming down out of the great state of Pennsylvania on that number 43 Suzuki, hanging in there in the, let's see, Vinny's in the 5th place right now, so 6.45 delivers a possible podium overall for him. Leaders back through here, coming down to that final corner, and look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Top 5 guys all on the same straightaway. 6th place now making his way on the straightaways. Joseph Tate making the move now, as well as Hastings. Vinny LaHoovie Jr. into the 3rd spot. Our early leader, Hayden Hefner, from the 1st lap, shoved all the way back into the 4th place. Joseph Tate turning a 2:01.6, a 2:02.4 for Hastings. LaHoovie coming in with a 2:02.7. Just about 1 second between Tate and Hastings. Another 1 second back to LaHoovie. 0.3 of a second to Hefner. Garcia only another half a second back for your top 5. Current running is still keeping these guys with actually their current running position. Tate, Hastings, and LaHoovie 1, 2, 3 on the track, and also 1, 2, 3 in the possible overall. So these guys, wow, fighting it out right now. Going to be a bit of a battle for LaHoovie. Pretty much with 13 points, he's at where he's at. If he picks up a couple more points, even if he takes the win, still in contention for that 3rd place overall. But as we said, very rare. Joseph Tate, Ezra Hastings, Vinny LaHoovie, 1, 2, 3 on the track, 1, 2, 3 in potential overall.
Well, rolling in this morning here, Jason Wygant, I'm in the tower. I was sound asleep. I was getting my beauty rest, and then all of a sudden, about 7 minutes ago, I heard it. I heard Megawatt call him Nate the Thrasher. He did it. He did it. It's catching on. It has caught on. It has stuck. The other announcers have adopted it. I invented it. I'm the first person to ever come up with the idea of calling Nate Thrasher the Thrasher.
It's so unique. That's the great thing about it.
Yep.
It's such a unique nickname.
Look, some people got it, some people don't.
I tried to go with Simply The, but it just didn't work.
Well, if there's one thing
simply the best.
If there's one thing that bums me out about that whole situation, it appears that I was influenced by Jason Wygant.
I know, that's bad. Well, look, probably better you influenced by me than me influenced by you.
Oh, man, you've been influenced by Megawatt over the years. I will guarantee you. Absolutely, at one time or another.
On the good side, yes. But there's probably some bad things.
Don't come to the dark side with Megawatt. I'll promise you that, homie.
Exactly.
You don't want that influence.
There are probably some bad things you can
handle the influence.
Yeah. I know my limits.
All right,
That's
but
good
hey, what a
stuff.
great race, Jason.
Well, remember this class was nuts. The second moto, we had the 2 Suzuki guys crash into each other in Moto 2 and blow their moto scores after great finishes. Second moto winner, Garcia struggled. This is craziness.
I tried to explain to these guys, to the crowd, but my mic wasn't really working that great. We have to go all the way down to Garcia, who's in 8th place after 2 motos, before we see somebody that won a moto.
Nuts.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, and then look at this. Our next moto winner, clear back in 12th place, Rich Taylor.
Yeah, I remember Taylor and Jack Fowler, second in Moto 1, crashed into each other.
Yes.
Fowler got up to 7th, so he's still in contention.
But is that
Taylor
not
and
ridiculous?
Fowler, I mean, the college class, they should be more mature, more consistent. Maybe they just like math.
I don't know.
Really difficult math. So
they're trick specialists.
So Joseph Tate, he's actually going to try to make it look a little simpler than we thought it would be coming into this one with the 3-3-1. That would actually be fairly consistent.
You know, it's a game of consistency. You know, here goes the mega broken record. Survival consistency.
I know.
But holy cow.
Can't say it enough.
What's that?
You can't say it enough.
No, you can't. And it thrills me, the 3-moto format, just everything we do, the qualifiers, the way to get here. Man, we take the guesswork and the chance and the luck out of it. That is the bottom line. And to see these guys running 1, 2, 3 in the moto and possible 1, 2, 3 without a moto win, kudos to those guys, man. To me, these guys are workers. Okay,
yeah,
these guys are workers making it happen.
Yeah, Garcia's up to 4th now, your second moto winner. Could be 6th overall. And Jack Fowler, second in Moto 1, is up to 6th here. trying to figure. Richard Taylor, man, our first Moto winner. Big crash early in Moto 2,
right.
And back in 13th here in Moto 3.
Yeah, he was engulfed off the start.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, he was sworn. He looked like the queen bee in the hive, dude, because I'm here to tell you, they were surrounding him, dude, for
All
sure.
Right, they had him locked up. Prisoner.
Let's see, just about 11 and a half minutes in this one. Just about halfway through, coming up on that 11-minute mark here. So far, 158.8. Ezra Hastings, that fast lap. That was the last lap, as a matter of fact, lap number 4. Able to wait till about mid-moto and pull that fast lap. Curious to see exactly where those lap times are going to go. 158 for Tate, 158 for Hastings, 159 for LaHoovie Jr. So those guys keeping it about as consistent as you can keep. I don't know really if you could get more consistent than that. The gap still a half a second back to the second place, 3 seconds back to LaHoovie, but has remained that way for a couple laps. As Jason Wygant mentioned, Michael Hicks able to move up a bit. Johnny Garcia now having that moto win, working his way into the 5th spot, but you know, when you take a look at a 19, 1, and a 5, that produces a 6, and that's just unbelievable to look at these numbers here in this college 18 to 24 class. Coming up on 10 minutes to go, so just about exactly halfway into this one. And all I can say is at the end of the week at 9 in the morning, I can't believe it's possible for a track to look this good, to see this much action, take this much abuse, and take relatively a creek full of water all week long. This thing has stayed amazing. There's been traction. There's been no standing water. We've been blessed by Mother Nature and the Lord above with no torrential downpours, no rain. We haven't had that blazing 100 degrees, so we haven't had either one of the extremes. We haven't had the dust or the mud to deal with. We've had absolutely fantastic conditions. Once again, here's the broken record. Oh, it's so perfect to the ranch. What doesn't get more perfect, really, as a whole week. Now, we've had days, Jason Wygant, 75 degrees. We've had days that are absolutely perfect. But have we strung together 7 to 8 to 9 days like this? I really don't believe that we have. When we take a look at history, there's always that one pool.
No way.
There's always that one river running through this place at one day throughout the course of the week. And there's that other day where we've got the towels wrapped around our heads, we're beat down, it's 113 degrees in the shade. But this, for a total of 10 days, I can't believe that there's been a more consistent 10 days in the history of the event.
Yeah, I believe the other years where we've had somewhat cool days at times was because we had rain that cooled the place off. But this year we didn't even have that. And in fact, there's probably a half a dozen people that came to this announcer's tower, grabbed one of these microphones, and said, you know, the interesting thing about this race, you can guarantee you're going to have a mud race. Well, I'm calling them out. We did not have one. We did not have a mud race, I don't believe. I mean, we got a couple hours to go here, but I don't believe we're going to get it. It's not going to happen.
Now, let me tell you why Megawald will be in the doghouse when he gets home.
All right.
Well, Hunter's holding down the fort for me at home, watching the dog, Rain. He got rained out 3 days. Can't run the equipment for 3 days. The wife and Hannah are at the beach. 4 days of rain at Myrtle Beach.
And Megan enjoyed
4 days of rain. And I've had perfect conditions here at the ranch.
You came to Hurricane Mills and got perfect weather conditions, which never happens.
And my phone keeps saying, rain yet, rain yet, rain yet on my messages. Like everybody's disappointed I haven't stood in the rain.
We want your summer vacation to be messed up, too. Hey, we're watching, I believe that's the 43 of LaHoovie. He's climbed up to 3rd place now, got himself in position for a moto medal on the Suzuki. Got the Red Bull live drone following him past the billboards. Joseph Tate, he's checked out. He's got a 3-second lead over Hastings. And LaHoovie, that should be good enough for him to lock down a podium overall.
Boy, that guy did some work in the qualifiers. Watched him at High Point and stuff. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Called the motos for him at High Point.
Yeah.
And, you know, nothing standard about this kid. This kid knows how to dig. This kid knows how to bring it at the end of the moto, knows how to work his way through traffic. And pumped to see, you know, with scores of 6-4-3, you know, still in contention for an overall podium here.
So LaHoovie has worked his way up into that spot, going to try to get a moto medal and 3rd overall. Our leader is still Tate.
Garcia picking up another spot there just a moment ago, back in that 5th position, now up into that 4th spot, and was in the, well, that still puts him in the 6th position, and really got a little bit of work to do before he can move up into that top 5. Going to have to find another, looks like what, looks like another 3 points is what he would need to find to get up into that top 5. So just, you know, tough luck right there for Johnny Garcia, having a moto win now up in that 4th position right now, but not a lot he's going to be able to do to advance on that. Looking like just about 6.5 minutes left in this one. 6.5 minutes. Our fast lap so far, a 1:58. And I got to think this morning, Jason, I'm thinking we saw like a 1:52 this morning, and I'm believing that might have been 1:25 BC, to be honest with you. Man, that was a race. Holy cow. Let's see here. Just about 6 minutes. And a little change left in this one. College 18-24, delivering as we knew it would as far as excitement is concerned. Coming up next, we're going to have our Super Mini 2, 13-16, with Nate the Thrasher and Maximus Volan, Talon Hawkins, Caden Emerline, Matt LeBlanc, all in your top 5, going to be fighting it out in that next moto. But right now, it's all about Joseph the Tate out front and leading this one on that number 81 Yamaha. Ezra Hastings in that number 2 position still, and Vinny Lahubi still running in that number 3 spot.
We keep this tower clean by just throwing everything on the floor instead of into this trash can. So we haven't had to have a lot of trash service. That's my technique.
But you've noticed my technique.
Even my my stuff gets cleaned up by you.
You came in looking for a shirt. Do I have a shirt here somewhere? I said, yeah, you got 3 of them folded and stacked, waiting on you.
Yeah,
Mr.
dry
Wygant.
cleaned. Unbelievable. Yeah, you're like my butler or something.
You know, the biggest bummer in GNCC for Mr. Carter was losing me as a roommate. And I'm not going to tell you what he called me, but it started with a B, but it was the camper B. Because every time he'd walk in, man, that thing was picked up, spick and span. Yeah, so.
OCD just like the rest of you guys.
No doubt.
Let me guess, your garage, if somebody, you could smell it if somebody moved a wrench.
Don't touch my wrenches. All right. That ain't even funny, Jay. I mean, you know, here we are having a good time in the booth,
gave me a death stare.
And you go talk about moving my tools. You know,
death stare
that's a buzzkill.
Over the idea that someone might someday just so mad.
Looking forward, though, in a couple months, getting 3 stalls finished up. But looking forward to you coming down next time you're up at the office. Looking forward to you coming and seeing and checking it out.
Okay,
absolutely,
so the
for
Megaseum?
Sure. The Megaseum.
The Megaseum. The Megaseum. Time's got to be running out on this one. I'm going to head down to the podium.
Yep.
4 minutes to go, so probably 2 laps going to be coming out soon. And looks like Joseph Tate is headed toward a championship and a moto win.
Absolutely. And again, these guys still running 1, 2, 3 on the track, 1, 2, 3 in the overall. Tate, Hastings, and Lahuvi. And with just about 3.5 minutes to go, this one winding down quickly. Looks like the 2-lap board is out. I see the board down. It looks like he's holding it out there. Have to keep an eye for that white flag next time Tate comes around. As we said, coming up next, our Super Mini 2, 13-16. That one fully stacked, not going to disappoint. You can count on that. And once again, trying to see if that 2 card is being held out. Looks like our scorer has the card up. Is it being held out? Not really sure. Just about 3 minutes left. I'm going to guess maybe another lap and a half. So about 8 laps in right now for everybody. Tate, Hastings, Lahuvi, Garcia, Fowler now into that number 5 position. Hunter Schlosser working himself into the number 6 spot. Trey Fierro in the number 7 position. Michael Hicks rides in 8th. Blake Taylor in the 9th position with Reese Campbell rounding out our top 10. Fast lap so far, 158.008. That was on lap number 6, but I got to tell you, a couple laps ago, and Joseph Tate turns down a 158.008. Lap number 8, he turns down a 158.9, so very, very, very consistent for your front runners. A 201 for Hastings. Lahuvi about a second quicker, a second and a half quicker than Hastings, so might be able to try to make a late race pass here. Lahuvi going for some silver possibly. White flag is out now. White flag is out on this one. So final lap. Joseph Tate now, as you can see, first one through scoring. Waiting on Hastings to come through. how consistent these guys have been all day. Extremely consistent. LaHoovie that time turning a 2:02.4, so him and Garcia basically turning the fast laps. Jack Fowler coming through with a 2:02.9, so third, fourth, and fifth place really pushing each other. That gap, though, just a bit much, you know, looking just about 8 seconds back to Garcia, so going to be a bit much for him to overcome. LaHoovie, though, trying to make work out of Hastings. Got limited time to make that happen. Our leader right now, the 81 machine, just coming out of the 10 Commandments, working his way back into Storyland, trying to keep this thing on two wheels, wants to make no mistakes. Joseph Tate having about a 9-second gap over Hastings. Hastings just about 1.5 seconds back to LaHoovie last time around, but looking for those guys in second and third place. Where are they at? Not even in the same camera frame as Tate. So Tate, right now, as he comes around the tree back there in the back, headed for the beach for the final time here on that number 81 Yamaha. Joseph Tate wheeling it through the sand rollers back there. Looking for second, third. Now there comes, it looks like Hastings and LaHoovie just a little farther back on the beach. Going to be dead on time on this one. Holy cow, that checkered flag is going to fall right when the clock hits 0, it looks like. Once again, JC Jeff Canfield keeping everybody on point all the time. Ruling with an iron fist out there on that deck. Checkered flag flies from the number 81, Joseph Tate. What a great ride for that guy. Second and third place working their way through here right now. Ezra Hastings, Vinny LaHoovie. Congratulations to both of those guys. So our finishing order for the moto, Tate, Hastings, and LaHoovie Jr. That's our finishing order for the overall in our 18 to 24 college classes. Joseph Tate, 3.31. Ezra Hastings, 4.22. Vinny LaHoovie Jr., 6.43. So congratulations to those guys. Amazing ride, amazing effort. And we knew that college 18 to 24 would disappoint. Johnny Garcia working his way back up into fourth place in this final moto. Johnny going 19-1-4. So some bad luck in that first moto, but an outstanding effort for him as well. Just a few moments, going to hear from our winners. Jason Wygant, as you heard, in the house now, taking over some of the podiums for Rodney. Going to give him a slight break here for just a moment. But right now, the man of the hour, Joseph Tate, going to make his way down there with the Weege. All right, getting things squared away down there in that cool-down zone.
You betcha. They're cooling off. It's still rough and tough out there. Wow, you guys are so helpful. Our crew down here in the impound cool-down area. We get everybody looking good. Championship motorcycles up there. I'm going to bring our third place finisher up. That's goal number 1. Then we will bring our second place finisher up, and then we will talk to our champion. I know they're cooling off down there, but their week is presumably over. I don't know if these guys are in any other classes. I want LaHoovie, if we can get Vinny LaHoovie on up here at the 43. And we will give him the bronze. Way to go, Hayden! And first, we're going to give out a Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award to Hayden Hefner. Well, how'd you pull that start?
I just held her wide open.
All right. Easy advice. Who do you want to thank, Hayden?
Man, my dad, my grandparents, my dad's girlfriend, just my family pretty much, really ain't graphics. Adams Performance for building me a motor, Pro Action suspension. And that's pretty much it.
All right, let's hear it for Hayden Hefner. Okay, we're looking for Vincent Luhovi, who's our third place finisher. Part of the RM Army. Good charge, gets himself a moto medal. I believe this will also be third overall in the class for the week. Let's hear it for Vincent Luhovi. How'd that moto go? You got some dirt on you, that's for sure. You had to pass some guys.
Yeah, all week my starts were just terrible. I'd come from like 20-some, and I'd fight my way all the way up to the last lap. And I'd get there, and I'd be just shy of the podium. This is my 9th year here, and I've been so close so many years, and it feels so good to get up here.
That's awesome. So it's your first moto medal.
Yes.
Can't take that away from you forever. Now, who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank God for keeping me safe, my whole family, Department of Power for building me a great engine, PR2 suspension, True MX gear and goggles. Anyone else I forgot, thank you very much.
There it is, Vincent Luhovi Jr. Congratulations on the moto medal. I'm going to bring our second place finisher on up now and give him the silver. Put that one on, there you go. Let's hear it for our runner-up, Ezra Hastings. How'd that moto go for you, Ezra?
It went good, and then what's the kid who won his name? What's his name?
Joseph.
Me and Tate were going at it, and then I just made a few mistakes, and he got me, and then just stayed the same pace the whole way. Just gave it everything I had. And
you got a silver. That's still something to brag about when you go home. Who do you want to thank?
My dad, my brother back home for everything he does. Hoosier Tires for hooking up really good out there at Fly. FMF Joel, 100%. Malcolm for coming out here and watching me. My girlfriend and brother and my mom for coming out. Real Ink Graphics, Mathis Motomart, and Scott Plessinger, everybody else, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Ezra Hastings. Good job, Ezra. And now we're going to crown our champion, and he does it the right way with a gold medal in the final moto. Let's bring him up to the stage. Let's hear it for your national champion in the college boy division, Joseph Tate. This is the big one right here. Take some photos, hold your gold. There it is. You were solid all week sitting on a pair of thirds, but does it feel really good to go out and also stamp it with a moto win?
Yeah, I got off to a great start, and I saw Ezra go by, and I knew it was between me and him for the win, and I didn't want to let it go too easy, so we fought hard, me and him, for at least 4 or 5 laps, and I started to get a gap going, and I just tried to hit my marks and came out on top. It's a great feeling.
Absolutely. Who do you want to thank for it, Joseph?
I want to thank my uncle and my dad, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here this year. Everybody is south of the border, Mike Burkeen, Matt Burkeen, Chad G, Ryan Schaefer, Freddie Norn. They always make me feel like I'm at home when I'm there training. And Dusty at Real Ink for making my bike look so good. Dunlop, Heating Cooling, Milford Riders Club, Capello Racing, GYTR, Yamaha Crew, FC Mike at Factory Connection. Anybody else I forgot? I'm so tired right now, but it was well worth the fight.
Absolutely. I'm going to bring Mr. Ricky Records from the AMA on up to the stage to hand out the #1 plate and crown this man champion, Joseph Tate. A good duel in the final moto. Whoop. A good duel in the final moto. You can stay up here. Let's the whole crew of Joseph, his crew, his family. You can come up photos together on the podium. If somebody wants to grab the bottle of champagne, I think your hands are full. And you guys have at it as long as you want to celebrate up here. And we're going to send it back to the tower for Super Mini. Who wants it? Here we go. Thanks, folks.
Well, congratulations as we crown another champion here at Loretta Lynns, and we set the stage for the crowning of yet another in our Super Mini 2 13 to 16-year-old class. This is race 19 on the docket. And also, don't forget this morning, folks, I think at 11 o'clock we've got WMX practice coming up.
Yeah.
We've got Moto 1 for those WMX stars at 1:30, and then again at 3:30 here this afternoon. So all built in the schedules. We welcome the stars of WMX out today, and they were up last night for an autograph signing. We really appreciate them being on hand a little early. I've seen several of those faces running around, and they're all excited and ready to jump right back into this Loretta Lynn race course. And as we take a look at the Super Mini 2 13 to 16-year-old class coming up next on the race docket for Saturday, this would be our class running starting at 9:30. So we are approaching 9:30 this morning and the drop of this gate. 9:30 right now. Nate Thrasher, the 48, going 1-1 coming into this one. Max Volan, a 2-2. As he said second, a 4-4 yields third place overall for Talon Hawkins. Caden Amorine, a 3 and a 7 for fourth. Matt LeBlanc, a 6 and a 5 to round out your top 5 heading into the final stages of this. Sixth place right now is Jeremy Ryan with a 5 and a 6 moto score. Seventh place, Joshua Varize, the 63 with a 9 and 3. Jaden Clough, 7 and 10 for 8th. Crockett Myers, an 11-8 for 9. And Larry Reyes, a 10 and 9 for 10th place. So that's your top 10 heading into this final moto of Schoolboy 2 or Super Mini 2 13 to 16-year-old racing. I don't know why I get Super Mini and Schoolboy classes mixed up. I was calling the Schoolboy Super Minis yesterday, but
easy to do.
I tell you, these are my favorite classes. So I don't know, something about the 65s, these 85s, and especially when we get in Super Minis and into the Schoolboy classes. That's just wow.
I love it, man. And you know what? Every class is exciting. Every class is, the best of the best here at Loretta's. But it's something about those transition classes, 65, the 11-year-olds getting ready to go to 85s, and then the Super Mini guys getting ready to go to big bikes. Something about that transition class thing that really does it for me. And I think, again, a lot of that comes from the intensity of those youth classes because of the consistency of those young riders. And right now, the training programs of your top 10, very similar in all of these classes. So it's a matter of will, it's a matter of heart, it's a matter of zero mistakes, and all of those things that add up to the fine finishes down here.
The level at which you have to perform to win a national championship rises every year. And it comes because these young men have such heart and desire and determination to become the best.
That kind of commitment right there makes me want to go grab a donut and a chocolate milk.
I give up right now.
That's how I feel about it, yeah.
Hey, Maximus Volan from Granite Bay, California, the number 11 ride, grabbing the whole shot on this one. He went 2-2, and this may set him up for a pretty good run for the national championship title. As we check the monitor, we see that he has got 41 other riders right there on his rear wheel, one of those being is at the 58 machine of Hunter Yoda right behind him. He comes into this one with an 8:16. He's opening up with a strong start here as well.
All right, what did we say Max finished in the first moto?
He took second in both Moto 1 and 2.
Yeah, thought he was up there consistent in like the second place or so. Right here is exactly what Max Volan needs. He needs consistent laps. He needs a good, clean track ahead of him. He needed this good start, and he has it, but look at the pressure coming.
Yeah, and he needs to stay in front of that guy right there by a couple positions. And Nate, the Thrasher, I think we just need to put his middle name should be just the. Nate the Thrasher. No sense in putting in extra words. Nate the Thrasher is out front now as he goes and looks for a 1-1-1, but can he maintain it? Max Volan wants it back. He's not relinquishing it so easy. Over the Rocky Mountain we roll. Still nose to tail as these riders roll through. And again, even if Max does beat Nate Thrasher, he's going to have to hope for Thrasher to lose a couple more spots in order for him to take that national championship. So we'll just wait and watch and see how this unfolds over the course of the next 20 minutes. That beautiful Red Bull drone footage coming at us. Nate the Thrasher out front. Max Volan in second. We'll see that number 3 spot. We'll be looking for Talon Hawkins, who was so very consistent running 4th place finishes, and I know that he's probably hoping for better things as well. There's LeBlanc. That's a 29 machine. Great
good.
start. I have to think that this may be the best start that we saw. Hey, how you doing, Matt LeBlanc? Getting off to this year.
The answer was not so good after those starts. You know, but hey, you looking right now, hey, third place. So
Third place.
things looking up for Matt.
Looking up for Matt. That's it. Keep on looking up, Matt, and we'll check in behind you right now for you. You don't have to look back. It's Hunter Yoder aboard the 58, the 20 of Jeremy Ryan in 5th. Crockett Myers now, the 72 is 6th. Evan Ferry, the 75 in 7th. Caden Amberine is 8th. Joshua Varese is 9th, and Brock Walker rounds out your top 10.
You know, you're looking for Talon Hawkins just a moment ago, and hey, not so good for Talon either. 19th place after that first lap, so not exactly the start he was looking for or needing here in Moto number 3.
Not at all. You know, I'm taking a look also back in 20th place, Diesel Gertz. A little interesting story about Diesel. Got acquainted with Diesel at the regional qualifier at Sunday Creek Raceway in Millfield, Ohio, and got to talk to this kid out of Alaska. And got to talking to him a little further. You know, you think, wow, man, racing up in Alaska's got to be tough. Well, here's the thing. There's no roads in, there's no roads out of where Diesel Gertz lives.
Oh, is that right?
Everywhere he goes, he has to jump on a plane and fly out of the main city. They got like a little island where they live, so up in Alaska. So when they get there, they either got to take a boat or fly there. So the racing opportunities aren't so good for Diesel, but he really proved as a young man to be very fast up in Alaska. So they started flying down into Washington and down into California and different things like that to start hitting some of the West Coast races and see how things went. Well, he seemed to fare very well there. So Mom and Dad decided we're going to pull out all the stops. Mom and Diesel moved to Georgia to go to the Millsaps training facility, and there is where they reside now. And Diesel is trying to turn his life, his moto life around after growing up in Alaska like that. Like I said, no roads in, no roads out. Where do you practice? Where do you get a motorcycle even, man? It's crazy.
Yeah, you know, everything comes in on a boat, and can you imagine? And of course, you just said the key. They made that move. You know, but can you imagine the planning, Rodney, just for your qualifiers, just for Mammoth Mountain, just for, you know, the things you need to do to be competitive, and how do you plan that from the island?
Well,
you know, holy cow, bless their hearts.
Yeah, I think
extra struggle.
I think it was $500. I think she said if they wanted to go to Anchorage, the next biggest city,
right?
It was a $500 trip per person
just to get there,
just to go to the city.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you know, when you add that to everything else, all the scheduling, all the expense, everything it takes, when you add that extra bit of time and effort that it takes from there, man, that really slows the program down a bit.
It most certainly does, but way to go, Diesel. Currently running in 20th place position overall. Gertz, the Alaskan, is looking at 15th with a 17-18-20 at this point. Back up to the front of the pack now as we check in with our leaders. Nate the Thrasher out front still. A 1:11 score is what he's looking at. A 1:57.5 lap time is what he's running.
Yeah.
And a 5-second lead after 2 laps of racing already over Max Volan, who grabbed the hole shot in this one.
You know, Rodney, that's great. When you talk about that 1:57, you look at Max, 2:0 flat. So basically exactly 2.5 seconds. Well, 2.5 plus 2.5 equals 5.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the gap. Okay, it's mathematically working out as it is on the track.
Well, watching the times too, Matt LeBlanc just a little bit faster than Volan last time around. They were 1.8 seconds apart, but as they roll here to the finish line at the end of lap 3, Volan a little bit more fuller of a rear view mirror of the 29 of LeBlanc, as it still says only 1.4 seconds, but 1:57.8. He's turned almost another half second faster, so that's another half second chipped off. This is going to tighten up, and this is going to be one race that we're going to want to watch as they make their way from around behind the billboards. LeBlanc is closing in hard as we head around the Yamaha mechanics area. A little loose on the rear end there for the 29 in LeBlanc. He may have lost a little bit of momentum.
But that's effort. That kid never shut off. It might have been a mistake, but it was with the best of intentions that he throttled through there. And LeBlanc, this is redemption for him. We're used to seeing him on the podium. We're used to seeing him win championships. This guy is a podium contender, knows he can run up front, needs to be up front. So after a 6 and a 5, man, you know that he wants to bring it.
6 and a 5, like you said, a third would yield third place overall. Even at this point, if LeBlanc was to get around Volan would still have the overall second place position. But we go for that pride factor. We go for that explanation point at the end of the championship season. That's what Matthew LeBlanc is riding for right now.
And like we said, you know, on the ride home, what I'll be saying is, man, oh man, LeBlanc was bringing it in that last. Got that third. I'm not going to say one word about that 6. That's not going to enter my mind because his last ride is what I'm going to be thinking of.
Exactly. And another rider that seems to be faring a lot stronger here in his third moto, Crockett Myers, looking at an 11th place finish in Moto 1. Consistent from Moto 2 to Moto 3 with an 8 and a 7 right now. So Crockett Myers is looking at 8th over place. He's another rider we're watching grow in this Super Mini 13 to 16-year-old class like LeBlanc, and he seems to be getting his race legs in this class pretty strong as well.
Yeah, it doesn't happen really often, but it's neat to take a look. It actually happened in the last moto, but your running order on the track actually matching your overall running order. So it doesn't happen a lot, but interesting to see that, and that tells a lot.
158.7 that time around for Max Vohland. Nate Thrasher, wow. Whoa. I was looking away. That changed, and we've got it now. Last time I was watching, we were watching LeBlanc all over the rear wheels of Vohland. Now he has got Nate Thrasher right behind him. Thrasher had to have gone down just right here at the finish line region or something, because when they came around a moment ago, I thought Thrasher was still out front. But regardless, the race is on. Vohland turning a 158. Thrasher's lap time dropping from 157s to a 205. So big problems for him there. And now into this Ten Commandments section. He is trying to play catch-up. But again, doing the math, if Nate the Thrasher is thinking about it, he says, oh, okay, I've still got this championship. But remember, he is the Thrasher.
For a reason.
Yeah, he doesn't want to come in second place. He wants to finish this season out with a 1-1-1 here at the Dude Ranch.
But, Rodney, I'm baffled. LeBlanc and Vohland came out of that billboard turn. Where did Thrasher slide in between? Where did he thread the needle? Where did he pick himself up or run off the track or what? I'm just baffled by how that happened.
I know. We'll try to get some intel on that, but right now we just know that Nate Thrasher is just trying to recoup from whatever it was that took place.
Yeah, I didn't think a bike would fit in between LeBlanc and Vohland there for a moment, and all of a sudden there it is.
It is, and these two are pulling out ahead of LeBlanc, Jeremy Ryan, Hunter Yoder in the number 5 spot, Caden Amrine 6th, Crockett Myers 7th, Wyatt Liebeck 8th, Brock Walker 9th, Larry Reyes. Yeah, Jason, I mean, we were watching. I was watching a battle with him and LeBlanc, and the next thing I know, I'm looking down at the screen. I look back up, and there's the 48 machine.
You know, we both looked at the screen twice because we didn't realize it was a flip-flop.
And we got a pass being made, so the Thrasher back out front right at the finish line. He made that pass. 0.3 of a second is what it's saying on the clock. Look at this, Max Vohland. He's trying to show he wants back into that number 1 spot. He's not relinquishing easily. You know, he's saying, I might have gotten seconds across the board right now, but I'm thinking I'm better than this.
I tell you, man, Vohland looks like he got a little extra juice in this moto than I've seen earlier in the week. Always rides great, always a contender, but something about Vohland this morning looking like he's got a little extra juice.
LeBlanc still back in the number 3 spot as he holds steady at 5.5 seconds back, and I'm sure watching the amazing battle transpose ahead of him right now. Thrasher finally able to get back around Vohland after a lap of intensity there out of the Ten Commandments section, heading back towards Storyland. Vohland, who had been putting the pressure on, it looks like the gap is starting to widen a little bit, and now a little more breathing room for the Thrasher.
Yeah, you see the Weege picking up his mic right now. He's not going to let the Thrasher's moto go by without some color commentary himself.
Well, what I saw was the lap times, Thrasher and Vohland now running 157, 158, but Thrasher ran a 205.
Yeah, that was...
So we know he either crashed or made a mistake, stalled the motorcycle, and that's a tail of a tape right there.
Yeah.
Maybe if the guys in the trailer could find something for us, but like I said, when he come across here, he was in lead. We look at Vohland and LeBlanc, and next thing you know, he split the difference. And that 205, you're talking about 7 seconds, 8 seconds.
Well, I look to see our time remaining. I see that, like us sometimes, it's stuck at 13:31. 5 laps into this. I'd say we're about the halfway point, maybe just past, as about 2 minutes a lap. That should put us at 10 minutes in. So right around that 10-minute mark we are. The Thrasher, Vohland, wrapping up another lap of racing here.
Yeah, a little disconcerting there. I'd like to know exactly where we are in that time,
yeah.
to be honest with you. 13:31 for the last 2 laps here.
For somebody, that could be a saving grace. For others, it's going to be murder.
Right.
LeBlanc checks in in the number 3 spot. Now, he seems to have found his comfort zone. He realizes, hey, I'm okay with 3rd right now. This is a good mission statement. He's made, I think, plenty of noise as far as that is concerned. Caden Amrine now 12.7 seconds back in 4th. Hunter Yoder another 3 seconds or so back in 5th. Crockett Myers up to 6th now as he's working his way up through the pack on board the 72 machine. Picking the action back up front through the 10 Commandments. There goes your leaders. Again, the Thrasher and Mr. Max Vola.
Yeah, Talon Hawkins able to...
Actually, that's just your leader, Thrasher. He's already stretched out over Volan.
Right. Yeah, we take a look back at Talon Hawkins there. We were talking about him earlier. Talon coming into this one with a 4.4, and at one point we saw him in about 21st position, able to work himself up into about the 13th spot. So still plenty of time for him to get inside that top 10 and improve his overall position a couple more spots.
4.4.13 certainly makes things look a little better for the overall. That sets him in a 7th place overall position. Looking at the times here, though, making a pass or 2 could put him into a top 5 rather easily. So watching this moto wear on, I think that Hawkins has an opportunity to get a top 5 overall, which would be some pretty good bragging rights as far as I'm concerned, especially coming back from the adversities of Moto 3 here.
Yeah, he's worked for it. There's no question. And just a real bummer here in that third moto to get that kind of start. So Talon on the move, got a good consistent lap time, and like you said, only going to take a couple spots to make a big difference.
Well, we expect a 2 card out here in the next lap or 2. As we do the math, 7, that's 14 minutes. So we're about 14, call it 15 minutes into this moto. So about 5 or so minutes of racing left to go. Volan now easing off into his pace at a 2:01.6, the gap 4.6 seconds. You can't take anything away from the effort that young man put forth here today against the Thrasher, because he certainly brought out all the stops, and, well, he realizes, too, what he needs to go home and work on. And I have to think by the time we reach Minneo's, when we go down to Gatorback Cycle Park here for Thanksgiving, the traditional Thanksgiving week, Max Volan and Nate Thrasher, Max is going to come with a whole new hand.
Yeah, and you know, that's one of the things, you know, you and I mentioned this is one of our favorite classes, you know, and that type of thing, and these transition classes, and that's why these guys can make those adjustments. These guys can make that happen. These guys go back to the drawing board, put in that effort with this youth that they have on their side. That's just what makes it so much fun to watch. So here we are with Thrasher in that 1.11, Max Volan at 2.22, LeBlanc 6.53. You know, that's the fruits of their labor. That's the result of all that effort they put on all year long. And not that everybody else didn't put in the same amount of effort, but these guys, you know, you have to do good practice. You have to do good training. Going out and just making the same mistakes over and over again, or riding the same laps over and over again, doesn't do anything. You have to do good laps. You have to do good training. And I think the preparation of 100% is where it's at for this event. It's who did the best prep, who did the best training, who had the best program coming in. Not always is that guy going to win, but I can tell you those folks that have those programs, they're always going to be in the hunt. They're always going to be up front. They're always going to be part of the game. And when you take a look at these programs, the programs are very similar, and there's very good choices all over the place. No matter where you live, there's a training facility that you can get to within a reasonable amount of time and provide, you know, the best for your rider. All right, still looking for that 2 card. I haven't seen it yet, so should be seeing it here any minute. Let's see, 8 laps.
Yeah, it's out right now, Megawatt.
Awesome. Thank you, Rodney. 2-lap card is out, so next time around for the Thrasher, we're going to pick up that white flag. 1 lap to go in this Super Mini 2 as soon as our leader does come around. There he is right now. Working his way back into the far reaches. Looks like Max Volan now coming out of the 10 Commandments. And, of course, that's going to be LeBlanc right there, I believe, on his Yamaha. There he comes. Yep, Matt LeBlanc exiting the Ten Commandments now going back into Storyland. Should be seeing the Thrasher any moment working out of the waterworks. There he comes across the beach right now. Up and over the Rocky Mountain. Going to be taking that white flag as he works his way back around. So going to be 1 to go as soon as we see our leader. There comes Nate now around Lake Polysport. Still got that number 48 machine pinned out there. Not letting up in the name of a title. Going to keep this thing pinned to the end. And there he comes right now, number 48 machine. Taking that white flag. So 1 to go here for the Thrasher, and going to put an exclamation point on this one if he can keep it on 2 wheels. Just about 7 seconds to gap that time between Volan and Thrasher. Back to LeBlanc here, just a couple more seconds. Should be making his way across. There he comes right now. So Matt LeBlanc sitting in that number 3 spot, and he too needs to keep it on 2 wheels. Going to finish the week in this Super Mini 2 class with a 3rd place overall, 3rd place in the moto if he can just maintain 1 more lap. Coming up next, going to have our 250C Junior. That's a 12 to 17 limited class, 250C Junior. They're in the starting gate right now, and in the staging area, going to have our 85cc 9 to 12. So another exciting group of classes coming up, 250C Junior and our 85cc 9 to 12 coming up following them. White flag continues to fly for the rest of the pack now, but waiting on the Thrasher. 1 more time coming out of the waterworks back there, up and over that tabletop for the last time, coming into view over there on the sandy beaches of Loretta's. Whoa. Putting that number 48 machine deep in the rut, up and over the Rocky Mountain, and Thrasher back into the infield here, coming around Lake Polysport for the final time. Getting ready to send it home into that final left-hander. Working his way into the checkered flag right now, Nate Thrasher on that number 48 KTM. A big round of applause from everybody on the fence. Going 1-1-1 this weekend. So Nate Thrasher putting an exclamation point on the Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. Great job by the Thrasher. 1-1-1. Max Volan bringing it home in that 2nd position, going to cap his week off with a 2-2-2. Looks like that number 29 of Matt LeBlanc working his way around right now. Going to find the finish line here in just a second, and going to be able to cap things off with a 6.53. So Matt LeBlanc going 6.53 for that 3rd overall. Give our riders just a second. We're going to throw it down to the Race Tech podium with Rodney, and we're going to find out exactly what it took for the Thrasher to get it done.
All righty, thanks a lot, Megawatt. Right now we're waiting on our 3rd place finisher here in the moto. Matt LeBlanc will be bringing him up to the podium here first and talking with him as we begin the celebration. So Matt LeBlanc, 3rd place, I believe. Is he still 3rd? He got 3rd, right? I believe so. I think that's what I heard him say. All right, so we got a bronze medal up here. And we got some pretty, I'm sure, exhausted young men that really put forth a lot of effort here on the hottest day so far of this national championship finale. And let's put our hands together for this guy right here, 3rd place for Matt LeBlanc. Matt, it's been a while since I said this, but hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good right now.
You certainly are, man. What a way to turn things around for you, a 5 and a 6, turn it around for a 3rd. Not only that, you get 3rd place overall. So that ride right there really pushed you to new limits, man.
Yeah, on that moto, I finally got a decent start, and then after that, just tried to stay with the leaders as long as I could, and knew I had 3rd, and there was no one really near me, so I took a little break and came across the finish line in 3rd.
Good job, buddy. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Lord Jesus Christ, my mom, my dad, the whole Star Racing Yamaha group, Thor, 100%, Alpine Stars, MTF, and anyone's forgot, thanks.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Matt LeBlanc taking home the bronze, third place today, and third place overall for the 2018 Super Mini 2 National Championship fight. Up next is going to be our second place position, silver medalist. He takes second in the championship, and he got the whole shot today. How about it for Maximus Voland? Max, let's get this big old check right here. This is always the fun one to take to the bank. The cashier always looks at you a little funny, but that's all right. Good start for you, man. Good ride. Let's talk about that.
Dunlop tires got off to a good start, got the whole shot, and that's what I need to do for this moto, but I just couldn't make it happen. Nate's riding really good, but we'll be here next year to win this class, and I'd just love to thank KTM Orange Brigade, Red Bull, Troy Design, Scott Goggles, FMF, Achirby's, Dunlop, Nilo Concepts, my dad, my grandpa, my mechanic Brent, Marty McGovern, Pronto Real Estate, and John Moore. Everyone else, thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Second place, silver, and second overall, Max Voland. And your Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award winner. And coming to the podium next, he goes 1-1-1 to capture the 2018 National Championship. Put your hands together for Nate Thrasher. Nate, I tell you, you're so fast, and Jason Wygant was calling you Nate the Thrasher. We've just shortened it to just simply Nate the Thrasher because, man, that's how fast you are. We got to keep talking. We got to keep up with you out there on the racetrack. Exceptional moto out there, man. We saw one little miscue. We saw you fall back to second for just a little bit, but quickly back to the front of the pack in that third moto. Perfect race this weekend.
Yeah, I made the pass quick for the lead. Max was riding good all week, and I went down, hit a tough block, went down, just tried to remount quick, and I really wanted to go 1-1-1, so I put the hammer back down and got around him and just tried to ride consistent. The lappers were really bad out there that moto, so just tried to ride it consistent and just do myself and not focus on anybody else.
Well, you did just exactly that, my friend, and with that, what's next for you? I mean, we're going to see you around in this class for a while still?
No, I'll be moving up to 125 after this.
Awesome, dude. That was a great show there and a great way to see it. So when we go Mini-O's, a whole new look for you, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, good luck to you, buddy. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Monster Energy Team, Orange Brigade, KTM, my whole family for coming out, Matt, my mechanic, Christy, Nate Ramsey, Hope, just everybody, thank you. FMF, Seven, Alpine Star, Benny, Kyle, another Kyle. We got a lot of Kyles, and just thank you, everybody.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, Nate Thrasher. He will also receive the Golden Bell Helmet Award there as he is a Bell Helmets champion. And, of course, with the #1 Golden Helmet, that is certainly some honorable things to achieve, but the one thing that he came out here for, my friends, is what comes next from the American Motorcyclists Association and Ricky Rickards as he makes his way to the podium here, and he presents Nate Thrasher with his national #1 plate, and I present to you your 2018 Super Mini 2 National Champion, Nate Thrasher. All righty, Nate, we'll get some champagne here in just a few moments. Let's head back up top and set the stage for our next moto.
All right, thanks, Rodney. We got the 250C Junior class coming up next. You see Nate Thrasher celebrating up on the podium. Coming into this one, Luke Phineas has the overall in hand with 1-1 moto scores. David Dabin, a 2-2. Mikhail Savard, a 3-5. Tristan Moffitt, 7-4. Seth Crotty is a 6-8, 5th overall. Garrett Simpson, a 10-6 for 6th overall. Logan Schaefer, a 5-11. Just for some reason, vintage stuff just keeps flowing out of the veins of Megawatt. Okay, he says that's like a straight up, this is like a 1980 jersey. What? 1970. No, right, look at that. 1974. I honestly didn't know they made jerseys so light and comfortable back then in the 70s. I thought they were like burlap. Oh, we got some swag for you. We got some swag for you. As we mentioned, Garrett Simpson, 6th overall coming into this 250C junior battle. Logan Schaefer, 7th overall. DJ Weber, 8th overall. Mark Wilson, 4 and 15 moto scores, 9th overall. And Alex Weinheimer, that is top 10 overall. So Phineas has to finish within a position of David Dabin, and the title is his. Well, he's got a 2-point lead. If he finishes within one position of him, he's okay. He can't let anyone shove between he and Dabin. If Dabin wins, or he's got problems. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the 1-2, 2-1. It's a 1-1 versus a 2-2. So he's got a tiny bit of a gap to work with.
All right, out on the sight lap right now. Going to get one last look here before we get this moto underway. Going to get one last look at any of the changes taking place on that track. And as we'd said, Luke Phineas, David Dabin, can't let anything happen. Can't let anybody get in between those two right there. Dabin has to get out front and try to make something happen, but got to get somebody in between them. Hopefully run a little interference there, but Luke Phineas on point with that 1-1. And Michael Savard, that guy impressed me this week. Had to fight his way through the pack a couple times. Made some really good unique line choices and put his head down. And one thing about Savard I noticed, really brought his lap times through the entire race. At the end of the race, his lap times were actually getting a little quicker with the last few laps. And Tristan Moffitt has a little bit of work to do with a 7-4 and 11 points currently in that 4th position. So once again, I want to say thanks to my guys from Midwest Vintage Motocross. Man, those guys unbelievable, just hooking me up with some vintage swag here. They've got some stuff they sent up. So Davey Coombs, find your way to the tower. Got something really cool for you up here, some LOP swag. But right now, I want to mention the track conditions one more time. When we take a look out there on this sighting lap, they put just a little bit of water down in a few spots there. Got a little bit of shiny on the surface in a few places. But again, the start so consistent. No deep spots, no soft spots out there. Everybody having the same exact traction all the way across that gate. So when we take a look right now, we're going to see some of the prime conditions that we may see the rest of the day. It's going to get a little bit hotter. And like I said, just see a little bit of shiny in a few spots right there. Maybe even by the time this sighting lap's over, that's going to soak in just enough. The traction one more time this week is going to be at 100%. Following our 250C junior race here, we're going to have our 85cc 9 to 12. Wow, another great class right there. Ryder DiFrancesco, Daxton Bennett, Chance Hymas, Casey Cochran, Ryder McNabb, Nicholas Romano. So all kinds of major players in our 85 9 to 12 as well. Sighting lap getting wrapped up here. Riders making their way back down to the gate. Ready to get this 250C junior. Now, these are 12 to 17-year-old riders on these 250s, so 250C junior limited. Our younger riders, as we say, going to make the transition soon. So, whoa, rider down on the sight lap. Holy cow, got a little bit sideways there. As we mentioned, a bit slick out there, a bit shiny out there. So that is the number 44 machine. Let's see here. Let's see, the number 44 ride. A little bad luck out there, so get himself picked back up, get himself over into the starting gate, forget about that, and focus on race number 3 here in our 250C Junior Limited. Going to get just about mid-80s today, not feeling near as humid as we've had in the past. Mentioned that several times, and what that does for these riders, of course, going to help keep that under helmet temperature down just a bit, going to help keep that heart rate under control. And late in the moto, we're just seeing a lot more consistency all week long. These guys just seem like they're having a little more stamina, and it's amazing what 5 to 10 degrees and a few degrees of humidity will do. So ideal racing conditions all the way through this week. Going to be blessed that way all the way through the end of the day, it looks like, when we take a look at the skies out there. Very, very little cloud coverage and a bit of a breeze. Notice some of these flags out there waving, so going to keep everybody a bit cooler throughout the rest of our final day of racing here at the ranch on Saturday afternoon. All right, looks like everybody in the gate now. Looks like all the extracurricular activity just about coming to a halt down there. Don't see any more of the pit boards doing any fanning. Looks like the mechanics seem to be just about ready to move out of the way. 250C Junior Limited next on the docket. Of course, we mentioned that 85 9 to 12 class coming up, and then immediately following it at 11 o'clock, going to have our WMX practice. If you guys haven't had an opportunity to watch our WMX ladies, absolutely phenomenal athletes. Speed is absolutely incredible from these ladies. Intensity, amazing. And talk about close racing. Holy cow, some of the best battles I witnessed this summer were at our WMX race at High Point. So looking forward to seeing these ladies coming up at 11 o'clock again. Oh, so let's see here. All right. Looks like just about ready to get this one rolling. All right. Oh, hey, got a note here, too. Got a note from our friend Tina down at Gypsy Soul. And she is having her end of the week sale at Gypsy Soul, so a great time to come down and get your keepsake, get your souvenir, make your own souvenir at Gypsy Soul. She's having her end of the week sale, so go down and see Tina across from the Thor tent, and she's going to help you find a unique a unique item to take home from the ranch and a possibility to make your own souvenir. So at Gypsy Soul's end of the week sale right across from Thor. All right, Rev's coming up here, just about ready now. Who's it going to be in that Bell Helmets Hole Shot Award? Here we go. All right, who is it? Dustin Renteria with that Bell Helmets Hole Shot Award. That guy out front right now working through the short chute. Oh, holy cow. Got all kinds of company, though. Inside, outside, right through the middle. Normally got to pay extra for that kind of action, but holy cow, you're getting it in the ticket price here at Loretta Lynns. The number 23 still under fire, so not going to be an easy one here in this 250C Junior 12 to 17. Back in, see caution flags back there leading into Storyland, so hopefully just a tip over, hopefully just a fall over, but see the leaders now coming through the waterworks. Already have a change in position and somebody trying to make a break for it. Not exactly sure who that is. Was that our hole shot winner, Dustin Renteria? But here they come through the beach, and who is it? But I can tell you this, they've got 2 seconds built up already. Not sure exactly. Looks like a Honda-mounted rider. And it is the 99 machine. The 99, that's Luke Phineas. Out front, made the pass early, coming out of the short chute into the 10 Commandments, made the pass, able to make it happen. Luke Phineas coming down around the big Thor sweeper turn into Lake Polysport, and Luke trying to cap this one off, wanting to make this one 1-1-1 is the mission at hand for Mr. Phineas. looking for that number 17 machine. Where's David Dabin at? Dabin having several rides this week, needing a little bit of luck for sure. All right, picking up here with Luke Phineas, making his way up and over the Rocky Mountain on lap number 2. Phineas looking to go 1-1-1 this weekend, going to have the trifecta. Looking to perfect it here in Moto number 3. Dabin, though, Dabin been the man on the move this week. That number 17 Yamaha, he has been effective to say the least. That guy's been able to pick it up out of the dirt, gain positions, and nonetheless still managed to be a 2-2 moving into this final moto. All right, through the checkered flag that time on our first real lap, our first full lap. Luke Phineas turned a 2:06.9 that time, a 2:06.9. Second place rider now coming through, that is Braden Gray. Braden Gray, 10.75 seconds off the pace right now. He's turning a 2:12. Garrett Simpson in that third position. Garrett turning about 2:14, so he's 4 seconds back behind Bray. Alex Weinheimer in that fourth position. He's followed by Dabin. There's that number 17 machine now, David Dabin, and he's followed by, guess who? Michael Savard, who's also following him in the overall. So as it sits right now, Phineas, Dabin, Savard for the possible overall, but a lot of people in between Phineas and Dabin. So it's got Gray, Simpson, Weinheimer before you see Dabin or Savard. Behind them we have Seth Crotty, Brian DeRuiter in that number 8 spot, DJ Weber riding in 9th, and Noah Borgman rounding out the top 10. Taking a look at the lap time, though, lap number 2, the fast lap, 2:06.9, so just about 5.5 seconds quicker is Phineas than the second place rider.
You're looking at that gap after 2. We were talking about 5 seconds being a big gap there earlier. Now 10.7 seconds after the second lap of racing there for Luke Phineas. Braden Gray in the number 2 spot, and Garrett Simpson is third. As we look at that, 10.7 seconds. Wow, what a huge and monumental difference. As we look to the overalls right now to see how things are shaping up, David Dabin, who had gone 2-2 so far this week, is looking at a 5th place position as we watch the second lap wrapped up. That still scores him an overall second, but I can tell you right now, that's not going to be good enough for him. He was 0.2 of a second behind Alex Weimer. He's gotten around him now, and I believe Garrett Simpson up to the number 3 spot. Let's check in with the 17 of Dabin. If he's not made it into 3rd, he should be working on 3rd right about now. There it is.
That's the goal right there, and just made the pass happen. Is it going to stick? Looks like it as he works our way into these sand rollers right in front of us, Rodney.
I feel like Fat Boy Slim. Right about now, my funk soul brother. Right about now. That's exactly, and that's exactly what happened. We got Phineas out front now. Gray up to the number 2 spot. And as we wrap up lap number 3, Dabin up to 2nd. Wow, that was a pass in the 2nd.
Wow.
I thought it was a pass in the 3rd.
Yeah, for
He got
sure.
by both Weimer and Gray and those guys without any problems. Savard without any problem. There's Mikhail Savard, the 74, up to 5th place now. Savard going 3.55 right now. Is looking solid at a third place overall as far as this championship is concerned in the 250C junior class.
Rodney, it's amazing. Sometimes things do happen just that quick, man. And, you know, we thought a pass for third was actually a pass for second. And, you know.
Yeah, Garrett Simpson was that rider, one of the riders that he had gotten by Dabin, and he had dropped to an 8th place position. So the 87 of Simpson is 8th. Brian DeReuter in the 9th place position. We got Noah Borgman rounding out the top 10. Another rider we've been watching this week, DJ Wiki Weber. Believe it or not, as strong a ride as he had, only finished 9-9 in these first 2 motos of this 250C junior class. He's running 11th right now. That's good enough for 7th overall for DJ Weber. Wiki.
Well, you know, you take a look at a couple ninths and now running into this 11th place. Obviously, DJ, obviously DJ want to keep those lap times as consistent and as low as possible. Well, when we take a look at the gap where he's at right now, he's only about 1.5 seconds behind, like you said, Borgman in that top 10. So ought to be able to chip away at this, and maybe as things heat up just a little bit and continue on through this moto, be able to pull his strengths ahead, be able to keep his lap times just a little better, because Weber, as you said, stands to gain a couple positions here.
All right, doing the math on this one, 3 laps in, we're working on 7 minutes of a 15-minute moto, so we're about halfway home in this one. If you look at the tail of the tape right now, and maybe even a little further than that, as lap 4 is now in the history book, so we're closer to that 10-minute mark at this particular point. So about 6 minutes is what we're going to call it right now. We've got Finnis in the number 1 spot. He had a 15-second lead over Dabin. Now to a 13.2-second lead over the number 17. Braden Gray was running another 2.2 seconds back in third, but that's opened up quite a bit to 9.5 seconds. And now new third-place ride of Jonathan Fitzgerald, the 41 machine. Alex Weinheimer in the number 4 spot, and is Seth Crotty rounding out the top 5. Real quick, your top 5 overall, if things finish the way they stand right now. Watch this battle right here, Megawatt. Luke Finnis a 1-1-1, David Dabin a 2-2-2, Savard a 3-5-6 for third, Seth Crotty a 6-8-5 for fourth. Garrett Simpson's looking at a 10-6-9 for overall 5th.
Yeah, you take a look at this, what's happening right now. As you mentioned, probably about halfway through this one, just about halfway. And when we take a look at these positions, take a look where Savard is, we know what Dabin's going to do. We know what Phineas is trying to do. And with 13-point-second lead, looks like he's pretty much accomplished that task. It's just a matter of now managing the rest of this moto, maintaining that pace, hitting these lines, and just simple race management. Put this thing together, and you know what? Going to have the trifecta, going to have that 1-1-1 at Loretta's, the coveted 1-1-1 at Loretta's, and take another championship out of here.
Well, we talked about it and mentioned it. You know, this year we're seeing a few 1-1-1s, but again, maybe not what like we would have expected. I mean, probably looking at the overall results and just the big picture, some of the most inconsistent finishes across the board. Now, there's a lot of riders that are consistent, don't get me wrong, but I'm talking about those battles that we've seen flip-flop from Moto 1 to Moto 2. And what's amazing to me is we kind of expect them to settle in after Moto 2 and be kind of what we expect in Moto 3. But so far this morning especially, we've seen a lot of changes again, so it's been kind of exciting and neat the way these scores have worked out. I've seen riders that have 14, 15, and 12 and still finish in 8th place overall in the top 10, and that's just nuts how that works out.
Well, that's why other major sports have championship series. That's why you'll have 7 games. That's why you'll have, you know, you got to figure it out. You got to take the luck out of it, and you got to put the consistency back into it. And when we take a look at it, you don't get more consistent than 1-1-1, 2-2-2. Even Savard, you know, Savard 3-5-6. You know, very consistent right there. Very consistent.
Consistently fast, too. Dabin is still in the number 2 spot. The gap still right at that 15 seconds. Fitzgerald third now, 10 seconds back. Seth Crotty, 4th place aboard the 31. Weinheimer holding steady in the number 5 position. By the way, fast lap so far of this moto, David Dabin at a 2:06.944.
Yeah, you know, I think Dabin's held fast lap in several of his motos. You know, whether or not we took the win or not, Dabin able to just grab that extra gear every now and then and lay that fast lap down. Savard, I think, going into protection mode right now. Savard pretty much settled into a 2:13 lap time. He's in that number 7 position. two-lap board is out now. We get the word from our guys here in the tower, our official spotter Kevin Kelly today, and got our two-lap card out. So next time around, we're going to see that white flag. But as we were talking about Savard, pulled that thing back to a 2:13. He's only about a second and a half out of that 6th place, but no need to take any chances right now. And he's not going to pick up a position in that overall by picking up a couple positions on the track right now. So risk versus reward, risk making those passes or risk going down and losing that 3rd overall. So Michael Savard, I think, playing a very smart race right now and using race management to his advantage, putting in a great ride and going to finish up the week, hopefully keeps it on 2 wheels with a 3rd place overall. Waiting for a white flag. White flag is out now, so leader has come by. White flag is out. So final lap underway right now in 250C Junior 12 to 17 Limited. Coming up next, going to be our 85cc 9 to 12, and then our WMX practice will be coming up after that. After this podium, I'm going to hand the mic off to Kevin Kelly. Kevin already getting prepared right now, putting new batteries in, turning his volume up. Look at it. I mean, turning his level up. You guys are in for a treat right now. I just saw Kevin turn it up to 11. You know, most mics go to 10, but not Kevin. Kevin turns his up to 11. Kevin been amazing here this morning. As you know, you've been here all week. You've watched every one of these motos. You know how these guys got to this point. And I tell you how they got to this point was a spring and summer full of training, a bunch of qualifiers, a bunch of practice motos, hundreds of gallons of race fuel. That's how they got here. And the big payoff right now, Luke Phineas, the trifecta, 1-1-1, Dave Dabbin, 2-2-2. Mike Savard possibly a 3-5-5. So just about half a lap left for your leader. Looks like Phineas now coming through the waterworks back here, so that is going to put us just about half a lap. Wow, really throttled back. Good for him, enjoying this, soaking it in. Kevin, look at him. Just about walked it through that corner. Look at this. A lazy stroll on the beach here this afternoon. Little wave at the spectators, friends and family out there. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's what it's all about right there. Look at this guy, man. It's really soaking in and hitting right now. Making his way back up and over one last time. That big jump for us. Down through the infield, through that Thor sweeper around Lake Polysport, then into my favorite corner on the track. I love the last corner. My favorite corner on the whole track. Outside's been very effective too so far today, Kevin. Very effective. There he comes right now, folks. Fist in the air. Congratulations, Luke Phineas. Amazing, amazing week here at the ranch, especially in this 250C junior class. 1-1-1 for that number 99 machine.
All right, so making our way down to the podium where our top 3 are making their way in. Our champion making his way to the center of the box as we set the podium up for this championship interview. And we'll be talking to our gold, silver, and bronze medalist here, as we always have. We'll have some champagne celebrations and another AMA National #1 plate about to be handed out here in just a few moments by Ricky from the AMA. And with that, we come up to the podium. We look for Jonathan Fitzgerald, our 3rd place finisher here in Moto #1. All right, let's go ahead and do hole shot while we wait on Jonathan Fitzgerald to make his way in. And, of course, we got Dustin Renteria getting that hole shot aboard that number 23 machine. Dustin, I'll tell you what, buddy, a great way to grab gears and get that early lead out there. Take me through that and what happened afterwards.
I got to go off to a good start and pulled everyone. I felt good out front, and
back over the roller going into Storyland, cross-rode and it kicked me off the side of the roller, so it's all good.
Good and healthy, and live to fight another day, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Who do you want to say thanks to, buddy?
I like to thank 1907 Water, Maxima, Fox, Bell, Mega Life Battery, my dad, and anyone else. Thank you.
Dustin Renteri, your Bell Hole Shot Award winner here for this 250C Junior 12 to 17 limited class. As we bring up to the podium first, our third place finisher in Moto number 3. How about it for Jonathan Fitzgerald? All right, Jonathan, coming up to grab that bronze medal for you. Woo! How's that feel right there to be able to slip that bad boy over your neck?
You have no idea.
I can tell you, man, you fought hard to get to this point. Tell me how you got here.
Let's first off thanking Elite Body. I sweep the gym and clean the gym so I can come out here and work. And if y'all saw my chain come off and I threw a little fit, that's probably why, because I was just thinking of all the sweeping I did all this summer, and down the drain it goes. But the goal is to get medals, and you see it on my neck, and I can't thank the Lord Jesus Christ enough. He's the only reason I'm here, and that's all I want to thank, just the Lord.
Well, I'll tell you what, we want to say thanks to you for putting on a good show. Dustin Renteria, ladies and gentlemen, taking that third place position finish, and we move over here to second place now, and David Dabin making his way up as our next class heads out for their sight lap. David making his way up. We had a chance to talk earlier, David, and I got to say, a rather successful 2018 Loretta Lynn experience for you here at the AMA Amateur National Championship.
Yeah, over here is awesome. Nothing like I expect. The trees, the river, everyone's so nice. That moto, I was kind of riding like a squid. I went down in the sand rollers, and going into every turn, my back's just all squirrely, and that kind of got me tired a little bit, but second place, I'm pumped about it.
Awesome, man. We're pumped for you, buddy. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Thanks to my mom and dad, Choir Energy, TBT Racing, Aloha Juice Bar, Nobby Shop, Staple MX, my whole friends, family back home, everyone else, thank you so much.
Is it hot?
Yeah, it's pretty warm.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. David Dabin taking that second place position. And wow, it's only morning time, and this is what we normally feel like on Monday at about 6 o'clock. So it's been in the morning. So this has been a good week so far as we come out here. And Luke Finnis, congratulations to you, my friend. An honor to get to put another one of these around your neck and say congratulations here to this 250C Junior 12 to 17 limited moto winner and national champion. Wow, Luke, spectacular week. Again, not a lot of folks doing those 1-1-1s, but those of you that are, you're doing it convincingly.
Thank you. This just worked so hard for this. Thank you.
Take me through this last moto.
Well, I got a third place, fourth place start. Went to the 10 Commandments, and then next thing you know, the triple in the Storyland. The first place guy wads himself up over that. So I snuck around, and I was in first and rode my own race.
Awesome, man. And we're going to see you at Mini O's here in a few weeks, months, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to that. Luke, who do you want to say thanks to?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Fly Racing, Westfield Power Sports, Club MX, 100%, Alpine Stars, my grandma again, Corey Allen Films, and the Lord Jesus Christ, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, Luke Finnis. And now to come to the stage to present to him is AMA National number 1 plate from the American Motorcyclist Association, Mr. Ricky Ricards. Once again, I present to you your 2018 AMA 250C Junior AMA National Champion. Luke, congratulations to you, my friend. Let's head up top. We got more champions to crown, guys.
Sight lap underway, 85-9 to 12, and the man with the plan right now with 1-1 moto scores is the number 2 Kawasaki ride of Ryder DeFrancisco. Dax Bennett with 5-3 moto scores. Chance Hymas sits third on the number 83 Kawasaki with 7-2 moto scores. Casey Cochran sits fourth on the number 66 Suzuki, 6-4 moto scores. Sitting fifth is the number 64 of Ryder McNabb on the KTM, 3-7 moto scores. Nicholas Romano had a great first moto, finished second, but that second moto, 10th, now puts him in the number 6 spot. The Cookie Monster, Colin Allen, in the number 7 spot, number 35 on the KTM, 8-5 moto scores. 8th place looks to be held by Preston Baseflug on the number 94 KTM with 4-9 moto scores. 9th place, the number 76 KTM of Avery Long, 13-6 moto scores. And Eric Acevedo on the number 61 Kawasaki, 10-11 moto scores. That is the 85 9-12 class. That's how they sit into this third and deciding moto. See if Ryder DeFrancisco can clean the plate here and go 1-1-1. He has had a fantastic Loretta Lynns, that's for sure. Hey, we need Billy Fosnock to the MX Sports office. Billy Fosnock, if you are here, they need to see you at the MX Sports office, please. Mr. Billy Fosnock, report to the MX Sports office. Suzuki rider out front. I believe that might be Casey Cochran snatching a hole shot.
66.
That is the number 66 of Casey Cochran out of Groveland, Florida. Putting that RM Army Suzuki ride out front. But he is engulfed with Kawasaki riders. And the first one to get by it might be maybe perhaps Nicholas Romano. Not sure yet, though. I think Ryder DeFrancisco in the number 2 spot now. He's jumped past Casey Cochran as well. Chance Hymas super chunk out front. He has got Ryder DeFrancisco in the number 2 spot and Dax Bennett in the number 3 spot. So Chance Hymas is the first to get around. Number 60, Casey Cochran. Chance Hymas changing the gear color. Chance has wore that red and white fly racing gear, it seems like. That's been his color combo, but I think change is good. He looks good out there. And look at this, Dax Bennett pushing his way right up to Ryder DeFrancisco, and he's going to make the pass for the moment. They're side by side over the tunnel jump. And Dax Bennett has gotten around Ryder DeFrancisco, but Ryder can lose several spots as he has a 6-point cushion. So no need to get excited here. The leaders all in touch. Hymas coming out of the trees. Dax Bennett on the Orange Brigade KTM. Yeah, Ryder DeFrancisco is in that number 3 spot now.
DeFrancisco getting a little bit of breathing room here with that cushion as we look back. 3rd place finisher for Moto 1, McNabb finished 7th, and he's currently running in 24th place. Looking back a little further now, Daxton Bennett, he finished 3rd in Moto 2, but he took a 5th in Moto 1, so that's right now with a 4th scores him 12, so that's giving him pretty good odds there. Chance Hymas, here's the saving grace for Ryder right now, I think, in this final moto is the fact that Hymas went 7 in Moto 1 and 2 and a 1 right now. Puts him in contention, but that 7 really makes it a lot tougher for him to win this championship. He's doing everything he can do out front right now, I believe, in that number 1 spot aboard the 83, but he's also got company coming in the form of Rider D, and this could get very interesting as the next 17 minutes or so rolls on.
Well, the second place up for grabs here with Chance Hymas and Dax Bennett. They're within 1 point of each other. And I believe that may change again because Bennett has gotten around as far as gotten around Ryder DeFrancisco last lap, which our scores indicate, and now he will be tied with Hymas. So I think the real fun is just beginning. Chance Hymas and Dax Bennett scrapping over the race lead and second place on the week. Ryder DeFrancisco can sit back in third, get some popcorn, watch these guys slug it out. Casey Cochran in that number 4 spot. Mark Finese in that number 5 spot. I don't know what's going on here. There we go. Avery Long in the number 7 spot. Adler Caudle is 8th. Matty Jorgensen is 9th. And Dominic Vaccarello, in the number 10 spot. Yeah, how you doing?
Well, I'll tell you, as we watch Hymas right now in this number 1 position, we're also watching the 24 of Dax Bennett. And now, wow, different. It keeps flip-flopping there on the results. But I'm watching the 24 Dax Bennett right now, and he is closing in on the 83 of Chance Hymas as we watch this race unfold here. And this could end up being a great battle, like you said, for that overall second place position as far as the week is concerned.
Yeah, they're tied up points now. Hymas and Bennett, as they run on the racetrack, points are all tied up. So Hymas is for the number 2 spot. Let's be clear there, because that nice, comfortable buffer that Ryder DeFrancisco has built up with his first 2 moto wins it's allowed him to kind of watch this race unfold. He is slipping back just a bit. Dax Bennett and Chance Hymas trying to go out with a bang. We talk about this, how they want to battle it out. You want to win that last moto. If you can't win the championship, going home with a moto win over some superstar competition just feels good. Makes that ride home a little bit easier for Hymas.
Well, you know, and I think what happens oftentimes is you got these riders that come in here and they've got such anxieties and they've got the pressure, and that's one thing, you know, we've mentioned it a lot, but I mean, honestly, the pressure that these kids feel, whether it's self-imposed or whether it be team-imposed or imposed by mom and dad, I think the biggest part of it really comes from within.
Absolutely. These are 12-year-old little kids.
Yeah.
These are 7th graders.
Yeah. And internally, they're struggling out there because they know, well, number 1, they want to win. They're used to winning, and they like to win. And then they realize that Loretta Lynns is the biggest opportunity for them to win on. Oftentimes, what'll happen is they'll have those nerves and those anxieties in Moto 1 and 2, and maybe some of these guys just finally get rid of it. They don't have it anymore. They've already thrown their week away, so they're just going to go out and ride and have fun. And oftentimes that third moto brings to the forefront.
The pressure's off. You're not going to win.
Right.
No expectation now. Let's go do it.
And it proves to people that, hey, if this kid could get comfortable, he could be a consistent winner. So sometimes you can open some eyes with a good third.
I remember our last Saturday here. I can't remember our 4th year coming here, and my younger brother had horrible motos. We were literally loaded up, and we left, stayed the night in our hotel. We were not coming back for this last day of racing. We got up that morning. I'm like, dude, you want to do it? He goes, man, yes, I have. And just like what you're saying, same scenario, no pressure, didn't care, had the best moto finish of the week, and it made everything all right. Your last 5 days of grinding and being bummed out completely got washed away by just a great fun moto. You're like, hey, I knew I could do it. And it just, you go home with a big smile.
Yeah, if nothing else, for personal gratification, man, really, honestly. So Hymas is working on that for himself and the program. That overall second right now is Daxton Bennett himself as well. 2.5 seconds back in second. Ryder D still back there in the number 3 spot, some 4 seconds back. Casey Cochran, 7.5 seconds back in 4th. Preston Boasplug in the number 5 spot. Then it's Mark Finnis in the number 6 position. Avery Long in 7th. Adler Caudle is 8th. Dominic Vaccarello in the 9th place position, and Matty Jorgensen rounding out the top 10.
As we continue to watch the number 83, the Team Green Kawasaki rider of Chance Hymas, and Dax Bennett just stalking him. Second place overall on the championship is up for grabs between these two young men as they come past us here in the announcer's tower. Got that Red Bull drone footage giving you all the angles here.
You know, looking at these times and looking at these gaps, this is not the most high-intensity moto that we've seen this week. I mean, look at the racing. 3 seconds between first and second, almost 9 between second and third, another 9 between third and fourth, 3 between fourth and fifth, 2.5 between fifth and sixth.
They've finally given us a break, Ronnie.
Yeah.
They've been wearing us out with these close motos. You make us yell and scream like a bunch of goobers up here, but we're fans. Like, we get excited, and that just comes out in the race call.
A little mistake there by the 83 of Hymas coming out of that first short shoot there, heading toward the comedic corner. He regains composure. Don't think it's going to be enough time for anyone to capitalize, but Dax and Bennett, had he been just a little bit closer, may have been able to. So
Dax looking over his shoulder like, where's Ryder at? What's going on here? So, and Bennett goes down. The drone footage right on top of him. We caught that crash. Ryder DeFrancisco should be coming by any moment now.
Wow, Ryder D didn't even come by.
No, that's how big of a lead Hymas and Bennett have put out there as we get 4 laps into this race. Now the racing really stretched out.
Yeah, 9 seconds it was between Bennett and DeFrancisco as we see a 2:07.7 lap time, and Ryder D is racing the race of risk versus reward, and the reward is not worth the risk because he's already got the national championship. So hey, just go out and ride this race. Race management, championship management at this point.
Couldn't agree more as the folks continue to funnel out of this place, man. We are starting to empty the pits as riders that are finishing outside the top 10 done for the week, all loaded up. They survived a week of Loretta Lynns, and they're already, I guarantee you, they've already made hotel reservations. They've already got things planned for next year, Rodney.
I don't blame them.
Are you going to be around next year? Are you going to be alive, you think?
I think I will. I hope I will. But who knows what the good man upstairs has in planned and in store for me. He may
plans for you, Rodney.
He may call me home to go announce a few motos in the sky. You know what I mean?
He may call you home to announce the race in the sky. There's a sweet.
Let's hope that doesn't happen for another 50 years or so.
If you make it 50 years, that would be incredible.
Honestly, dude, I'm looking at 115 before I die. Even at the lifestyle that I live, I have got that good genes. That's how good of genes I got.
Ron, you just said you're going to live to be 115.
Yes.
Is anybody in your family 115?
Yes.
Who?
My grandfather.
He's 115.
He is actually 117.
Is he alive right now?
Yes, he is.
Did he fight the Civil War?
I'm lying. He's not alive. No, but I've always said, whenever you think of things, people that you think when you're going to die 80, 90, some reason 115 always pops in my head.
Good Lord.
I'm going to do it just to prove you wrong, Kevin.
I'll be long gone. I won't be around for you to go in your face, stomp on my grave.
I'll go poop on your grave every once in a while to remind you. And that's another point, by the way.
Oh, good Lord. Chance Hymas, 13 seconds out front of Dax Bennett. Ryder DeFrancisco, a couple seconds behind Dax Bennett. He wants nothing to do with any of that battling. He's got points to spare. You need a championship point. Take one of Ryder's. He's got 5 to give right now, and he'd still be the champion.
Wow, that's crazy, and that's good. That's good racing on his part. I mean, he did exactly what he set out to do here this year. Not saying that everyone else didn't do a great job, but things didn't fall into place as much as they had hoped.
Somebody's got to win. Somebody's got to lose. It's not upward motocross. We got winners. And we got losers. It's all good.
Upward motocross. Everybody wins.
Hey, congratulations.
Let's all line up together, stop before the checkers,
shake the hands,
and then we'll line up and roll across the finish line together. All a champion.
Just like the Nations in '86. Hold the hands.
Oh yeah, one more Pepsi down. Where's those Oreos? Yeah. 115, I swear. By the way, that one word got me another one. You guys haven't even been working on our word list here.
No, we gave up the ghost on the word list, unfortunately.
Double D took all the big word scores.
Yeah, I think that's what it was when Dave Smith left, the hype. He was a hype man. So Rodney, I love it. It doesn't even matter. He's going to be 115 no matter what he does.
No matter what I do to my body.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to test it.
I'm going to test all your nutritional theories, your cigarette theories.
Well, I'll be at 100. I'm going to start selling my DNA is what I'm going to do.
You should, because if you make it to 100, I want in on that. Chance Hymas has gotten the whole shot, led this thing from the get-go. Dax Bennett slipped by Ryder DeFrancisco to get into the number 2 spot. He then crashed, tipped it over, picked the bike back up, and still had enough time. Ryder D is just cruising, and he's got 5 points to spare.
Yeah.
He's got some points to give. If you're
like
short
that.
a couple points.
He's got a vendor row set up.
Yep.
Ryder
At the end of the
D,
week, he can't sell them
points.
early on because he may need them, but he's built up a...
It's like a
surplus
swap
of points.
meet.
Yeah.
A swap meet. I'll take some points in this class. I'll trade you points
Got
in
me
this class.
85, 9 to 12 points. My son could use a couple to get inside that top 10.
Watching Hymas here on the screen, 83racertv.com. He is Kawasaki Team Green Rider, Super Chunk. They're still calling him that. Still has it as the butt patch in the back of his pants. So Super Chunk, Chance Hymas, taking no chances right now. He's going to try to win this moto and just hope that something goes wrong for Ryder DeFrancisco, because if that happens, Hymas would inherit the title. He is second overall right now, edging out Daxton
They're
Bennett.
tied in points, so if Dax could have gotten up there and passed him, he would have gotten second place overall. The Cookie Monster out there as well. That would be Colin Allen. So the Cookie Monster moving up to the number 7 spot. Could he
Known
perhaps
as the Cookie
challenge
Monster. The Cookie
Super
Monster,
Chunk
Colin
versus-
Allen.
Yeah.
Whoa, Super Chunk versus Cookie Monster?
That'd be a good one.
Damn. Wow. They
Battle
eat
of
each
the
other.
ages.
They ate each other. They're both gone, Super Chunk and the Cookie Monster. Seeing a 37. There is Bennett coming through on the 24. So Bennett, the Orange Brigade KTM rider, already got a championship yesterday.
He's a little freestyle riding with his dad as well. They do freestyle shows when they're not
crazy
doing whatever else they do.
It's a different breed here in motocross,
Yep.
everybody. It's a different breed. The things that these parents consider normal and everyone around them here at the ranch consider normal would
You
make
told anyone
zero
else.
sense to 90% of the
Wait a minute, so
population.
you're telling me Todd Bennett at age 40 is a vet freestyle rider?
Yeah, it goes
They have
to
a
churches,
plus
right?
40 Yep.
Does freestyle shows at churches. I've seen note-footed cans. I don't think quite backflips, but pretty impressive stuff.
Still.
Yeah, and then now Dax, as the bikes keep getting bigger for him, the jumps keep getting bigger at these.
He's going to have to choose
freestyle
one or the
shows.
other. We saw Travis Pastrana make that decision.
It's tough to do
what will
both.
Dax do?
Yeah.
He's got some choices to make.
He's going to start doing tricks on the parade lap, crashing for his moto, mechanic, fixing the clutch lever. That's Bennett right
Roger
there.
Foster
Number
just
24.
scratching his head again. Oh, geez, I got another one of these guys to deal with.
You
He's
talking
on
about-
Rogers, potentially on Rogers' team over
Somewhere
there on
down the
KTM.
line. That's right. What kind of DNA genetics does Coster have? Still full head of hair. Looks about the same as he did 30
Said he was
years
going to
ago.
retire literally 2 years into that KTM deal. He said I was going to transition over, take Ryan with me.
That'd have been 2014.
Right. He's still, like,
Yeah.
he's hands-on.
Dude, he's 70-plus years old. I was there. Some guy held his 70th birthday party for Roger maybe 3 years ago. Still goes to every race. Still trains. I've seen him in the hotel room, in the hotel workout thing on the treadmill at like 8 p.m. on a Friday. That's why he's the man, and why Rodney's not.
And they'll meet in the middle because they're going to both be 130. And
Yeah,
I told you it was me.
All that work for nothing. I'm still here.
Still here.
All right, Hymas clicking off more laps, 2-lap board. All right, we're going to draw straws up here and see who's going to work this podium. Who wants it?
Rodney Tomlin says, I'm in.
I'm good. I'll do it. I don't care.
Hymas, we'll see the
Yeah,
white
take a break.
flag next
Megawatts
time
out.
around.
Kevin and Jason will roll you through the afternoon drive. That's our one to use, but the mic flag, I got it.
Your drive time motocross disc jockeys. Mad Dog and Bear Dog will bring you the action.
Casey Cochran is 4th. Base Flug. Preston Base Flug 5th. I was told yesterday that I coined a nickname for him, Peebo. I don't recall doing that, but I'll take credit for it.
For who?
Preston Base Flug.
Peebo.
He's got a video guy who came up to me yesterday and said, hey man, remember when you invented Peebo as a nickname for Preston Base Flug? And I'm like, I don't think I did. I definitely came up with Nate the Thrasher.
Obviously, that's
Yes.
claiming that. Peebo.
But he says I did, so then I had to shoot a video for Peebo talking about Peebo, even though I didn't know I gave Preston Base Flug the nickname Peebo. But I'll
Bryson.
take it. He's 5th in the moto, Base Flug in the number 94. Avery Long 6th. I'll help you out, Mark. Phineas is 7th. Adler, Caudle, Parker Ross, and Trip Rexroth, which is what my voice sounds like right now, is 10th.
I'm just going to turn that cooler water up now. We're out of waters up here, so we're just going to.
You're just going to drink
the old
drink
cooler
the
water
melted
that
ice.
Everybody's salmonella-filled hands have been diving in and out of that for several days. Okay. Have a little foot-mouth disease.
Is that water free?
That is
free. That free?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll steal some from our buddies next door at racertv.com after this podium because it is due in 1 lap for Chance Hymas.
Chance Hymas out front, 15 seconds, man. What a good ride for Chance. Super chump, super chance. Taking a chance. Take a chance on me. Take a chance on Chance. Kawasaki did, and it's paying off. They're going to put Kawasaki's in first and third. I heard a kid thank Christy LaCurl. Nate Thrasher thanked her. She's still in the mix. She was here checking in on her babies, watching them fly.
I'd be kind to her as well. I would be nice. She said she's 6 months preg. She's got the emotions flying.
That's
Stay
right.
on her good side. Yeah, Christy used to be the manager over there. She's now moved on. It's Nathan Ramsey at the top of the food chain. They got to be happy with what Nate Thrasher has done so far this week. But Kawasaki Team Green's got some big hitters coming through those mini-cycle ranks as well, looking at a moto win with Hymas and a championship with Ryder DeFrancisco.
And Preston Peebo, Preston Baseflug, is closing in on the 66 of Casey Cochran. Cochran on that 4th place ride, but Baseflug is right there. Peebo, as you call him. Last lap, 20 seconds out front, Chance Hymas using the new option that Kawasaki has put forth on their KX85. He's on cruise control, literally set it. Every now and again he has to click the brakes, then he'll hit resume again. Dax Bennett, the number 2 spot. DeFrancisco 3rd, Casey Cochran 4th. Preston Baseflug is 5th. Avery Long is 6th. Adler Caldwell is 7th. Mark Finney's is 8th. Parker Ross and Trip Rexroth round out your top 10 as we close in on the checker flag. And the championship points look like this: 1-1-3 for Ryder DeFrancisco. Chance Hymas 7-2-1. He got better and better. Daxton Bennett 5-3-2. I'm guessing that Nicholas Romano is not even out on the racetrack. Not showing up inside of the points, so from what we're seeing on the TV screen. And there it is, folks. The number 83 of Chance Hymas finishes his week off with a moto win. Dax Bennett going to come across here momentarily as he works his way through the finish line turn on the number 24 machine. There's his dad. They had a great week. Congratulations to Dax Bennett, finishes 2nd in the moto. And your 85 9-12 national champion is going to go to the number 2. He is pumped. He is going to be a 2-time champ. Way more championships than Jason Wygant has ever won, and we will now toss it down to Jason Wygant to ask him what it's like to do something that he has never done and never will do, and that's be a winner.
Is that in motocross only or all my other endeavors throughout life?
Everything.
Where I've been very,
Your
very
life in
successful.
general.
Well, I still got one of those AMA Media Awards that DMXS won that I claimed the trophy for, and I still have it. All right?
Stole it.
You should stay on my good side. I mean, that was 2004, I think.
Yeah, we're supposed to get that back. It's like the Stanley Cup.
I'm getting around to it.
While.
It's been 14 years. I'm getting around to giving it to you. I just haven't had time. I'm getting around to it. Okay, so Chance Hymas is at the podium. Let's just grab him as quick as we can and talk to our moto winner, and then we will crown our champion with the 3rd place finish in that moto. So Super Chunk gets it done. That's going to be good enough for gold. Let's hear it for the number 83, Chance Hymas. Seemed like you were really feeling good in that moto. What was happening out there?
Well, I got off to a really good start. That was my first one I've had in a while. And my Dunlop tires are always hooking up off the start. I came out around 3rd, went around the outside of that hump and got into 1st and just led from there.
Gotcha. How good does it feel to have a gold?
Feels really good. I mean, I wanted the title, but it is what it is.
Gotcha. All right, Chance, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Monster Energy, Kawasaki, Podium Power Sports, Western Power Sports, Fly Racing, Scott Goggles, RMX Series, Pod, Alpine Star, Atlas. Everyone I forgot, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for our moto winner, Chance Hymas. He even got the Super Chunk logo on the jersey there, so he's running that nickname. He ain't scared. Got it on the butt patch. Okay, so that's the number 83. We do need to switch this machine off. It's all in the family with Team Green Kawasaki. It's all right. They move one bike off. They'll move one KX85 up. We're looking for the number 2 machine, which will now be number 1 for winning the championship here in 85. In the meantime, I'll bring up our second place finisher and our Whole Shot Award winner. I believe it's Casey Cochran winning the Whole Shot. There's Casey. So we'll hand out a Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award, and then I'll be on the lookout for our runner-up. All right, we're going to rev this thing out, and I have full confidence in his burnout skills. I'll stand right in front of the bike. Woo! I'm supposed to tell them not to do that. Oops. I forgot to tell you not to do that. How about that? All right, come on up. Our Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award winner. Slinging that bike up. It is not easy to put a motorcycle on the stand when the stand is on your left. Let's hear it for your Whole Shot winner, Casey Cochran. How'd that moto go for you, Casey?
Oh, I got off to a great start. Dunlop tires with the Lynns motor hooked up great off the start and got the whole shot and just tried to ride smooth and consistent and came out with 4th.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Suzuki, Dunlop, Nihilo, Factory Connection, Lynx, Pro X, Cometic, Fox, FMF, Moto X Compound, Timmy Bador and Matt Walker over there training me, Acerbis, and Asher. And anyone else I forgot, thanks.
All right, let's hear it for Casey Cochran with their Whole Shot Award. You got to get the picture. Turn it that way. He's got one more picture for you. Turn to your right, Casey. Let's get with Tim right here. Oh, boy. Well, I can't stop the family from shooting photos. Why not? There, all good. Looking for our second place finisher in the moto. Should be Daxton Bennick. So let's bring Dax on up on the number 24 and hand out a silver. He ran strong in this class all week. He did get a title earlier in the week as well. So overall, great performances by Dax. Here he comes. And we do have the championship machine on up on the stage as well. Well, he made a good run against some of the older kids. He'll be back next year to try to hunt for gold. Right now he's got a silver. Let's hear it for Daxton Bennick. A little bit of a wild ride in that one at one point.
Yeah, I tipped over and just had to regroup my mind and push harder.
Happy with the way your week's gone?
Yeah, I'm very happy. It's been a good week. I won the title in 9-11 and felt really good in this class.
And we were joking about your dad. I know he's still got some freestyle skills. What about you? What's the biggest trick you're doing these days?
The boner air.
That's the biggest and the best. I like that. Who do you want to thank, Daxton, for a solid week, title, and up on the podium here?
Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. KTM Orange Brigade, Alpine Star, Scott Goggles, Troy Lee Designs, FMF, Dunlop Tires, Nihilo Concepts, and everyone else. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Daxton Bennick. Good job, Dax. And now we're going to bring our champion to the stage. Thank you, Dax. Once again, a titleist. He does it with a third-place finish in the moto, but 2 number-1 plates this week. There's the moto medal, and here is the trophy. Let's hear it for Ryder DeFrancisco. All right, Ryder D, you just had it rolling the whole time. I'm assuming you knew what the point situation was in that moto.
Yeah, going into it, had to know I get a 5th or better, so got off to a good start. Stuck by a chance for a little bit, and I still have the flu, so can't run the whole moto what he was doing, so kind of just stuck back and run my race.
Wait a minute, you've been sick all week?
Yeah, the last 2 days I've had the flu, so.
If you go down to the creek, everybody give this guy some room. Are you going to just stay inside the van, or are you going to spread those germs as far and wide as you can?
Definitely not spread the germs.
Okay, all right. Well, that's pretty good, man. What's it feel like late in the moto when you're sick like that? It's got to be rough.
Yeah, it's definitely rough. Lose focus and get really tired really quick.
All right, but you held on 2 championships. How good does that feel?
Feels great.
Yeah. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my mechanic Kakua, Jimmy Johns, Pro Circuit Kawasaki, Monster Energy, Ethica, 60 Helmets, Scott Goggles, Troy Designs, Alpine Stars, Razor, whoever forgot, thank you.
All right, our champion. Let's bring Mr. Ricky Rickards from the AMA up to the stage. We will hand over the #1 plate and make it official. This is your 85cc champion, Ryder DeFrancisco. Well done, Ryder D. We'll let Ryder's whole team and family and support group, if you want to come up to the podium and get some photos, he's got champagne to shake. So celebrate any way you'd like, Kawasaki folks, because you earned yet another championship in 85. I'm going to send it back up to the tower, and we're going to take a commercial break on RacerTV.com.
It looks like we are taking a brief pause in the racing as we put some water down on this racetrack. WMX practice coming up here very shortly. Again, congratulations to #2. It's going to be #1 next year. Ryder DeFrancisco had to use the foot peg to open the top of that champagne bottle. It's a crafty maneuver. There's Kyle from Ethica checking that Instagram, a strong Instagram gang. Big Rob Fox crowding that outside shot there. The head honchos from Kawasaki are there. Ryan Holiday taking a back seat today. There it is. That's going on the wall right there. Cheese. Looks like WMX practice now underway. There'll be about 13 people with the flu here in about a half hour, so you want to steer clear of all those folks there on the podium.
Lucas Oil Pro Motocross makes its way to the legendary Budds Creek Raceway in Mechanicsville, Maryland for the 29th annual Budds Creek National on Saturday, August 18th, located 30 minutes south from the U.S. Capitol in the scenic Southern Maryland countryside. Big trackside with the dirt fly. Go to BuddsCreekProMX.com to get your tickets today. The races start at 1 p.m. Saturday, August 18th at Budds Creek Raceway. August 18th at 1 p.m.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
From amateur to pro, we are proud to support all levels of racing. Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we go beyond just selling parts, apparel, and accessories. We take pride in participating in the sport. It's just one more way to show our dedication to the fans and the riders of the greatest sport on earth. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
The season finale of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship makes its way to the celebrated Ironman Raceway in Crawfordville, Indiana for the 5th annual Ironman National on Saturday, August 25th. Go to IronmanRaceway.com to get your tickets today. The races start at 1 p.m. Saturday, August 25th at Ironman Raceway. That's Saturday, August 25th at 1 p.m. Visit IronmanRaceway.com. We'll see you at the races August 25th.
Are you looking for a dirt bike piston that can increase power and decrease blow-by? Then check out Wiseco's all-new Racer Elite piston line. Racer Elite has been used exclusively by the pros, including RCH, Yoshimura, Suzuki Factory Racing, and are now accessible to the public. Available for popular 250 and 450cc dirt bikes, the Racer Elite series is the first off-the-shelf asymmetrical power sports piston ever made. Its fully machined billet aluminum construction features an exclusive custom lap top ring. Step up with dyno-proven power gains with Wiseco's Racer Elite piston line.
Suzuki Arm Army, it's the overarching umbrella of all Suzuki racers. From the local guy that just loves going to the desert to your top factory guy that out here doing it for the fans. It's what we're all enthusiasts that just love to ride, and love to ride on Suzukis. That's what we're trying to do, is give them the best tool set to succeed from the guys racing locally in their regions, and just kind of getting their feet wet and getting involved with Suzuki dealers that love racing and being part of that, to going to the national program and into Supercross and motocross professionally. So we're putting all the pieces together to connect those dots.
I'm a sore loser.
I'm a sore loser. Losing is not an option for me.
Be the best.
The best. The best. You have to have the best equipment under the hood. That's why I only use
Cometic products in my engines.
Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket, a superior quality gasket
for those of us who demand the highest level of performance.
Some like it brand new, but for those of us who like it just the way it is, Lucas...
Riders these days have no idea how good they've got it. It used to be that if you wanted a dirt bike, you had to buy yourself a motocrosser and get to work. It was up to you to modify the thing. Now, Honda just makes it too easy.
Every hole shot, every corner, every detail, every obstacle there to slow you down is another chance to get faster. When you've got a legacy of world champions to live up to, every second counts.
Here at RacerTV.com, some activity out on the track. That is WMX practice. Started this last year. This is now a points-paying round of the Professional Women's Motocross Championship. They race 2 motos on Saturday, just like you would at any other pro event. So their schedule weaves into the Loretta schedule. This is practice for them. They'll be back with motos, I believe, at 1 and 3. So on RacerTV.com, we've got some things so you can watch at home while the WMX riders learn this racetrack. And we're going to start with some helmet cam footage with Carson Mumford via the Garmin Verve camera. So we're going to get a nice tour of this Loretta's track. The Garmin has a couple cool things. There's a lot of helmet cams out there, but it gives you 360 degrees of vision, so you can choose what direction you want that camera to shoot in HD. And the onboard telemetry. That's what Garmin, of course, is all about. In this case, we can actually see the miles per hour, which we've never really seen. at Loretta's. I know it's possible you can hook that up to a heart rate monitor as well. You have the track map, so it's a great tool. You can go back after your motos when you're practicing, when you're racing, and see how you can improve. Mumford, what was that line? And then I love this, through the 10 Commandments, almost 30 miles an hour while jumping and in traffic. This is Storyland. Look at how many riders he's dealing with right now. Let's see how fast he gets that 250F up to 40 miles an hour over that jump. And then the rut's back here. So that's the really cool thing about Garmin Tab, the telemetry on screen, connected to the helmet cam. And there's a lot of different options, from lean angle, G-force. We have mile per hour here, the track map, and the heart rate monitor, as I mentioned. It's a really great way to learn where you're going fast and how you can get faster. And thanks to Carson Mumford of the AMSOIL Factory Connection Honda team for running the Garmin Verb camera through this sand section. Now watch this, they're going to air it out. This is really interesting. He was 15 miles an hour in that corner, and he's already hit 34 on the takeoff. Yeah, and you know, I'm a big proponent of trying to cut back on speeds in motocross, because let's be honest, if you're going down a rough, rutted straightaway, and even if you're going half the speed of what Carson Mumford is doing on camera right now at RacerTV.com, even if you're going half that speed, it still feels gnarly if the track is rough enough. So that's what's really cool. This track, about 40 is the fastest we saw anyone hit. Not a high-speed track, but still great racing. Now another new thing here at the ranch this year, you can see here on RacerTV.com, we had a little bicycle race earlier in the week. We had some people pacing them around. I heard somebody ran it, even though it was supposed to be a bicycle race. Clearly, all different sorts of styles. Some people have mountain bikes here to use as pit vehicles. Some people have true roadie bikes. Sheriff way out front, pacing the field, breaking the draft for everybody. And also a good way to tour the ranch. I guarantee you there are people who have come to Loretta's in the last couple of years and have never even seen this bridge over near Area 4. You get to ride past Loretta's house. Big thanks to the good folks of Humphreys County Sheriff's Department for helping guide the bicycles around in the first ever bicycle race here at the ranch. Just a lot of trainers really upset about the riders blowing out their legs. I'm just kidding. This is probably what they want to do before the motos begin. Yep. Really cool way to tour this beautiful Loretta Lynn's Ranch facility here in Tennessee. The golf cart parade has been around for a long time. The only difference is we just keep adding more golf carts to the golf cart parade. So the golf cart parade, another tradition here at Move In. Some people turn them into floats. Some people just cruise around on the back.
Some people turn them into ginormous tractors with ginormous tractor tires and LED lighting.
Yep.
Sound systems, limousine-style golf carts.
Yep, just to give you an idea how the golf cart has evolved here, my Jeep, I think, has moved from a vendor's vehicle to now it's basically pit vehicle sized.
It's basically a golf cart now.
Yeah, my Jeep is now a golf cart, street legal golf cart. There you go, some decorations on the pit vehicles for the pit vehicle parade, the golf cart parade. Now this is new this year. I could not believe this. I actually saw it while I was still at Washougal last Saturday. Some people putting up on Instagram they were shooting guns. I'm like, where are they doing this? It's right here at Loretta Lynn's Ranch, the full-on machine gun shooting range. Look at that!
You're going to see a Gatling gun here in a minute, a legit Gatling gun.
Oh my gosh.
That's Rambo right there. Those are long-range, high-powered rifles there.
Yeah, so you can learn to shoot machine guns right here at the ranch. Wow, pump-action rifle. And even shooting from the back of a Humvee. Oh my gosh.
Look at those shells flying off there. That's a beautiful thing.
Oh my gosh. And it's cool for the ladies too. I'm telling you, that forget your yoga. That's 50 cal.
You see the recoil there?
The recoil of that. Wow, okay, we're going to get those guys some masseuse to work those shoulders. I got nothing for those people. Telling you what. Okay, so that's some features to give you an idea what life is like around the ranch. And the craziest of all, I also saw this on Instagram before I came. There was actually a wedding held right on the porch of Loretta's house earlier in the week, and that is the ordained minister, Kevin from the AMA.
It's another
doing the honors.
Employee for AMA.
Yeah, so the AMA will regulate your wedding.
Make sure
he made sure that
compliance.
everybody was in the production rules. Everything was homologated. Yep. So congratulations, you have a wedding here, and honestly, I know it's tying in with the motocross race, which makes it seem bizarre, but if you go over to Loretta's house and you see the grounds over there, it's really a great place to do it, regardless if there is a race here or not. Now, the Sidewinder is one of my favorites. Just 2 nights ago, Kevin and I got to announce this. I love it because it gets people on dirt bikes that probably didn't even think they could ride a dirt bike. Big thanks to Harold Martin at Moto Playground and Greg Geisler of Rides Unlimited. They set this up. They make it a sand track, so it's challenging, but it's slow. We didn't have any injuries at all, although we did have plenty of bar-to-bar banging action. 2 riders take off. You race a couple S-turns to the finish, and if you win, you just keep on riding. We had a man from West Virginia do about 30 runs. He finally got eliminated, and the overall winner was John Bora, former pro. And what do you win for it? He won a helmet, but it really isn't about what you win. It's not about trophies or prize money. It's just about having a good time. Look at the crowd we had there. It was crazy. Crowd was fired up. Also becoming a tradition in practice, Malcolm Stewart, he just wanted to do this. This was his idea. Malcolm Stewart comes here on Mondays now every year at the ranch and leads every single practice session. He paces the bikes. Malcolm just wants to give back to the sport that he loves and has done a lot for him. That dude rode so many laps, 42 laps. And to give you an idea, moto, we're running 7 to 8 lap motos. So that's the equivalent for Malcolm of running 4 motos in a day. The most anyone could ever run in a day here is 2. So he did more than double the work that anyone at the ranch does. Yep, he's out there pacing the 50cc bikes. So congrats to Malcolm Stewart. He's still here. He's still hanging out. He's been here for a week, having a good time. We saw him at that Moto Playground Sidewinder, of course, representing the 7 brand. But really, he's just here to hang out, have a good time. So thanks to Malcolm Stewart for pacing our practice. We've got great views courtesy of our Red Bull live drone shot. Once you grow up at the ranch, you cannot leave it. There are memories that'll last a lifetime, so all of our top pros that have come through here always come back. That includes Ricky Carmichael, who has never missed a Loretta since he started here as a racer and has come back every year since he turned pro, and now through his retirement, and then that one year where he actually raced here, again in the 25-plus class. So that's Ricky Carmichael signing over at the Comedic trailer earlier in the week. We're watching footage on, the old school 167 amateur jersey for RC. Yeah. That's signing autographs at Comedic earlier in the week. We're watching footage here on RacerTV.com while the WMX riders are out practicing. For folks here at the ranch, Hannah Hodges, by the way, has the top time in practice for WMX with a 2:09.1. Jordan Jarvis, second quickest, 2:09.4. Autumn Rodman, 2:27. And Shelby Rowland with a 2:21.6. Those are your top 4 fastest WMX practice right now. Here's some highlights of some of the things we saw earlier in the week. A lot of stars came in with high expectations. You saw Seth Hamaker, Derek Drake, Joe Shimoda, Daxton Bennick, all with eyes on championships. It's where dreams are made, but it doesn't always work out. There's Tanner Stack and Mitchell Falk battling it out in the A classes. Ultimately, they would all fall in the hands of Derek Drake, who won both of our A divisions yesterday. There's Hayden Deegan looking good on his number 160, his number 1 65cc machine. It's not a 165. Don't protest, anybody. Track was primo. We've had the best weather overall that we've ever seen at the ranch. We've had some years with cooler days, but usually it's maybe 2 of the days, 3 of the days, and to get that we had to have a torrential downpour. We didn't have any rain. We didn't have any hot days. Every day was perfect, and what we're all theorizing is that led to better racing. The riders had more energy in the tank. We saw battles going down in the last lap, and the track has been so raceable. Shout out to Randy Poulter, Jeff Russell, and everybody else involved with that. We watched Daxton Bennick grabbing a title on his 85 on these highlights. But look at the multiple lines. That was really the dominating factor of all of these classes. That was a 99 of Ryder DeFrancesco. He won 2 titles. John Gruy won a championship in 50-plus. Seth Hamaker putting on a show, winning some motos in the A divisions. But ultimately, it was the 33 of Derek Drake, really stepping up his game when it mattered most to get both 250A and Open Pro Sport crowns for that Orange Brigade KTM team. In the B classes, Jalik Swole's consistency versus the speed of Pierce Brown. And it worked out almost even. Brown was setting some amazing lap times and doing spectacular things on the track, but Swole, consistency always wins the day in motocross. 2 championships in Schoolboy 2 and in 250B for Swole. I'd say he's a shoo-in for the AMA Amateur Racer of the Year award that goes to the best B or Schoolboy rider. As for the Nikki Hayden Horizon Award that goes to the A-class rider, you got to be looking at the 33 of Drake since he won both of those classes. It'll be very interesting to see who returns to the ranch next year. Joe Shimoda there won a moto earlier in the week. What classes will they be in next year? How are the races going to go? How Derek Drake, you hurt just watching him cut that left-hand corner. There's Drake. Great day yesterday. He's got to be the happiest dude at the ranch. He's got both of his motos and titles wrapped up. We're going to quick look at Ty Masterpool there, who has been putting on a show on his number 95 YZ 125. Terrible starts almost every moto he was in. Led to some epic come-from-behind charges. Oh, there's Mike Brown. No coming from behind there. Brown started from the front and led from the front all week long. And then it came down to that third moto battle between he and Ricky Renner in 25 plus, which was unreal. It eventually led to some contact. Two veteran riders that know what they're doing to try to make passes and prevent passes from being made. Ultimately, Brown came out on top with that championship. There is Masterpool, who's masterful in that Star Racing Yamaha. There's Deegan on the number 1 KTM. Super Mini, Star is Born. Nathaniel Thrasher, unbelievable performance. He's won all of his motos so far. He has one left. He's already got one Super Mini title. Nate Thrasher, he might be the man who can say it was 2018. That was the year that he stepped up and became one of the all-star players in amateur motocross. There's Swole in the 30 with his titles in Schoolboy MB. Those are just some of the sights and sounds here at the ranch. WMX practice wrapping up. Jordan Jarvis now the fastest time at 2:06.6. Hannah Hodges at 2:09.1. Rodman, Roland, Jamie Astudillo is 5th fastest. Bryce Martinez 6th. Samantha Peters, Brinsley Dias, Brittany Masher, and Amanda Henderson. That's your top 10 quickest here in WMX practice. We're going to take another commercial break here on RacerTV.com, and we'll be back with more racing.
Lucas Oil Pro Motocross makes its way to the legendary Budds Creek Raceway in Mechanicsville, Maryland for the 29th annual Budds Creek National on Saturday, August 18th, located 30 minutes south from the U.S. Capitol in the scenic southern Maryland countryside. Be trackside when the dirt flies. Go to BuddsCreekProMX.com to get your tickets today. The races start at 1 p.m. Saturday, August 18th at Budds Creek Raceway. August 18th at 1 p.m.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
From amateur to pro, we are proud to support all levels of racing. Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we go beyond just selling parts, apparel, and accessories. We take pride in participating in the sport. It's just one more way to show our dedication to the fans and the riders of the greatest sport on earth. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
The season finale of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship makes its way to the celebrated Ironman Raceway in Crawfordville, Indiana for the 5th annual Ironman National on Saturday, August 25th. Go to IronmanRaceway.com to get your tickets today. The races start at 1 p.m. Saturday, August 25th at Ironman Raceway. That's Saturday, August 25th at 1 p.m. Visit IronmanRaceway.com. We'll see you at the races August 25th.
Are you looking for a dirt bike piston that can increase power and decrease blow-by? Then check out Wiseco's all-new Racer Elite piston line. Racer Elite has been used exclusively by the pros, including RCH, Yoshimura, Suzuki Factory Racing, and are now accessible to the public. Available for popular 250 and 450cc dirt bikes, the Racer Elite series is the first off-the-shelf asymmetrical power sports piston ever made. Its fully machined billet aluminum construction features an exclusive custom lap top ring. Step up with dyno-proven power gains with Wiseco's Racer Elite piston line.
Suzuki Arm Army, it's the overarching umbrella of all Suzuki racers. From the local guy that just loves going to the desert to your top factory guy that out here doing it for the fans. It's what we're all enthusiasts that just love to ride, and love to ride on Suzuki's. That's what we're trying to do, is give them the best tool set to succeed from the guys racing locally in their regions, and just kind of getting their feet wet and getting involved with Suzuki dealers that love racing and being part of that, to going to the national program and into Supercross and motocross professionally. So we're putting all the pieces together to connect those dots.
I'm a sore loser.
I'm a sore loser.
Losing is not an option for me.
Be the best.
The best?
The best.
You have to have the best equipment under the hood.
That's why
I only use
Cometic products in my engines.
Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket, a superior quality gasket
for those of us who demand the highest level of performance.
I'm a sore loser.
The all-new 2018 CRF 250R, radically redesigned for the absolute hole shot.
Every hole shot, every corner, every detail, every obstacle there to slow you down is another chance to get faster. When you've got a legacy of world champions to live up to, every second counts.
Map. The regulation start blocks, absolutely. They hand out start blocks. Well, it's the 125 class. They're younger riders. They might be a little bit shorter. Here's your Rocky Mountain ATV MC, MX versus ATV track map. Start at Loretta. This tradition. It's always been here. We did move the gate forward about 10 years ago to cut down on speeds in the turn one. We have been very fortunate. First turn crashes have been at a minimum this year. This section's so interesting, the way the lines develop. You've got some of these anthills on the insides, making the wide outside lines fast as well. A lot of options through this long, short chute. We put some moguls in the track map because it gets so darn rough. That's legitimately the way the track actually shapes up. That's the famous 10 Commandments. This split line, you can go inside with the roll, go outside, shoot around, and then come together over this Storyland triple. We've seen lots of passing in action back here. And this section's tricky. The dirt always forms up differently in these two left-hand corners. And we did see some riders lose the front end. You go from tacky dirt to slick in one small area, a triple that some riders are busting out. Now we're headed toward the Rocky Mountain Beach. Really rough sand section and a sweeper, left-hand turn. You can rail the outside, you can run the inside. You got to get over the Rocky Mountain Mountain. And then this right-hand turn, pair of jumps. Some riders airing out this second Kawasaki table all the way into the braking bumps. It was spectacular in our A classes yesterday. We'll see if anyone can uncork it on the 125 that are coming up in a moment. Here's the final turn to the finish. Some of our finishes have actually come down to this right here. Photo finishes at the finish line, past the Thor Tower, the Thor Tunnel. Hook back onto the starting line. The most distinctive part of this track, the famous billboards on the rider's left. 180-degree corner, hook back onto the racetrack where the starting line connects, and that is a lap at Loretta Lynns. Parade lap just about complete for our next class. This is going to be Schoolboy 1, 12 to 17 BC. It is essentially the 125 class. We have a 125 BC, We raced that earlier. Ty Masterpool won the title. They bring the 125s back out again in Schoolboy 1, which is also a 125 only division. Can Masterpool get 2 titles? Standing in his way is Ethan Mann on the number 52. Mann has 2-1 moto scores. That's 3 points. Masterpool has a 1-3. That's 4 points. So between Mann and Masterpool, whoever finishes in front of the other is going to be champion in this moto, unless there's a complete disaster and someone else can sneak in there. Amongst those suspects would be Cullen Park, who is third with 6-2 scores, but we were just informed that Park hurt his shoulder, doesn't even know if he's going to be able to race this moto. He's going to go to the line. He's going to give it a shot, but Park is not sure if he's going to be able to hang on. He is third in points right now. Aiden Tiero also has 8 points with a 4-4 moto scores. Tiero has been quick. He's had a lot of laps this week, has said that he's struggling with arm pump. If he can get that out of the system, he could go out and win this moto on the number 87 KTM. Preston Kilroy had a moto win in a different 125 class, 125 BC, earlier in the week. He has a 3-5 for 8 points, 5th overall. Alexander Vestal, 6th overall. Parker Earl, 7th. TJ Uselman, 8th. Jace Kessler is 9th quickest. And Gage Linville. That's your 10 fastest riders going into this final Schoolboy 1 moto. You got to watch Masterpool in the 95. The starts have been atrocious. Not just bad, but terrible. He's coming from outside the top 20 in just about every race he's been in so far this week. He's got to do better than that. Ethan Mann on the number 52, holding the points lead. We'll see if Mann can man up and lock down this championship. Let's go racing. Looks like the number 60, or is that the 40 of Gage Linville? It's the 80, sorry, I saw the 0. It's the 80 of Preston Kilroy. He's got a moto win earlier in the week in the other 125 class, so he can run. Masterpool actually has a good start. There he is on the Yamaha in 4th. Working his way down to the inside of the 40.
Linville making that pass, Jason.
So Linville takes the lead from Kilroy, but we got the players up front. We got to find Ethan Mann. Where's he at?
He's going to have red, white gear number 52 on the motorcycle. Masterpool right behind Linville. And Kilroy, where is Ethan Mann?
So turnabout, fair play. Now it's Masterpool's chance to ride up front, and it's going to be Mann's opportunity to come from behind, and Masterpool's not wasting time. Up to 2nd.
I believe that's Mann in 5th.
Okay. Yeah, Mann right coming through storyline. So this is...
Everybody's there.
Yeah, this is straight up duel now. We got the right setup. Preston Kilroy. As far as the title is concerned, Kilroy came into this one ranked 5th, so title's going to be tough. Winning the moto is going to be tough, because did you just see that rush around the outside by Masterpool?
Wow, he blew that berm, and Masterpool blew right past Kilroy, putting up no fight there. He just slipped right through him.
So Masterpool, I think this is the first time he's going to lead the first lap of a moto all week. He picked the right time to finally get those starts figured out. Talked to Masterpool earlier in the week. He said after some bad starts, Ryan Villapoto, now with Yamaha, said, we're going to the burnout area, keep your gear on. We're doing practice starts. He did 30 practice starts. It didn't help. His starts continued to be subpar, is probably the nice way of putting it, but he finally got it dialed for this final moto, the Star Racing Yamaha rider. Let's get the rundown here, Kevin. Kilroy 2nd, Linville. Mann is 4th, so he's not out of it.
Not at all. Aiden Tiero rounds out your top 5. Trevor Schmidt, 6th. Chase Yentzer, 7th. Otto Burton, 8th. Jace Kessler is 9th. And Alexander Vestal round out your top 10. And, man, we have just not talked about Max Miller this week. He is in 12th, and he has done a ton of winning on the national scene. Max just kind of struggling with his starts. There's Cullen Park.
And there's Masterpool heading to the 10 Commandments. Cullen Park, he's doing it. Dislocated shoulder and all. 14th place. Going to try to salvage some points in this moto, and hopefully for him, he'd like a top 5 overall. That's where it would be right now for him. Meanwhile, we're watching the 40 of Linville. Ethan Mann creeping up into the picture.
But here comes Aiden Tiero actually creeping up behind Ethan Mann. Aiden Tiero on the 87 machine.
Oh! Tiero hits the ground.
He just drives that left shoulder in the ground. Kept the bike running.
Been a rough week for Tiero. The speed has been there, but arm pump, and then in that case, a crash. He had a crash while leading. I think it was the second moto of this class earlier. So Tiero, a lot of people remember, was able to beat Ryan Villapoto at the 125 All-Star race at the Hangtown round of Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. Definitely has the pace, but not going to have the results to show for it. This guy's been consistent. You're looking at the 80, the KTM of Preston Kilroy, and there is Masterpool trying to get away.
Masterpool had 2 titles last year in the Super Mini, trying to do it again. Pretty good couple of years for Ty Masterpool, that's for sure. Looks over his shoulder. Kilroy's starting to drift back just a bit.
Yeah, Masterpool was on the TM last year.
Yep.
And Star Racing Yamaha, they know a winner when they see it. They have been bringing up a lot of riders through the ranks, like Aaron Plessinger right now. Also Cooper Webb, Jeremy Martin, championships at the pro level. Let's take you through this crash for Tiero. There's about 9 ruts to choose from, and they're in the space of about 5 feet in distance. And he got into the wrong one and went down. So tough break for Tiero. Benefactor is Ethan Mann, because he was about to feel the heat from Tiero. But Mann's going to have to man up. He's going to have to make some passes. He's got to get Linville, Kilroy, and then try to run Masterpool down, or hope that Masterpool makes a mistake. Whew. People going out on some Saturday cruises here. We've got our road back to the left side of our announcer's tower. They're having fun, headed over to Area 3, Area 4, getting their last chance to visit all their buddies. It's like family reunion time when you come here to the ranch.
They just meet in the middle. This is the middle here. Everybody from the West Coast comes, the East Coast.
Yep.
The New England area. It's like traffic jam here behind us here.
Yeah, there are so many people around. This is Motocross City, and it's rush hour. Masterpool starting to get away from Kilroy. Kilroy obliterating that berm. He's using the outside where Masterpool passed him. He figured that out.
Masterpool looks behind him. You know, he's trying to lay down these heaters to get away from him, and Kilroy kind of hanging around.
Woo! It is scary to watch sometimes. Masterpool comes into these braking bump sections so hard and just gets that YZ125 to settle down. He's a small kid on that thing. Wiry.
Linville solid on the number 40 machine. You can see him on your screen here. He's got Mann right behind him. That's a wiry, lanky rider as well, is Gage Linville.
Out of Georgia?
Out of Georgia, yeah.
Out of Georgia.
MTF rider.
Here comes Ethan Mann in that, as you said, red and blue gear. He is closing up on Linville, trying to take third in the moto. If it ends like this, Masterpool's got the championship. Mann's going to have to hope for a mistake. All right, food being delivered to the tower by our good friends at Rides Unlimited.
BTO 7MX KTM team.
I'm crushing it, man. My food budget for the week has been steady at $7, and we've just about made it to the end, so I think I'm going to keep under that $8 mark. That was my limit. Don't want to get in the double digits on food budget, so thanks to all the folks who have bought me food for no reason this week. I'll tell you who wants to eat right now. Ethan Mann, he wants to gobble up that number 40 just in front of him, Gage Linville. Here we go down the long, short chute. Into the 10 Commandments.
Looks like our road back there's traffic here, traffic on the racetrack in this segment of the race.
Yeah, you're right. This is the same traffic jam we're seeing on the road beside our booth, wheel to wheel.
Kevin from Tamer Holeshot's just been sitting there in his rig, burned about a half gallon there, waiting to get up this hill.
Motos are over for a lot of people, so a lot of people trucking on home, and if that's the case, we wish you safe travels. Hope to see you back next year. All right, here's your battle. 2 KTMs, wheel to wheel. Man, I thought he had the pass made, man, but he doesn't, man.
Chase Yentzer having a good ride in the 5 spot. His dad keeps poking his head here, kind of see what his kid's doing. Excellent ride for Chase.
I just saw the 43 of Cullen Park. Park riding with a dislocated shoulder is moving forward.
Into the number 10 spot, dislocated shoulder.
43 on the Yamahas at the back of this chain.
As your leaders come past us in the tower over the tunnel jump, over to the billboards, we go with your leaders as they pop out now past the mechanics area. Kilroy has now lost touch with the 95. Unfortunately, Ty Masterpool opens it up to almost 5 seconds.
51 is Jace Kessler. He's in this mix as well. I'll give you the full rundown in just a moment now that they've tripped the transponders. Kessler is battling Otto Burton on that number 61. Left left-hand corner, inside, outside, Burton versus Kessler. And Cullen Park is trying to get them both on that blue Yamaha, the 43. He's on the right side of your screen. And whose auto got with him? Chandler Baker and TJ Uselman also in the fight. The 5 is Baker. So I'm telling you what, when you get the 125s in the class, you're going to get battles. It happens every time. Great racing in all 6 motos. But Masterpool is trying to dampen some of that. He's pulling away. Kilroy second, Linville third, Mann fourth, Yenser fifth. Then it's this battle you're watching. Max Miller in the 64, Burton on the 61, Jace Kessler eighth, Park and Baker round out the top 10. TJ Uselman 11th, Noah Wilbrandt 12th, Orion Gregory 13th, Aiden Tierro after a crash 14th, and Nate Mason. That's your top 15.
You'll notice a lot of these 125 riders have to keep that momentum up. You see them on the outside of the racetrack more so than our 250S. It's all about keeping the RPMs up, the speed up.
Yeah, it's not the peak power. It's the fact that it's produced in such a narrow rev band, and you've got to get that thing perfect. The stopping and starting doesn't work so well for these machines. It's better to keep the momentum up. Where a 250F and especially a 450, you can tractor your way out of the corner.
Max Miller continues to climb up front. He's in the number 6 spot. He has passed all those riders behind him, and then guess who's coming with him? The 43 of Cullen Park continues to climb up, and Cullen Park has almost found himself a spot on the championship podium. He's going to need to make about 5 more passes, though, because 5 points separate Cullen Park and Preston Kilroy. Only halfway home, though, 5 laps.
Wow.
Plenty of more racing to go. Past the mechanics, here we go. One of those mechanics trying to give him some fingers to look at. Couldn't quite make out how many
laps. You know, we always joke in our 50cc classes, what do they write on the pit board because the riders are too young? I saw one yesterday. I saw a happy face and a number 5.
Perfect.
Happy with 5th, I guess, is what that means.
There you
No
go.
letters on the pit board.
There's again Max Miller, the big wheelie.
Yeah.
The patented wheelie going into the 10 Commandments.
The wheelie bar on the back of that thing.
Wow. Big Daddy John Garlick's Miller. It's
Miller's looking to make more passes. Also got Chase Yenser in the mix on the 13. And there's Cullen Park. That's the Yamaha rider you're looking for. Park, injured shoulder and all. Wasn't sure if he could ride this moto. Digging deep. Same story we heard in our previous race with Ryder DeFrancisco. Had the flu on a Thursday night. Said he was honestly considering going to Kawasaki and saying, I'm done. I can't race my final motos, even though he was the points leader in both. He dug deep, and Ryder DeFrancisco got 2 championships despite riding 6. So sometimes you got to, as Wes came and say, be a junk man and salvage whatever you can. And that's what Cullen Park on the number 43 Yamaha is trying to do right now. Shoulder injury, still making passes.
Masterpool comfortably out front. 16 seconds now with a 2:06 lap time for Preston Kilroy. And now Kilroy is in danger of losing that spot to Gage Linville, who put down a 1:59, 7 seconds faster than Kilroy just in front of him. Obviously a mistake by Kilroy that time.
Park trying to make the pass right now on the 13 of Yenser. With Max Miller just ahead, Ethan Mann has been stuck in 4th. He put the pressure on Linville. Hasn't been able to crack him. Ooh. Ow.
Yenser just about high sides it. Here comes Cullen Park.
Woo.
With one good shoulder, able to make that pass. The parents are up here on the same podium, so gotta be careful.
Careful, everybody. Oh, Yenser's in.
That's Yenser. There's Park right here.
Oh, hanging out here in the tower. Be careful, everybody.
There's Alex Hunter making sure everything's going according to plan here for the AMA's perspective. As the AC flows out of our announcer's tower.
Keep that door.
Of the AMA.
Keep that door shut. Well, what a performance for Yenser, but Cullen Park able to overhaul him. Let's see if Park can get any more positions. He'd have to catch Max Miller. That's not going to be easy because Miller moved through this pack already. Into the 10 Commandments we go. Schoolboy 125 BC. It's awesome to get more 125s at the ranch. 2 classes now for 125 riders. Schoolboy 1 and 125 BC. Now, back in the day, we had 2 schoolboy classes. They were the same, stock and mod, with same ages, same machines, just stock and mod. With the advent of the 250F, a lot of the classes changed. We had 0 250Fs at one point, then we were all 250Fs at one point, and now we have 1 class is for only 125s and 1 is for only 250Fs. So 2 different schoolboy classes. In the 250F schoolboy division, which is called Schoolboy 2, that was Jalik Swole's class, and he won the championship there. Schoolboy 1 is Ty Masterpool. So, well, I'm curious. We keep seeing Alex from the AMA come in here. A couple of years ago, the AMA invented a new award, the Amateur Racer of the Year Award. There's the Horizon Award, the Nikki Hayden Horizon Award, as it is now named after the late, great Nikki Hayden. That goes to an A-class expert rider. They now have an award also for the best B rider. So if I'm Alex from the AMA, you've got to look real careful.
It's a tough decision.
Swole 2 championships.
Ty Masterpool.
Maybe 2 championships for him.
Does it go down to just moto wins? Ty Masterpool's classes were extremely tough, as were Jalik Swole's.
Absolutely.
And I believe Masterpool has won more motos on the week, though.
Yeah, I think he has. Well, if he gets this one, Masterpool's going to go 1-3-1. I think he's going to have 4 moto wins. So that might help his case. That's going to be a tough one to decide. And honestly, I'm glad the AMA came up with that Amateur Racer of the Year award for the B class, because more and more often, the fastest amateurs top out in the B class and then turn pro and hang
You rarely get to see them.
You don't get to see. They never have the chance at the Horizon Award because they don't even come here as an A-rider. Garrett Marchbanks, Jordan Bailey, both turned pro this year, not racing here at the ranch, although they could in the A class. They chose to move up to Lucas Oil Pro Motocross early. So a lot of times the B class are where stars are made. We've seen that happen time and time again at the ranch. Eli Tomac, Justin Barsha, Cooper Webb. They never raced the A class here. Faulkner, is he another one on that list? That's why we got our statistician.
Even RC, way back when, he was one of the first guys to do that. He might have hopped in 1 B class at Minios or some winter am and went straight
2 to go.
Ball game.
Yep, 2 to go.
2 more laps, you are right. Ty Masterpool, 16 seconds out front of Preston Kilroy, who's kind of righted the ship now with a 157. Kept Gage Linville behind him. Ethan Mann cannot roll up on Linville. He's 1.7 seconds, just cannot get around him. Max Miller and Cullen Park have done great work to get up to 5th and 6th, respectively. Cullen Park, 14 points, though, to Preston Kilroy's 10. That'll put him just outside of our podium. That's everybody's dream. Get on that podium, man, for the overall. Your overall podium looks like this. Ty Masterpool, 131 scores. That's good enough for 5 points. He is leading this class. Ethan Mann, 214. He is 4th place currently on the racetrack. 2nd in points. Preston Kilroy, 352. He's running 2nd out on this racetrack. And we're watching Jace Kessler. And I believe Yinser go at it again. Kessler coming from outside the top 10 to catch the number 13 of Yinser. Yinser's best lap time of 2:02. He just turned a 2:04. Masterpool's best lap time of 1:55.1. He just turns a 1:57. So staying close to their best lap times deep into the race. That's your goal. Lap number 8 now just about official. We'll see the white flag the next time around for the number 95 of Ty Masterpool. And Masterpool working his way around the big sweeper directly in front of us. Dabs a couple of times with that right foot to keep the bike upright. He has a ton of riders just behind him that he just lapped. Star Racing Yamaha ride. They are very excited to have him on there. Will Hahn lurking around, taking a good look at his star pupil. We'll see what path he takes. They're pretty methodical in their approach to racing the Masterpool, so I expect they'll spend all the time they need getting him ready. Their older son, Jake Masterpool, in our Lucas Oil Pro Motocross, learning the ropes out there. He's going to have some good information to share with his younger brother, Ty, as they join the scene together here, one would assume in the next year or so.
Yeah, Kevin, you said you had a chance to talk to Jake about what it's been like now racing at the pro level, Jake Masterpool, and how tough it is at all these nationals.
Yeah, he was, says he's got a lot to learn, and he was super humble about it. He's all smiles, having a good time, but he says you can't get 30th place starts and expect to just fire right through the field. He goes, once you get up to about 20th, he goes, I can get through the first 15 or so riders relatively quickly. Then when I get into the guys like Ben LeMay, these guys who have been racing pro for many, many years, they want those points as bad as I do. That's where you start getting championship points inside the top 20. He goes, they fight tooth and nail all the way to the end. There's Ty Masterpool on the Lucas Oil last lap. He has looked fantastic on the 125, and I think if you can ride a 125, that will translate over to the 250F. I think it makes you a much better rider, a more complete rider, when you can control the revs and control how this motorcycle delivers the power to the ground. Ty Masterpool, I believe, one more turn, and he will look at the checker flag, and then he'll have a look at Jason Wygant down on the podium. And that is going to be all for the 125 schoolboy as he rolls straight to the podium. He knows exactly where to go. And we'll check in with Preston Kilroy out of Wyoming on the number 80 KTM. One of Ray Butt's pals from back home over at Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Preston Kilroy had a good week. He's going to finish up second in the moto and third place overall as we have a look at your overall results for this moto. Ty Masterful, he is your champion. Kilroy will finish second. Linville, great ride in third. Ethan Mann, fourth. Max Miller rounds out your top five. And with the hurt shoulder, Cullen Park finishes sixth, just outside of the top three for the championship. Chase Kessler will finish seventh. Chase Yenser, eight. Chandler Baker and Aiden Jarrell round out your top 10. We'll send it down to Jason Wygant on the podium with our winners.
Yeah, thanks. Gage Linville, Preston Kilroy, as you mentioned, third and second. So Linville is going to be the first one we talk to with our bronze, and a big burnout here on the podium. I'm not doing a very good job of enforcing no burnouts on the podium. It almost seems like I'm a giver, and I'm letting them celebrate. Don't tell anybody. So a burnout on the podium. They've shut that down, and Ty Masterpool's in here talking to his team, cooling off. Got to get the number 40 of Gage Linville up to the stage. We're going to hand out a bronze. Great racing all around in our twin 125 classes, both 125 BC earlier and this Schoolboy 1, which is for 125s. So let's congratulate all these riders who have battled all week long and put on great racing for us. Starting with the number 40, third place, Gage Linville. I feel like you had a really good week. Are you happy with it?
Yeah, the beginning of the week didn't go as planned, but we made some changes and adjusted to it.
What's your plan from here? Do you know you're going to stay in a 125? Do you know what's next?
Yeah, I'll probably stay in the 125 one more year, and we'll move up from there.
Who do you want to thank?
The good Lord for keeping me safe. Pirelli tires, dude, them tires hooked up. JMS for building my bike. David Wallace for helping. FMF for the pipe. 100% for the goggles. Fox for the gear, and just everybody else. Thank you so much.
All right, let's hear it for Gage Linville in third place. All right, good work there. We're going to bring up our second place finisher, which would be the number 80. So let's bring up second place. This guy had a moto win earlier in the week, so he's no stranger to podium finishes. Here he comes. And the whole shot as well. So $100 from Bell Helmets for your whole shot award and a silver medal. Let's hear it for Preston Kilroy. Same thing for you. You're up there in a lot of the motos. Are you happy the way the week went?
Yeah, but I had some moto wins, some fall down, some stuff. I just want to put those behind me, and did good this week. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
How'd that moto go for you, Preston?
I got a good start. I think the whole shot, the whole shot actually. And I tipped over. I was right behind Ty, and then I tipped over. Then I just tried to keep it on two wheels and just, yeah.
It happened. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, all my family back home, LCC, Troy Lee, EVS, Garnet, Mika, Rustem X, Scott, Dubia, just everyone. Thanks.
There it is. Let's hear it for our runner-up, Preston Kilroy. And we're going to get the whole shot photo as well from Bell Helmets and the Clark family helping us out. And now it's time for the championship celebration. He finally got the start he was looking for, and he carried it to a moto win. And with that, he unlocks his second championship of the week, and that's 2 years in a row that he's won 2 titles here at Loretta Lynns Ranch, becoming one of the superstars of amateur moto. From the Star Racing Yamaha team on the YZ125, let's welcome Ty Masterpool. There's the gold for the moto, and there's the shield for the title. Well, I guess you were due. You had to get a good start eventually.
Yeah, finally got 2 good starts in a row. I think in top 5, and pumped about that. Finally got them dialed and just worked the way to the front.
Was there anything different in this moto with the title on the line, or were you able to just take it like any other race?
It's the same as the first motos, you know, just same. Just go out there and ride, do what you do every day, and just hunt forward, don't think what's behind you, and just charge.
Hey, what's it been like? You were on the TM last year. Now you're part of one of the premier teams at Star Racing. I know you get to work with Will Hahn and Brad Hoffman and everybody. What's that experience been like?
It's awesome. You know, it's the best team out there. Can't thank them enough. Wonderful sport. The bike's doing awesome out there. You guys can tell. Just can't thank them enough. You know, it's the best crew out there, and you know, everybody gets along. It's awesome.
What's your plan after this? A little more YZ125 or what? Do you know?
I don't know. Need to gain a little bit more weight before getting on the 250. I'm only like 110 right now, so hopefully get up to like 130 or 120 pretty quick, but that's the plan as now.
It'd be nice to have a goal of I have to gain weight. That'd be sweet. There's a lot of secrets if you can get that done. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank God. Just give him all the glory. Truly mean it. My mom, dad, my brother Jake, Jason, my practice mechanic, the whole Star Racing crew there. Can't thank them enough. They're busting their butts out there and just doing all that. Alpine Star, Thor, 100%, Monster, Bell, FMF, and just all those guys are awesome. Thank you.
2 championships for the number 95. Let's hear it for Ty Masterpool. He's also going to get the Bell Helmets championship helmet. And let's present him with the number 1 plate. Let's welcome to the stage from the American Motorcycle Association, Mr. Ricky Rickards. And there is your crowning of your champion and Schoolboy 1. He'll put on some muscle right there, just holding up all this stuff. Don't forget, we're giving out Oakley sunglasses to every class champion as well. We invite Ty's whole crew and family up to the stage. We will hand out the bottle of champagne. It's not alcoholic. You're still in the schoolboy division. Sorry, bro. And here comes everybody up on stage. The Star Racing Yamaha crew, his family, whoever you want in your photos. This is it, a championship celebration. Wow, that's a unique way of opening up the champagne bottle. Did it off the edge, spraying down the Star Racing folks. A big celebration for Ty. You guys can come on up and take pictures. I'm going to send it back to the tower.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason. We are ready to go with the 65 7-11s. And this is Hayden Deegan's race to lose. He's got 1-1 moto scores, 2-2 moto scores for Logan Best. Jeremy Papani sits 3rd with 4-3 moto scores. Luke Falzer with 6-6 moto scores, good enough for 4th. 9-4 moto scores for John Carver on the 55 KTM. He finds himself in the number 5 spot. 6th place going into the 3rd and final moto. Number 36, Austin Schaefer with 8-5 moto scores on the KTM. Jordan Torres, number 71. On the Cobra it goes, 5-10. Landon Pepper, the Alaskan fisherman, number 49 on the KTM. 3-14 moto scores. Landon looking to rebound from that 14th place finish. And sitting in the number 9 spot, Jesse James Parkey with 10-8 scores on the 31 KTM. Kylo Rome, the number 21 KTM, has 12-9 moto scores, 21 points. And he looks to better that as the 65 7-11s work their way to the starting line.
Yep. I'm using the wrong microphone. I got to turn this off. Kevin, take it away.
Yeah, the last of our 65 7-11s making it to the starting line as you're watching on RacerTV.com. Big thanks to Lucas Oil, FMF, Specialized, Cobra. You'll be able to watch all the action here from Loretta Lynns on NBC Sports later on in the year. Just a plethora of sponsors that have been a part of this race, as Big Brad getting the shot down there with the number 95 of Ty Masterpool. Brad coming in at 6'6", barely fits under the podium. And there is a look at your Loretta Lynns amateur motocross schedule. You can find it on October 13th, 3:30 p.m., episode 1. Then they will re-air episode 1 again on October 17th. If you missed it, make sure you grab that DVR. There'll be a 2-part deal here. We'll break the racing up into a couple of episodes on NBC Sports. 65 7-11s have now completed their lap, and we'll see if Hayden Deegan can represent with that number 1. I love seeing those kids come back to the ranch, defending champs in a class. Does not happen very often. Deegan muscling, fighting for the whole shot. He's on the inside, but he's got a Cobra that just got around him, but he's right there with him. I believe Nathan Hummel out of St. Louis, Missouri, with the quick snap out of the gate. He just battled and battled all the way down that straightaway with the number 1 of Hayden Deegan. He's still battling with him. Hayden on the inside. He's got the bright yellow gear, the orange motorcycle. Only one number needed, the number 1. He is your returning national champion in this class in the 65 7-11. Going through the 10 commandments, look at him go. I'll tell you what, as good as he is at motocross, I believe he's going to be an even better supercross rider. Got a lot of timing, a lot of skill, knows how to maneuver the motorcycle around, tons of style. Got a wild little brother probably back at home pushing him. Oh, your third place rider just drills it down into the ground. That was the number 90. He went down. That was Jude Smirlick. And Jude had probably his best finish of the week thus far. He was in the number 4 spot. Smirlick down. He's back up on the motorcycle. There's Hayden Deegan way back on the bike. Those rolling sand whoops are ginormous for these little guys. Picture perfect form for Deegan. And we'll check in with the rest of our riders here momentarily as they come across and light this computer screen up. We can tell you who's doing what. I believe Luke Falzer in the number 2 spot. And then there is a traffic jam behind them, the number 38 machine in the number 3 spot, 36 perhaps, of Austin Schaefer. And here they come. 1 lap officially in the books. Hayden Deegan out front, Falzer in that number 2 spot. And this is where the fun begins. Jeremy Fapani on the 75 KTM. Austin Schaefer has given up 1 spot. John Carver, Jordan Torres, Lowndes Weeks, Logan Best is 8th, Nathan Hummel, and Thomas Wood round out your top 10 as your leaders have cleared the mechanics area. And this is a wild affair that you're watching on Racer TV. The number 75 of Fapani jumping into the number 3 spot. Yamaha and Suzuki were the first to enter the 60 market. Yes, 60 cc's. I believe the RM60 and the YZ60 were the first 2. Then Kawasaki coming in about 84. The CR60 was about 83. Just a couple of years that they made that machine, which is interesting to me. Kawasaki has continued to make theirs. Yamaha bringing theirs back after a 25 or so year hiatus. Actually about a 38-year hiatus, 31, 37, 36-year hiatus. And Yamaha comes back in a big way with their brand new YZ65. And you can find Logan Best back in the number 8 spot on the new Yamaha number 26. And Logan Best with 228 moto scores. He is going to get that Yamaha on the championship box. He sits third in the points right now, and he's looks to pick up a few more spots. Logan Best back in the number 8 spot. There's the number 75, Jeremy Fapani. All these little guys trying to find some kind of speed through that big section of rollers. You just have to lift the front end, bounce into the next one. There's about 7 of those in a row, and turn the motorcycle and try not to crash. Here comes your leader right in front of the announcer's tower. The number 1, Hayden Deegan, has pulled out to about a 6-second lead. He ran a 2:15.7. Your second place rider, number 46, Falzer, with a 2:19, 7.5 seconds back now. Then you have the number 75 of Jeremy Papani and the 36 of Schaefer and John Carver side by side, and Logan Best has caught them both up and over the tunnel jump. Logan Best has moved up to 6, and he is now tied with Jeremy Fapani in points, so he's got Fapani just in front of him. Logan Best on his way to Australia in a couple weeks to represent Team America for the AMA, as they have their own Motocross of Nations. I think we're carrying about 6 riders over. Ryder DeFrancisco, another one of our riders going to represent. 4 riders in the screen. That's going to be Schaefer, Carver, Best, and Torres. That Yamaha, easy to pick out. Logan Best, the blue Yamaha on the 26 machine. He's got John Carver and Schaefer just in front of him. There's the 36 of Austin Schaefer, as they double out of that left-hander. And Logan Best continues to pass. He has gotten around the 55, I believe, of Carver, and now he's got the 36 of Schaefer in front of him. And he slides on the inside and is putting the pressure now. Logan Best all over John Carver. There's Fapani. He's got that battle just behind him. Schaefer and Best, 5th and 6th. Here's a good look at the 26th, the bright yellow gear on the blue motorcycle. Logan Best doing his best to be the best. To be the best, you have to beat the best, and that's Logan Best.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard. I coined a nickname for Logan Best yesterday.
What is it?
Logan the Best.
Got the Karate Kid theme music.
You're the best.
Nothing's gonna ever break you down.
Hayden Deegan looking to back up his championship from last year. That'd be a career 2nd title for him. It's really cool a season ago. I did not realize his dad, Brian, had actually not won a title at Loretta's. Said he's the same age as Kevin Windham. Kevin Windham, about as good as you could possibly be here. I think he had one of the all-time, maybe the longest win streak. I think it long held as the longest win streak. And then memory serves right, about 3 years ago, when we came up with the vault online, someone calculated that James Stewart actually did have a longer moto win streak at the ranch than Windham, but still, the 2nd longest win streak ever means if you're racing that guy every year, you're not winning. Good luck to Brian Deegan. It was tough. He got a lot of 2nds and 3rds here at Loretta's, so Hayden becomes the first Deegan with a Loretta Lynns championship, and he's got a video crew following him around all week here. And I don't know what they're planning. He won the title, and he was holding $100 bills in his hand yesterday. I don't even know.
You know, I remember I was here for all of Ricky's runs on an 85, even a 65, along with James Stewart. And they did some special things for those guys on their last year on a Mini.
Oh, the
they
Chrome?
did the Chrome bike.
The Chrome bike.
It really looked awesome. And unfortunately, we won't get that from Jet Reynolds. Jet was on a special level, just like those guys. Logan Best on a great level. He gets around Fapani, and he might have leapfrogged Fapani. They were tied in points.
Yeah, that was critical pass for Best on that Yamaha. Yeah, no more chrome, and yeah, it could be big bikes next year for Gent Reynolds. Kawasaki used to roll it out big time for those guys. Wyndham, another great Team Green mini cycle rider.
Brock Sellers. They had so many good guys. This place, when James Stewart or Ricky Carmichael got on a motorcycle, it was electric here.
Yeah, just to see that.
Incredible, the amount of people that come up to watch those kids ride.
So Hayden Deegan wants to join that elite group. He's looking at a 1-1-1 in this 65 7-11. There's Logan Best on screen here coming around the Polysport Beach on the number 26. He's climbed to third behind Luke Fauser. That's going to push Fapani back to fourth. Austin Schaefer fifth. John Carver sixth. Jordan, help me out here, Kevin. Jordan
Torres
is seventh. Landon Pippard is
I learned
eighth.
that from Rodney when he was laying these riders' names out in normal accent.
Threw it out there, yep.
He just got down just right to Jordan Torres. I'm like, wow, Rodney's a true pro's pro.
Absolutely. He can go in Spanish, he can go in Peruvian, he can get a lot of different languages in there, whatever style you want.
Simulcast of Sabajo Gigante.
Back to our leader, Deegan, here on the number one. Rest of the top 10, by the way, you have Thor Powell in ninth. Better have long hair on Thor. And Kyler Rome is 10th. Lowndes Weeks is 11th. Ryder Thompson 12th. Alvin Hillen 13th. Grant Sweeney and Oliver Camp. That is your top 15. Deegan is checking out. Danger Boy, they call him. Making that number one look good.
Haven't seen Hudson Deacon yet. He's riding a bike. Waiting on him to join the scene.
Whoa.
He got a younger brother.
Oh, okay.
Saw the sister hanging out.
She's here. NASCAR
here.
Next program. NASCAR
she
driver now.
A lot of press, too,
yes.
recently.
Forbes magazine recently did a thing on NASCAR mentioning Haley Deegan. That's Hayden's brother. She is now racing cars. Are doing very well in the K&N series, which is one tier below when you go up to, into both ARCA and K&N, and then working your way up into what they would call the National Series there. So you're going to hear the Deegan name, second generation as professionals, I'm sure, before long. Her in a car, and Hayden probably in Supercross and Motocross. By the way, we got 3 rounds of Lucas Oil Pro Motocross left here in 2018. Hope some of the folks make the trip up to Unadilla, the legendary Unadilla Valley Sports Center in New Berlin, New York. That'll be next Saturday. And that's where some riders make their pro debut. We'll have to check in maybe Mitchell Falk, maybe Tanner Stack. We'll see which one of the A riders chooses to move up and turn pro at Unadilla. And then we'll go to Budds Creek, Maryland. That's a track that I'm sure a lot of the riders here at Loretta's are familiar with from great local races, amateur qualifiers, both the area and regional at Budds Creek. That'll be the next weekend. And then August 25th, Saturday, is the finale at the Ironman Raceway in Indiana, Crossroads of America. No matter where you are, you can't say that it's too hard to get there. That's right in the center of the country. Great track. We'll have great amateur racing there as well. So 3 rounds, Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. Go to promotocross.com to find out more about the events. It's a hidden gem. Promotocross.com. They put up about 40 video edits by Sunday afternoon from each round of Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. There's so much video content. They have
the Cliffs Notes version.
They do.
It's
the
like
Cliff Notes
NFL
version.
Red Zone. They show every pass that was substantial.
Relevant, yes.
It's amazing. In about 7 minutes, you will see every single pass that you know.
Yeah, they call it the extended highlights. So they have the quick, 1 minute highlight. They have the full moto, which you can get with the NBC Sports Gold Pass. But yeah, the extended highlights, it's perfect. It's every major moment in the race. So check out promotocross.com for everything you need on Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. These riders will probably be there someday. We're watching the 75, Fapani, and who's he going to get heat from? Austin Schaefer on the 36.
Yeah, Best got around Fapani, and Fapani now dealing with Austin Schaefer. John Carver had a good ride. Hey, how about Landon Peppard? What a great ride he's having. He's up to the number 7 spot. That's the young man that lives in his RV. They just travel all over. No home residence.
They do not have a home.
Nope, they're from Alaska.
Is that for racing purposes or work purposes?
I think it works for both.
Really?
I don't know which. I don't know which trumps the other. But Landon said that. Yeah, we drive around wherever we want to be racing. He's a bidding estimator, construction estimator.
I see. So could be bidding anywhere in the country.
Yep.
Got to go there.
There you go. 2:18 lap time for Deegan, 2:20 for Falzer, 2:18 for Logan Best. How about that? Logan Best doing a fantastic job in third. And Donnie Luce has got to be pleased with how this Yamaha is working out. This is a great platform to show everybody what this machine can do.
Yeah, I've said it all week long. Really cool to see an investment in youth motorcycles. Yamaha not only with an all-new 65, first time they've ever had a YZ 65, but also, as Luke Fauser in second place comes by our tower, also the YZ 85 has been redesigned this year using a lot of the same new technology in the 65. So Yamaha really reinvesting in the youth classes. That's awesome to see. Trying to make the sport of motocross grow.
There's our good buddy Landon Peppered.
Yeah, he is in 7th. So where's he going to go after this? Doesn't matter. Just living in the motorhome anyway.
Yep, the next race, what they got a little night race coming up down here?
Yeah, we'll come any track, anytime, any place, anywhere.
Just shoot us an email through my dad's consulting bidding.
Do not send us a letter.
No, we were not going to get
that.
We
don't have a mailbox.
Text, something like that. Look at this. Yellow flags are out, and Hayden Deegan doing a fantastic job. You know, all eyes are on you when you roll through something like that.
Oh,
you get the wheels off the ground. There are 74 phones that have just recorded that. So, and our guys from Racer TV, great job working through that yellow flag area there. Can't stress that enough. When you go back home, that's the biggest rule of any race you ever go to on the local level. Pay attention to those yellow flags.
Don't jump, don't pass.
There's
more riders down. Luckily, this guy's okay. He's off the side of the track. He's fine. Deegan, no harm, no foul, no trouble. So this is looking good for Hayden Deegan to lock it down with a 1-1 on the 65. What if this might be the last 65cc race for Hayden Deegan? I'll ask him that on the podium.
Right.
Wow.
Doubling through the braking bumps there.
Beautiful.
I wonder how much exposure, and I'm being serious here, because he's got so many Instagram followers. We're looking at almost 1 million or whatever, that he's 800 some odd thousand followers. How much exposure can he be bringing to this sport? Like, he's posting all the time about it. My son, I told you the story. He's at home. He goes, hey, do you know this guy? I follow him on YouTube. I'm like, what's his name? He rides dirt bikes. Is something Deegan? I'm like, yeah, we see the guy. He goes, Riley has no idea about motocross, my son.
He doesn't follow it.
And I love his videos. Guy's awesome. Yeah, he thinks he's the coolest kid ever. He's about a year, Riley's about a year older than Hayden, but that's just coming unsolicited from
You're
my
bringing
son
in other kids who are not interested in sport, pulling them into the sport.
Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yep. Well, I tried to do the same. Hunter Yoder, who was in the Super Mini class.
Number 58.
I got him on the Blippy show on YouTube. Blippy's a crazy guy who does all kinds of stuff for really little kids, like toddler age. He'll show you how a bulldozer works, a police car, a jet ski, and conspicuous by its absence, he had never done a dirt bike video. So I contacted my buddy Chris Johnham from Honda and said, you guys got to look into this, man. This is a huge marketing opportunity for the sport. We're all so entrenched in what we do day to day, we forget there's these new avenues out there. So they got in touch with Blippy, popular YouTube star for the kids. They did a video out at Paris Raceway in California. Hunter Yoder, who's in our Super Mini class, taught Blippy how to ride. And
40 million people probably saw that.
No, it does have, I think, 4 million views.
Oh, that's incredible.
That's honestly probably more views than any other dirt bike thing's going to get all year.
Anything.
It is for 3-year-olds.
Doesn't matter.
But getting 3-year-olds introduced to dirt bikes is awesome. And at the end, Blippy does pull out a Honda CRF 50, shows that there are small bikes for kids. Beautiful marketing for the sport.
Awesome.
So, yeah, it works in so many ways. You just got to figure out how this new era of media works. And Brian Deegan has always been a marketing master. He's got it dialed.
Yeah, he was on that early. Hayden Deegan has this dialed right now. 17 seconds out front of Luke Falzer. Logan Best. Fantastic ride for Best, as he has now caught Falzer. That's for second place now. Falzer on the 46 KTM, you can see him just in front of the blue Yamaha. Logan Best has come from outside of the top 10, and he has rode a fantastic race. Not quite to the Lucas Oil last lap just yet. We're at 2 minutes and 19 seconds before we start thinking about the completion of this race. And Logan Best has really, really rode the blue wheels off of that blue Yamaha. There's Falzer. Best on the inside. Falzer running that outside line in the Rocky Mountain ATV sweeper. Off and over the single. That is actually Raymond Butts laying in the middle of the track, covered him with dirt. He's a part of our racetrack. That's how he gives back to the sport. Whenever we're low on dirt, we just bring Raymond in. Takes just a minimal amount of dirt to cover him up. His beard matches the color of that dirt there. So it's a perfect fit.
Yeah, that red dirt.
Yep, a big red beard of his. And this is the battle you are going to want to watch right here. Best on the inside just had so much entrance speed. almost made the pass a little too early. I think he was even surprised how quickly he caught Falzer up and over the tunnel jump. They'll fly in the air at the same time in stereo by the billboards, looking over at all the riders. Pay attention to the track, guys. Don't get distracted. Best with the outside line. Crafty little vet here. Look at that outside, inside. That line was beautiful. He made up so much time. Falzer had to cover that inside line, and Best went way outside, shot over the rut. That's a Mike Brown move there. The Lucas Oil last lap one more time through the 10 Commandments. And Hayden Deegan holding court right now. But that pass has been made. Logan Best on the last lap got around Luke Falzer. And Best will now have 2-2-3 moto scores, 7 points. And he has just rode a brilliant race to come from outside of the top 10. He ought to have some confidence coming up in a couple of weeks when he heads over to Australia. What a great opportunity for our riders from America to go race and represent the United States in a few short weeks. And Falzer looks like he's going to hold on to the number 3 spot. There's Best. Falzer doing everything he can to follow the lines of the Yamaha rider. This is that big rolling section there. The Rocky Mountain ATV sweeper. Best hugs the inside line up and over Raymond Butts. Mount Raymond Butts as they climb over. He gives them some words of encouragement every time they go over. That tickles. Don't ride right there. There's the number 1. Lucas Oil last lap. It is over. Hayden Deegan is your national champion, a 2-time champion in the 65 7-11. Great ride. Here comes Logan Best. He charged every second of this race and was able to make the pass. Great job. He'll get around Falzer, who will finish up 3rd. But your championship looks like this. Hayden Deegan will take the championship. Logan Best will finish 2nd. 2nd in the moto, 2nd in the championship. Jeremy Fapani will finish up 3rd in the championship. You can see Jeremy finished 4th in the moto, followed by Austin Schaefer. Landon Peppard climbs to 6th. John Carver 7th. Thor Powell, Alvin Hillen, and Loudons Weeks out of Cameron, South Carolina wraps up your 65 7-11 top 10. Jason Wygant going to sort things out on the podium, and we will toss it down to Jason when you are ready.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, we also have a Bell Helmets whole shot award to hand out. Hayden Deegan going to collect all the goodies that go with the title, including Oakley's sunglasses for a lucky lady in his life. He's going to have a lot of choices to make there. Could it be mom, sister, girlfriend, wife, whoever he wants to hand those Oakleys out to. Logan Best 2nd. Luke Falzer, as you mentioned, 3rd. Hummel, I believe Nathan Hummel was our whole shot award winner. They're debriefing on the podium with Hayden Deegan. Oh, he's got the certificate. Mom and sister are going to argue who's going to get those sunglasses. Sister just took them. Sister wins. She took the sunglass certificate right out of the palm of Mom. All right, we'll get to our champion in a moment, but we're going to try to bring Luke Falzer and Logan Best up here as quick as we can and talk to 2nd and 3rd place, and we'll also have our Bell Helmets whole shot award to Nathan Hummel. Look at that. He had the gold helmet already dialed in going into this one. He had the number 1 plate from last year, so you might as well make it look good. And running the frosted tips as well. All right, let's bring up Logan Best and Luke Falzer. Falzer in 3rd. We want to talk to our 3rd place finisher. And then we'll bring up Logan Best. Logan's ready to go. Where's Luke? All right, we're up here at the podium. I've got the spoils. We'll get to it in a moment. Good ride for Best, but we'll bring Falzer up for the 3rd place finish and the bronze. Let's hear it for the KTM rider in 3rd place, Luke Falzer. All right, take me through that one, Luke. It was a good battle.
I got a pretty decent start, probably about a 5th place start. I got behind Hayden, followed some of his lines, stayed there till I could, and then I just got tired and Logan got around me on the last lap.
Cool. Who do you want to thank for that 3rd place finish and a good fight to the end?
My mom, my dad, KTM, Orange Brigade, 6D, Answer, Leot, I can't think right now.
It's hot. They're tired. Let's hear it for Luke Fowler taking third in 65. And now the silver medalist. We talk about it all week. Solid debut for the all-new YZ65. We got another player in the small bore classes. Let's hear it for Logan Best. Did I get my colors right there? Yeah, there we go. All right. Your gear is so reflective, you turn the silver to gold. How'd that one go for you, man? You didn't give up. You battled right to the last lap.
Yeah, I got a terrible start, but then it just, I started weaving through the pack, just a lot of patience and good technique, and I was able to pull off a second.
What's plans for you here? Are you going to stay with the 65? Are you going to get on a bigger bike? What do you think?
Well, I'm aging out of this class after minios, so I'm going to go to the 9 to 12 and see what I can do in that class, and Australia.
Oh, yeah. Good luck over there at the FIM Junior Cup. You want to see the USA take the gold over in Australia? You guys want to see that happen? All right. Logan will be helping represent Team USA over there. Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, Donnie Luce at Yamaha Blue Crew, Triangle Cycles, Rusty, 60 helmets, 100%, FXR gear, Asterix, Fuel, Clothing, CD, MX Tire, University of Motocross, Dirt Bikes for President, Magic Mike, actually everyone at south of the border, like Freddie Norin, D. Matty B, and everyone else, just thank you.
Let's hear it for our second place finisher, Logan Best. Do we grab our whole shot winner real quick? Do we have our whole shot winner? That's Nathan Hummel. We're ready to celebrate a title in just a moment, but first let me grab this whole shot check. 4 whole shots on the week. The Cobra folks are happy about putting the horsepower to the ground. Let's hear it for Nathan Hummel. How'd that go?
Good.
Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Cobra Moto, 60, Velray, Dunlop, BC Racing, Pro Taper, Rooster Max.
There it is, our whole shot award winner. Thank you, Nathan. Let's hear it for him. And they're going to get your photo. And now, the big story is the championship. I'm going to switch spots with you and grab the all-important Shield Trophy and the gold medal. He's successfully defended his championship in 65. Your moto winner and your champion is Hayden Danger Boy Deegan. First of all, how cool is it to run a #1 plate? That's got to be awesome in itself.
Yeah, it feels good being able to win last year and then coming out again and being able to win this year, so it's feeling pretty good.
Dude, we saw some sweet lines out there doubling through the sand. What was this track like in this moto?
Yeah, the track was rough, and I really had to focus on like double, triple the braking bumps because it's more like little doubles for a 65. And then just got through it good, stayed consistent, and just rode my own race.
All right. What are you going to do to have some fun now that you got all your championships that you're looking for this week? What do you do for fun?
I definitely want to go back to California, ride some scooters with my friends, and do a whole bunch of other stuff.
All right. Well, we'll be watching. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, my mom, my sister, my mechanics, Twisted Developments, KTM Orange Brigade, Team Dunlop, 100%, 60, Thor, FMF, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to invite from the American Motorcyclists Association to the stage Mr. Ricky Rickards. He will hand over the #1 plate in 65. There is your national champion. Let's hear it for Hayden Deegan. Great job and a good crowd here. A lot of people sticking around for racing action on a Saturday. I'm going to hand over a bottle of champagne and invite Hayden Deegan's family and crew to the stage. They can take all the photos they want. They can celebrate with the non-alcoholic champagne. Podium's yours for the next 15 minutes while we're racing more motos out on the track. And he's going to spray everybody down. Ricky from the AMA is going to assist with the champagne. Here you go. Hayden Deegan celebrating down on the podium. Let's send it back up top.
Another big accident on this parade lap. The number 35 of Tyler Lawrence is going to have to go back and tell his dad what happened. His dad's like, what happened? Why is your gear so dirty? What happened to you? And he crashed pretty good, Dad. So if you're wondering, he might be off the mark in this moto. He ate it pretty strong right here in front of us. He's back up and okay. But I would take all that 2 minutes I could to kind of get my bearings about me. So it's not the way you want to start, but you're already dirty, so now you're ready to rock and roll, man. You got to pay the toll to rock and roll. That's what Phil Nicoletti says. We are about to say hello to the 450C class, and Mikhail Sepvard has 1.5 moto scores, so not much room there with Kyle Propp 6.1 moto scores. He has 7 points, as does Riggin Smith, number 12 on the Husqvarna, 4.3 moto scores for 7 points. And Connor Stevenson has 7.2 moto scores on the number 11 Yamaha, good enough for 4th place overall. Stephen Ward, number 15 on the Kawasaki, has 3.7 moto scores. So we have a very tightly grouped batch of riders coming at you here as the Lucas Oil starting gate is about to come to life. So the Bell Helmets Hole Shot Award in this 450C class. Couple riders going down, everybody up and okay. Looking for that Bell Helmets Hole Shot Award winner. We're not sure who that was, but a KTM rider. A couple of them now, in fact. Man, that kid had... one KTM rider just went from 2nd to about 6th. Just got stuck in that rut. The number 41 machine out front. And that is Jonathan Fitzgerald. He has a... I don't know how he finished this high, but Jonathan Fitzgerald, check out his moto scores. The very bottom, he finished 2nd and 82nd. He has 84 points. He has a 282 moto score. I'm not sure how you can get that, probably a DNF or something. So that puts you completely out of any type of points chase. But hey, he's doing it right now. He's got a 2nd, which is a strong, strong start for this young man. It is a log jam from about 3rd through 10th. There's the number 15 on the Kawasaki. That is Stephen Ward. He's in the championship hunt. He's got 3.7 moto scores. And this one is going to be a fun one here, Megawatt. Yellow flags are out, and we are going to re-rack them. It looks like a rider or two perhaps injured there. Alex Hunter from the AMA letting everybody know. There's Mike Pelletier from the AMA as well. And we're going to put these guys back on the starting gate.
Yeah, that was, I don't know if you got to see that from your perspective there, Kevin, but a couple of riders hit the gate. And we had about,
malfunction,
I'd say about 8 bikes stuck in the gate when that moto began.
Well,
so we were watching to see if the red flags were going to come out, and they did. So re-rack it.
That's the only fair way to do it. You can have that many guys hit it. Something has to have. One guy hits the gate, it's usually on that guy. But if 8 guys hit it, there's something that must have happened there. And I've also seen it where a couple of guys hit the starting gate at the same time, and it will roll the whole gate forward. and that'll hold the gate up. Then 5 or 6 other guys have now stood the gate up. So, well, we're just guessing here, but we're going to put those guys back on the starting gate. You have to go back to your gate that you just started from. So your poor dad's having to repack that gate. He's running back from the mechanics area probably after he sees the red flag. Shoot back over there, meet you there. Hopefully you got enough gas, got a little Gatorade perhaps. You just drank your bottle of cool-down water. Right now. So now he's tired. Yeah. Hopefully your dad's in good enough shape to have made it back from the mechanics area.
Hopefully he's got big feet. He can tap that thing down quick, too.
Pack it down.
Yeah.
Give him a second to kind of get reset.
I love it. We got an autograph line for Brian Deegan down here at the fence. This is awesome. People are still hanging around at this podium. Brian still signing some autographs. That name still rings loud and clear.
There's the number 85. Unfortunately, he won't be with us in this moto. He is pulled off, getting taken off on the mechanics or the medics mule, excuse me. That is Dean DeMoss with 20 and 30 moto scores. So Dean going down on the landing of the double coming up to the announcer's tower. Tough break for Dean on the 85. The bike's good. Dean's good. He's making his way back over there. I'm sure they dropped it. I'm sure they tested it a couple times, let everybody see it drop. So now there's going to be a couple of happy guys that, all right, I get another shot, new life. And then those guys out in the top 5 are like, kind of a bummer. We'll see how it all works out. Let's see Lucas Oil live look in here on the starting gate. Those pit boards doubling as a fan. And typically you can break them over your knee like Bo Jackson did baseball bats. If your rider's not doing well, that works as well.
Brian Lemus.
Love the emotion there. All right, we're getting ready to go. And the revs are up to, or 450C, take 2. So the Bell Helmets hole shot goes to Davey Graham out of Dawson, Alabama. Can he hold on to it? The number 23. He loves this second start.
Oh, yeah, he's all about it.
That was a great call, says Davey Graham. Yeah, the number 66 now out front. That's Wyatt Reimer with 10-12 moto scores. And Wyatt's like, oh, yeah, I want to finish my week off with a hole shot. I just got around Davey Graham. Let's see what old Wyatt can do with some clear track. So again, Davey Graham with that Bell Helmets hole shot, and now Graham has slipped back a few spots. And there's the man with the plan. Wyatt finished 10 and 12 respectively on the number 66 machine. Wyatt Reimer.
Yeah, so right now, like you said, clean air, clean track, and right now picking up just a few bike links here on lap number 1. Able to put himself into the lead there, Kevin, I believe, right into the short chute. And here we go. Right now, as we're looking at the number 66 coming across the line, he has a margin of about 2.2 seconds over Riggin Smith on the first lap. There's that Michael Savard still in it, man. 1.5 seconds back behind Smith. Jesse Burkeen, another second and a half behind Savard. Stephen Ward rides in that number 5 spot, the number 6 position.
Christian Pucara, and the number 7 spot goes to Garrett Simpson, while 8th is Davey Graham, 9th Jeremy Edwards, and the 10th spot Colton Yenser.
Yeah, how about this? Your second and third place riders right now on the racetrack are tied in points. The number 12, the number 74 of Regan Smith and Michael Savard. Is that Michael Savard?
Yeah, I got to believe it is.
Not Michael's maybe?
No,
we'll go with Michael Savard. They are tied, 9 points between the two of them. So that's the race you want to watch, the number 12, the number 74, the Husqvarna versus the KTM.
And it's a long way back to that third. It's 6 points back to that third spot. So
there's Smith in your shot, and Savard just behind him on that number 74 machine. We're watching them go right now. That is for the championship megawatt.
It is. It absolutely is. And Wyatt Reimer, we see that he is in the lead right now, but he's in contention overall for a 4th place, and it looks like there's about 7 spots, so not much better he's going to do by winning the moto and not going to pick up any more points. So,
but it's going to feel great to get up there and thank your sponsors. Grab that medal. That's awesome.
Hey, let me tell you this much: as far as Reimer's concerned, nobody's going to talk about a 10 or a 12. They're going to talk about the moto we won. The last race is the one they remember, and you know what? He's going to make sure it's a good one.
Good for him. There's the number 15 on the Kawasaki, Stephen Ward. Have some fun, man. He is having a good day here. Wyatt Reimer finishing off championship Saturday. There's the number 74 of Michael Savard. He's got some company behind him. He does not want to get past. He needs to actually get around the number 12 in front of him, Regan Smith.
Yeah, he's going the wrong direction right now for sure. That number 15 machine, Ward just trying to put it to him right now. What you got to do is you got to take that 50.
And there's Christian Kapakranidis on the number 57 machine, just behind the Kawasaki ride. True story. That's quite a name, isn't it?
Well, on our official first full lap here, Smith able to pull out about 3.2. Had 2.2 last time, so he found a second somewhere, and there he is. That Mike Savard turned to 2:11.8. Next closest, well, look at that. Your man Christian pulling a 2:11.3 as well. So on the move is that number 57 Yamaha.
Big shout out to Don Collins for teaching me how to say Kapakranidis. Helped me work through it. We trained in the off season. We have gotten to see Kapakranidis a few different times this year out in Florida and Texas. So
went to the facility, went down to the camp.
Went down to
speech camp.
Announcer TF, training for
ATF.
Through the 10 Commandments, we go with the number 15 again, Stephen Ward, and the number 57 of Christian Kapakranidis. It's a great battle. That is for the number 3 or number 4 spot.
And these guys maintain. Oh, look at this big move, a triple in the middle.
Breaks open the triple. I love
able to make it stick. Yeah, able to make it stick.
On the triple smells so good when you first open
fresh.
it.
Yeah. Got a lot of that fresh fizz.
So good.
But not able to make the pass stick.
Regan Smith and Michael Savard, they're running now 1 and 2 as we've lost our leader. Wyatt Reimer has slipped back to 5th. How about that? So they're battling now for a moto win and the championship,
Absolutely.
So even more pressure.
Look at this. As they run, it's about the 3rd time today that's actually happened. The top 3 on both sides of the screen, on the track and on the podium.
That's interesting. Stephen Ward in that number 3 spot, 3rd in the championship. Savard and Smith just in front of him. And Kapakranidis, it's taken him a full lap to get around the number 15 of Stephen Ward.
I tell you what, Ward was riding really well. I had a nice wide Kawasaki underneath of him, used a bunch of different lines, and basically tried to stop that momentum. Making their way through again, Regan Smith this time on lap 3, 1.5 seconds over Michael Savard. So Smith and Savard still going at it, and now Christian.
Kapakranidis.
Yes, Christian now into the 3rd position. Stephen Ward in the number 4 spot now. So changing this game a little bit as we move into lap number 3 here, Kevin. So now all of a sudden we still have the same players for the podium, but we have a new player in for the moto contention.
13 letters comprise Kapakranidis, quite possibly the longest last name in the sport.
And you get 2 extra points for using all the letters and attaching it to another word. So Yeah, triple word score if you play it right.
That's right, man. You could win Scrabble with just that.
Absolutely.
There's the number 12. You're looking at him, Regan Smith, and Michael Savard is right there, 2 bike lengths back. Savard needs to get around him, win this moto, and you win the championship.
Well,
They're
worth the
tied
half
at points.
Yeah, we're at the halfway point right now. 7.5 minutes. So 15
This is when the
minute moto
tongue
right
starts
here.
dragging. If you're not in shape, you can feel it.
And the other riders feel it too. They can see it in your body position, in your aggression, in your line choice. They know when you're wearing out. So
mistakes start happening. They see the foot dragging, the head starts bobbling, and guess who's coming? Christian Capricornitis is going to get in there, really derail the hopes of Savard and Smith. Oh, and your leader goes down.
No.
He got augured into the ground.
Wow.
He took a handlebar to the chest.
He sure did.
Holy cow.
He's got the wind knocked out of him for sure. That was a direct grip.
Regan Smith was leading.
Yeah, that was a direct grip to the sternum right there.
Wow, he is.
Lever to the chest, handlebar the ribs.
And now Savard has Christian Capricornitis behind him, but guess what? He can give up a pass. If I'm his dad, I'm writing that on the pit board.
Right.
You don't have to beat this kid who is coming at a fast rate behind you.
All you have to do is just let him know about the number 12.
Let's hope Regan Smith is okay. He's up on his feet. Dad, if you're over there in the mechanics area, he is. We can see him. He's standing up. The medic staff working with him. I know that just really shook him up. That's great to see, Regan.
Oh, yeah. And you know as well as I do, Kevin, that sand, everybody thinks it's soft, but it's like hitting concrete, and it stops the bike so quick, and it does the same to your body.
Yeah, he helicoptered like he got thrown out of the back seat of a Pinto. Good Lord.
He looked like a fidget spinner going through there.
Sure did. And holy cow, Savard and Capricornitis are slugging it out for the number 1 spot. The action coming past us, just past the mechanics area. That's what you see on the screen as we look back at Savard, Capricornitis, Ward, Fitzgerald, Reimer, Simpson, Yenser, Blackridge, and Kluge. That is the race lead right there. Big braking bumps. The number 74 of Michael Savard trying to hold off the longest name in motocross. Could he be the best name in 450C? Christian Capricornitis, 14 consonants in a row. Savard on the 74 KTM. Oh, here comes Christian Capricornitis. He pops open that triple again.
Able to make it stick or not. Was it fresh enough? Didn't seem like it had enough fizz to it, but here he comes.
It does now.
Absolutely. It's got the bubbly. To the inside goes Capricornitis.
That's unbelievable.
How about that? Capricornitis. There we
go.
Yeah, how about that?
Thanks to Don Collins.
And with that being said, the move is made, and it's going to stick right now as he works his way back into the beach. Once again, Savard saying, what in the heck is going on here?
That's where it all went wrong for Regan Smith. He's coming through that turn. The bike steps out on him, and he high sides, helicopters off the machine. He's back up and okay, though. Regan Smith, that was for the championship.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. And that high side, boy, the hard way to go. Woo.
Tough break there. As we now look at your leader, Christian Capricornitis, on the number 57 Yamaha.
4.5 minutes to go right now, so getting down into the waning moments, as they would call them, Kevin. And right now, it's time to go to work. Michael Savard just sitting in there, enjoying the situation, looking at a possible 151 right now. Capricornitis making his way into the lead, of course. That number 57 machine out on point. Comes through with a 1.3 second lead over Savard.
Savard just needs to stay put. Here comes Jonathan Fitzgerald now on the 41 machine. He is going to go after Savard, but he has, like you said, 6 points to give up.
Oh, another rider down there in front of us. Is that the 16, I believe? Might have been the 18, C.J. Kluge, I believe. Kluge picking it up underneath the Lucas oil banner and getting back on track. So, yeah, definitely dropped him a few spots. Kluge all the way back to 16th now. So, a costly mistake there in the rollers. And, you know, pretty much a statistic now. You can take it to the bank. Any of those mistakes going to cost a minimum of about 4.5 to 5 seconds. We've done the research. We've done the homework. Prestige Worldwide. We've put in the time. We've done the numbers. And we know it's 3.5 to 5 seconds that you're going to lose on that average mistake.
Sabermetrics, big data. Numbers. Crunching the numbers.
Crunching the numbers, he says. I love it. Right now, 2.5 minutes left in this one. Do we see a 2-lap card? We do see a 2-lap card out there.
He's passing the eyeball test for me, guys. I don't need to crunch numbers. That's two schools of thought here. The old school baseball guys, they listen to the sound of the bat, how this bite hits the triple. Roger D, he can sit there and just listen to how this bite works, how this rider works.
You don't need a Yale-educated saber mathematician to understand who looks fast. I'll tell you what, you know what that would be the example? When you watch Nate Thrasher with those crazy lap times, it does not appear that he's going that fast.
Yep.
The lap time, the numbers, you're like, where is he making up 3 seconds a lap?
Everywhere.
You see other guys, they look faster than they're actually going. He's one of those guys that's so smooth, you can't tell. So that's a numbers game right there.
That's a Kevin Windham style of riding, a Jean-Michel Bell, Stefan Edwards, they all did that.
I was going to say, JMB versus RJ.
Yep.
There's 57, Christian Capagranidis here on lap 6. Michael Savard matches those lap times. Look at that, 2:11s for first, second, and third. A 2:11 for Garrett Simpson as well. Savard in control of this championship, 152 scores, 8 points. He is way out front in terms of points. Stephen Ward, 374. And Megawatt, you got 400 names you're going to have to run through.
You're absolutely right. I've got a big list of things here to cover right now. First of all, at Lost and Found, we need Misty Lane at Lost and Found, and we need Andrew Adamick. We need you over at Lost and Found, too, at the MX Sports Trailer. Now, the rest of these folks on this long list of names, you have packages at MX Sports, and these packages need picked up. Landon Peppard, John Moeller, Hayden Deegan, Jeff Jones, Matthew Mitrowski, John Maley, Rich Taylor, Jennifer Glenn, Greg Mason, Ron Dunaway, Jim Well, Andrew Harold, Joshua Verise, Robbie Conklin, Patrick Murphy, Hunter Blackledge, and Jarrett Fry. One more time through that list of people who need to pick up their packages. Landon Peppard, John Moeller, Hayden Deegan, Jeff Jones, Matthew Mitrowski, John Mahey, Rich Taylor, Jennifer Glenn, Greg Mason, Ron Dunaway, Jim Well, Andrew Harold, Joshua Verise, Robbie Conklin, Patrick Murphy, Hunter Blackledge, and Jarrett Fry. You all have packages that need picked up at MX Sports, and we need Misty Lane and Andrew Adamick at the Lost and Found, please.
Capacrunitis. Easy one. Capacrunitis up on the podium. We got it totally dialed in down here. He went straight to the top. He's going to win the moto. Going to come up short, though, in the championship. So first, we'll talk to our moto winner. Stay right there, Christian. We'll crown our Moto 3 winner. Oh, yeah, the Vuvuzela's up to celebrate this moto win. He's got the gold. Come around front here. Let everybody around the world see ya. Let's hear it for Christian Capacrunitis. Hey, good job. Tell me about that moto.
Yeah, I mean, that moto is pretty good. The first gate, I actually hit the gate. It was coming out pretty much dead last, so I was kind of glad for the red flag because I was actually the first one to hit the gate. But that moto, I just want to get a good start and, stay consistent, which I tried doing through the whole moto.
What do you think happened on that first start?
Well, actually, they actually flinched. Like, it bobbed about an inch, and then I hit it, so I was like, there goes my whole moto. So, I'm pretty glad about that one.
All right, justice was served. Who do you want to thank, Christian?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my brother, man above for keeping me safe. Honestly, everybody on the bike, Hop Racing, Lynx Racing, South of Border MX, 100%, Bell, everybody.
All right, let's hear it for the moto winner, Christian Capacrunitis. All right. All right, we're going to move the championship bike on up. If you don't mind taking the machine off. Good job, Christian, on the moto win. Second place in the moto will actually end up as our champion. And I'm also looking for our third place finisher to come on up to the stage. We can do our whole shot award, sure. We got our bike stands ready to go. Whoop. DJ Graham has our whole shot award from Bell Helmets. Spinning the hits, DJ. How'd that moto go?
It was at the first start, and then I fell. I was give out after that. I couldn't ride anymore, so I just kind of took it slow and settled for what I got. We're going to get right for Minios now.
All right. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Good Lord Jesus Christ, 851 Mods, Engine Ice, VP, Bale, anybody else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for DJ taking the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Thank you. So that's DJ Graham on the 23. Looking for the number 74 motorcycle. We needed the number 74. I believe that will be our champion. We need to bring the champion's bike up to the podium. And I'll also look for our third place finisher, Jonathan Fitzgerald. Let's get these guys up, and we'll hand out some moto medals and some titles. So Michael Savard can bring the machine up. They're working on it right now. Jonathan Fitzgerald was our third place finisher. So let's hand out a bronze. I got to spend the final 2 laps of the moto sorting all this out down here. Okay, so now it's a silver. Good job. Let's hear it for Jonathan Fitzgerald. Did you make a late pass? Make it happen?
Yes, sir, I did.
Last lap?
Absolutely.
All right, just keep on digging.
Yep, absolutely.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
All right, let's see if I can get this right. All right, I want to thank Bible from Sean, Braxton, Bobby, the Moores, my brother Hunter, my dad, Dean Dias for working with me all summer long. My nana and my papa, Pro Action, Jesus Speaks, my Bible study back at home, and most important one by far is Lord Jesus Christ.
All right, that's good. Let's hear it for Jonathan Fitzgerald, silver medal, second place. Congratulations, Jonathan. Now we're going to bring the championship machine on up. Doing it on the 2-stroke. Third in the moto is enough. Let's bring it up on stage. Good congratulations between he and the moto winner, Capricornitis. Heartbreaker, by the way, for Riggin Smith, who had this one. He was in control of the moto, but he crashed, taking full advantage. If you can get it on the stand that direction, it's not easy, but we'll see if you can get it, Mikhail. He did it. Had little left in the tank, enough to get the bronze. And with the bronze, it's enough to unlock the shield. Let's hear it for our champion in the C-Class, Mikhail Savard. All right, come around front here. We'll talk to you. Let everybody see what you look like back at home on RacerTV.com. That was pretty crazy. All the moto scores, the math. Did you have any idea what was happening?
No idea. But I got super lucky on the first start, crashing the first curve. I had a red flag. That's pretty amazing.
Wow. Okay, so late in the race, did you know you were in position for the overall?
Yes, I knew.
Yeah, Riggin Smith crashed out. What was running through your mind? Just try to be safe?
I trying not to fall because I went all sideways there, and it was pretty sketchy.
Awesome, man. How does this feel? This has got to be an amazing accomplishment.
It feels awesome.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my sponsors, Wheel Sport, Castellan Performance, GoTeam Mobile Mechanic, First Class Trailers, and SOB. Thanks a lot.
There it is, folks. Your champion in the C-Class. Let's hear it for Mikhail Savard. From the American Motorcyclists Association, I will invite Ricky Records to the stage, and he can hand out the #1 plate. Oh, and also a Bell Helmets gold helmet for all our champions. Come on up, Ricky. Ricky Records from the AMA will hand over the #1 plate. And there is your national championship. Let's hear it for Mikhail Savard. Well done. Lots of paparazzi down here. I'm going to send it back to the tower. Are we ready for a WMX moto? I believe we are. One more thing for you. I got a bottle of champagne, and we will invite his crew to the stage. You guys can shake champagne, take some photos. The stage is yours to celebrate. So, Mr. Stavard's crew, if you want to come on up and hang, the stage is yours. And I'm going to send it back up. I believe we're ready for a professional WMX moto.
Yes, we most certainly are, as we pick the action back up here in the sighting lab for these stars of the WMX. And as we get set to roll, we have these ladies heading up back to the starting line. And while they're headed back to the starting line, a little treat for you known as Start Gate Fails here on RacerTV.com. Oh, little action pulled off of some YouTube, I believe, as we get to see some start gate fails. And I know there's a lot of guys, not too many times. Oh, that was like the whole line of folks, actually. So you folks not watching here at the racetrack, you got to look this up on YouTube. That's some funny stuff right there, these start gate fails. And that's what you don't want to happen when you come to the Amateur National Motocross Championship. Oh! And we're back to live drone footage, our Red Bull live footage of that. We had some other great footage as well. Oh, Abraham Lincoln riding on a Honda. Timmy Coombs, you know, that completes the legacy of Dave Coombs here at the ranch now when Timmy pulled in there yesterday. That's right. So the entire Coombs legacy here at the ranch this week as we get set to roll into this WMX race. And of course, taking a look at point standings in this, it is kind of a tight one. We got Kylie Fosnaught only 2 points out of the championship points race there with Jordan Jarvis. Jarvis with 135 and Kylie Fosnaught with 133. Gate is down on this one. We'll pick up the whole shot in just a moment. Shelby Rowland sits third in points as far as this is concerned. She has 97. She also has her first win that she established earlier this year. Jordan Jarvis grabbing the early lead in this one on the Yamaha. Jarvis out of Clayton, North Carolina, a Yamaha Blue Crew Triangle Cycles Fox EBR Performance back machine.
Is that Hannah Hodges coming in that second position right there, I believe. Can't quite get a read on that number plate, but it looks like, yeah, that might be Hannah. I believe it is. Going to the inside now on the 10 Commandments. One of our Honda riders going through the middle lines, and now we are 3 wide through the 10 Commandments now, and Jordan Jarvis still in command so far, working her way up and over that anthill back into Storyland. Jordan Jarvis trying to take advantage of a clear track.
While they get it all sorted out, we'll take a look at the field. The number 2 is Shelby Rowland from Blaine, Tennessee on an RM Suzuki Army machine. The 14, Brittany Major out of Preston, Connecticut on an FXR Factory Connection Honda. The 27, Cheyenne McGuinn out of Springfield, Virginia. Jarvis again on the Blue Crew Triangle Cycle machine. The 49, Jamie Ostadio out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. The 80 of Carrie Killebrew out of Kingston, Oklahoma. The 83, Cassie Belcher from Madisonville, Tennessee. The 87, Autumn Rodman from Noble, Oklahoma on an OMC Amsoil TDM machine. 92, Alexis Fiorentino out of Knoxville, Tennessee. 95, Brinsley Diaz from Orlando, Florida. She's on a Suzuki. 159, Morgan Johnson from Inland, South Carolina on a Yamaha, backed by 8 Graphics and O'Neill. 160, Samantha Farr from Lewisburg, North Carolina on the North Carolina Motorsports Park JV Racing Yamaha. 172, Hannah Hodges from DeLand, Florida on a Team Green Monster Energy Kawasaki. The 195, Samantha Peters from Wheat Ridge, Colorado on an ART suspension machine. 231, Bryce Martinez from Bronson, Michigan on a Babbitt's machine. 317, Amanda Henderson from St. Clair, Michigan on a Babbitt's Kawasaki. The 735, Felicia Webb from Ouray, Colorado on a Yamaha. The 817 of Jaden Carlson from Troy, Michigan on a Yamaha.
Wow, that was a mouthful, Rodney.
Yeah, it was.
And right now, as they made their way through the finish line on lap number 1, Jordan Jarvis having a 1.7 second advantage over Hannah Hodges. Jamie Ostadio in that 3rd position. Shelby Rowland rounded the first lap in 4th position, while the 5th spot went to Autumn Rodman. Samantha Farr comes across the line in 6th. 7th goes to Bryce Martinez. Brinsley Diaz in that number 8 position, while 9th goes to Samantha Peters. Carrie Kilbrew in the number 10 spot. Casey Belcher in the 11th position. Brittany Major in the number 14 spot. Alexis Fiorentino 13th. Jaden Carlson 14th, Felicia Webb 15th, and Morgan Johnson 16th position after lap number 1. Now, lap number 2, we get our first full lap, get a look at these lap times, see exactly where we're at as far as current lap times in comparison with the rest of the day. So right now, we've got a little bit of a battle going on up front at number 172, trying to find some different lines and actually losing some spot right now. Hannah Hodges trying to get up there and put a check on Jordan Jarvis, not able to do so, and in the meantime caught her foot in a couple different ruts and got herself slowed up just a bit. But we know Hannah Hodges, she's going to search every line on this track, going to find some good lines, going to follow Jarvis for a minute and probably remount an attack here in just a moment.
Well, Jarvis, as you said, out front, and Hodges, they got a great battle going on. But the one name that I don't see out here today, and that might be due to injury, I haven't heard. And Jason, you might know a little bit more about that. The defending champion, the Kylie Fosnot, the number 1.
Yeah, I'm curious about the same thing. I was expecting to see her roll it out today like she did last year, but I have not seen her.
Well, there was only a two-point difference between Jarvis and Fosnot whenever we came into this round of racing, believe it or not. And Jarvis, or Fosnot not being here, at least showing up on this first lap of racing, kind of shocking at the same time.
She wasn't in practice either, Rodney, so I've got to imagine there's an injury there. I'll find out when we go down to the podium, see what happened to our defending champ, Kylie. So it is Jordan Jarvis's week in so many ways, leading here, won a championship in the 12-plus amateur division earlier this week at the ranch.
Oh, nice, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and looking potentially at a win here in the pro division. Hannah Hodges keeping her honest, though. It's close, only 2 seconds.
Yeah, you never count that 172 machine out. And Jamie Osadillo as well, that number 49, Shelby Rowland on the number 2 machine. All these ladies extremely experienced. They've raced each other for quite some time now, and they all know what it takes down here. They all know right now that this is Moto number 1. It's a different track than they've ridden all season. As a matter of fact, a lot of them have never been to the ranch. For sure.
Yep.
So right now, it's going to be critical these first couple laps.
Rolling is rolling. Rolling up.
Yeah, checking it out. She was battling up, rolling up on 3rd place, Jamie Osadillo, who celebrated graduation with on-track schools last night. And, of course, Osadillo trying to keep that machine ahead. 2:14 lap time last time around. Rowland turned to 2:12. There was 0.083 seconds between them. So 1/100ths of a second that separated them, and there's still the battle that wages on through this 3rd lap of racing. So Osadillo stepping up to the challenge. Rowland now still trying to put more of a challenge on.
Well, it was a challenge, but Rowland in that triple back in Storyland faced one of the jumps. I cannot believe she recovered that quickly. She's got to be in some kind of shape, man. You hit a hard landing like that, it saps the energy, but look, she is re-energized and going back after Osadillo here for 3rd.
Well, this is a 3rd place position in the overall championship for Shelby Rowland. If you look at the point standings right now, she, I believe, has 97 points, and with the absence of Fosnot and 2 moto scores today, 2 strong scores today, could loft her up into a 2nd place overall position. And then that would mean when Fosnot does return, it would be a battle for 2nd place, I'm quite sure, with Shelby Rowland.
Look at Shelby Rowland accelerate out of that corner. She had been until this point using those inside lines, and at one time Jason Wygant was side by side, really thought she had the pass made. Got hung up in one of those ruts just a bit, but I tell you, throwing everything at her but the kitchen sink, not following one bit, using every line on the course, do what's necessary. Shelby Rowland trying to get around that machine.
Great battle for that 3rd place spot. Rowland, like I said, she's got to be in some sort of shape when she's hitting some of these bumps and just shrugging it all off. Oh, well, she has a line dialed in here.
Well, you talk about her conditioning. I can say one thing. I know I have seen her at several GNCCs this year, so that might be due in part to her conditioning here, especially in the late week of Loretta Lynns. Again, not been hot all week, but this is a warm day today for these girls.
They're the inside line one more time. This time makes it stick. Shelby Rowland passed Jamie Osadillo going into the 10 Commandments. Osadillo trying a little bit different line out there. Going inside, Rowland gave up a bit of momentum, but able to make it through that wedge real quick there at the anthill. So Rowland trying to put a few bikes right now on Osadillo.
Woo! Good race for 3rd. Meanwhile, Jarvis getting away from Hodges. 6 seconds is the gap between 1st and 2nd. Wait a minute. Rolling a mistake in those ruts. Here comes Astudillo. You want another woo? Here it comes.
Yeah, Astudillo getting used to those inside ruts right there, and one more time getting hung up. Next thing you know, Shelby Rowland uses that inside line, gets hung up, and here we are once again, knobby to knobby.
Autumn Rodman is next on the order behind Rowland and Astudillo. Then Brinsley Dias, Samantha Peters, Bryce Martinez, Carrie Killebrew, and Samantha Farr round out the top 10. Brittany Matcher comes through next. Jaden Carlson, Cassie Belcher, Alexis Florentino, and Amanda Henderson. That is your top 15.
One other position to keep an eye on, I think, Jason, we ought to watch Autumn Rodman, the 87 in 5th place, and Brinsley Dias, the 95. If you look at the gap, 1.9 seconds. The tail of the clock is that Dias was 1.8 seconds faster than Rodman the lap before, so that could get to be a pretty interesting race, as well as Rowland continues to fend off Jamie Astudillo. Oh, maybe for the moment as we come into this final turn, Astudillo trying to strike back, but looks like Rowland going to maintain the number 3 spot, as it looks like Captain Woody back in the air, our Red Bull live drone footage captain out there, and of course great shots as they head around the billboard.
That guy's awesome, Captain Woody. He's amazing, dude.
This is an amazing battle. I mean, every time you think Rowland has it covered or Astudillo's about to make the pass, it flips. Rowland was able to catch her and pass. This is the largest gap we've seen between the two of them. Through the twisties, Rowland finally able to get away, but it has been wheel to wheel for a while. Jordan Jarvis has stretched it to 9 seconds over Hannah Hodges, so she is checking out our leader on the Triangle Cycles Yamaha Blue Crew machine, backed by EBR Performance, Scranton Craftsman, Monster Energy, Promoto Billet, MX Antics, and Mom and Dad.
Here she comes again.
Yeah. Again.
Astudillo. Now, she stood the bike up, Weege, and that let Rowland get away for just a second. But look at this. Going to use the momentum. Going to go to that inside again. Oh, caught a fork leg, Jason, I believe, down in that rut. I believe caught her front wheel, maybe the disc. But something grabbed the handlebars. You could see them noticeably move. But right now, going to remount another attack. We were talking about the conditioning of Rowland and how tough she was. I'll tell you right now, Astudillo just bringing it today and impressing me with her toughness as well.
Boy, this has been a torrid battle for a podium. Remember, it's different here. Pro racing is a 2-moto format, so the overall would determine at the end of the day. Rowland, that just looks like it's fun. Doubling through those sand rollers.
It does.
No question.
Right?
No question.
You know, and I was just taking note of that, watching this track develop today, and we watched, and as rough as this track looks today, it's amazing how different type of rough it is than what it was those first few days. The bumps, though they're big, and the rough are not as deep, and they're not as big that coming through the short chutes over there. But the sweeper turn, obviously developing into these big roller sections, is basically what it's turned into.
You were talking about doubling through those rollers back there.
Yeah.
I went back there and stood and watched Master Pool come through there.
Oh, yeah.
Holy cow. I believe I watched the single fastest passes of the day by a 125.
Has to be.
That guy come through quicker than any of the 450B classes, whatever. I mean, this guy was rolling on that 125.
Rolling right now is Jordan Jarvis, and this would be big in so many ways because we do not have Kylie Fosnock in action today. Jarvis could be looking at the points lead. 2 points up on Fosnock right now, but that would be a big shakeup if she can pull away, score max points today. That's going to be everything she needs to get this championship. Back to the battle. Rolling on the number 2. And Astudillo right behind, and I mean right behind. Astudillo has been working this outside line through the 10 Commandments, past the commanded corner. Let's see how it goes. One rider is off the machine, but getting back on. That looked like the 317 of Amanda Henderson. Does the pass. Oh, I thought we had it. Rowland wouldn't let it happen.
Unbelievable, Weege, I'm telling you. Woo. Incredible effort on behalf of both of these ladies. I tell you, the bottom line is Rowland has it, Astudillo wants it, and they're going to fight for this thing all the way to the end, man.
Yep, looking for podiums. You know there's a little extra motivation when it's a battle for third. Hodges now 11 seconds behind Jarvis, your leader. Jarvis going to have maybe the best Loretta's she's ever had. She's won titles here before, but this year she was able to do it pretty cleanly, didn't have to worry about too much pressure. And then to go out and top it on a Saturday in WMX,
Who's down in the whoops?
Yeah, somebody is down, and now they're deep in the lap traffic.
I wonder, could that be a leader or a lapper? We're about to find out here as they work their way back in to the midsection of this course. We are going to come down to that Thor sweeper here in just a moment around the Lake Polysport. So we're going to get a timing and scoring update. We're going to find out exactly who that was.
Astudillo still keeping the heat on this rider, the number 2 of Shelby Rowland on the Suzuki out of Blaine, Tennessee. Part of the RM Army, backed by Iron Pony, Motorsports, Fox, FMF, Weisco, Recluse, Comedic, and south of the border, Astudillo right there again.
Wow.
Time running out in this moto.
So Jarvis, Hodges, Roland, Astudillo. It must have been a back marker that went down. It was not one of our leaders.
Yep, no change in the running order. Jarvis continuing to stretch it. I was talking to Brad Jones from our television crew, NBCSN. We'll have our Loretta Lynns television coverage coming your way in October and November. So be sure to tune us in. That's October 3rd and November the 11th on NBCSN, or just follow all the hashtags of hashtag Loretta Lynn MX, and we'll give you all the info as the show dates come. He's got a really cool feature that he's working on with Jordan Jarvis, and she's going to be pretty happy, a happy camper in the campground if she can hold on. Meanwhile, this battle, it's never going to stop, Megawatt. This battle will not end.
Hey, that's the kind of battle we love, the never-ending battle. Trying to see right now, I see the 2-lap card laying down there. I do not see the card or the flag, so.
Astudillo finally able to make that line work. Woohoo!
Go to the well enough times and you'll find water, dude. I can tell you that.
Yeah, fair point. I mean, that was maybe 4 laps in a row outside of the 10 Commandments. She makes it happen. Roland, we'll see if she can bounce back. Our leader just came by. That's the 30. I just saw her out of the corner of my eye from the tower. Jordan Jarvis checking out.
Yeah, Jordan Jarvis looking at 15.47 over Hannah Hodges, and then, of course, Roland and Astudillo. But my goodness, holy cow, what a battle we have witnessed. You know, we talk about professional motocross. We're watching our ladies professionals right now. We still have some great rounds coming up in Lucas Oil Motocross. We still have the Ironman National, the Unadilla National, the Budds Creek National. So still a lot of exciting racing going on in our Lucas Oil Outdoor Motocross National Series. So right now, trying to get a check on exactly where we're at in this moto. Not sure if this is a plus 2-lap race. Might be 15 minutes plus 2 laps, not exactly sure. Weeds, what are we looking at as far as our time? So it's a +1 race. Okay, I thought it might be a +2, so 15 +1. So we're right there at the near conclusion of this race, that's for sure. So 15 minutes plus a lap puts us right there at the end of this moto. So looking for that white flag to come out maybe next time around. In the meantime, Jason Wygant be headed down to the Race Tech Podium for our podium presentation for these fast ladies, actually the fastest ladies on the planet. After 7, Jordan Jarvis 18.3 ahead of Hannah Hodges. Another 40 seconds or so back to Astudillo and Roland. But man, oh man, what a battle we have witnessed between the number 49 and the number 2. Absolutely amazing. This time around, 0.568, the gap between those two riders. Those two ladies managed to stay within half a second of each other after 15 full minutes of racing. Waiting for that 15-minute +1, waiting to see, is that white flag flying right now? Looks like our official score has reached. Yes, the white flag is out now. So the number 30 of Jordan Jarvis on her final lap of Moto number 1. Professional racing for the first time here at Loretta. Professional motocross, let's put it that way, here at the ranch. Hannah Hodges looking to come through in that second position, the number 172. There she comes right now, makes her way underneath the finish line banner. This time 21 seconds off of the pace. Astudillo still raging out there in a battle with Shelby Rowland. That number 49 KTM should be coming into sight any moment. As a matter of fact, I see Rowland right now, not seeing Astudillo. Another Kawasaki coming into sight here. see exactly who that is. That's our number 317 machine, I believe. Yep, 317, Amanda Henderson. She's in the 12th position currently, and Captain Woody on it with the drone coverage, making us look good. Racer TV fans, you are experiencing a treat like I've never seen right now with first-time drone coverage down here at Loretta Lynns. White flag now, as we mentioned, waiting for third and fourth place to come through. Should be seeing them just about any moment. And there they come right now. That is the 49 of Jamie Ostadillo. Shelby Rowland able to recapture that position and stay in that number 3 position. Off of the pace now dramatically. Ostadillo now coming through, taking that white flag. So not sure if there was a soil sample or something wrong with the bike, but body position tells me Ostadillo has a problem. Just about half a lap left in this one. There comes our leader back through the beach right now. After the conclusion of this race, we're going to have, let's see here, looks like our Super Mini 1 12-16, going to be followed by 250B Senior 45 plus, girls 11-16, and our second WMX2 Moto. So just about closing time here at the ranch, Rodney. Another couple hours of racing, about 4 or 5 more championships ahead out. And it's time to hit the dusty trail, my friend.
Wow, you know, the mass exodus has already began. I know on my way back down there from top of the hill a few moments ago when I went to turn right and come down the hill, I didn't even have to look to my left because all the traffic was coming from my right. So I just eased right on down the road here. But wow. Yeah, what a week, you know, the mass entrance that we saw there last weekend, a week ago. Well, everybody made their way in. Here we are now with the conclusion of it all and conclusion of Moto number 1 of our WMX.
I tell you, what an amazing battle between Shelby Rowland and Jamie Ostadillo. When you take a look at Rowland now, Rowland has the similar body position and posture that we saw from Ostadillo a second ago. These ladies absolutely spent from that battle. Rowland should be coming into sight. There she is right now, making her way around Lake Polysport.
I'm telling you what, this is a banner week. You cannot script things to go better than this. For any rider, she's got to be happy. Solid performance here in Moto number 1. We'll get these interviews so the riders can go back and get ready for Moto number 2. Going to be a quick turnaround, but Moto 1 belongs to the number 30 of Jordan Jarvis. It just seems like everything's clicking for you this week, whether it's the amateur class or right here today.
Yeah, everything's going great this week. I love the track, I love the sand, I love how rough it gets, and I'm so glad I got to come back this year.
Yeah, and how different is it, by the way, on a Saturday? You get different competition. The track, I'm sure, has changed. Anything you learned that you can apply, or is it totally different today?
That's easier when you get a whole shot. No, I mean, it's pretty much the same for both days. They both get really rough. Yeah, definitely different competitors, but I'm coming out here to show everyone what I can do, and I'm working towards it.
Definitely doing it right now. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Yamaha, Triangle Cycles, Fox, FMF, EBR Performance, Recluse, Monster, Scott, Dunlop, Pro Taper, Pro Motobillet, Traction, Cycra, Blood Liquid. Everybody, thank you so much. I couldn't have done any of this without you.
All right, congratulations. Let's hear for the number 30 of Jordan Jarvis. And they're going to hand over a Bell Helmet Soul Shot Award. Why not? We actually had it planned for all our amateur classes, but Tim Clark and everyone at Bell Helmet said, let's do it for WMX. So an extra $100. That's awesome for the number 30. JJ Jordan Jarvis. We'll take the second place finisher. What the heck? Let's do a photo. I'll give you the big one. There you go. Yeah, you take the, yeah, exactly. She wants the big money. So Jordan Jarvis rolling, and as she said, what you learn is a whole shot really makes life a lot easier. I'm going to bring up the second place finisher in this moto, and like I said, I'll give these riders a chance to cool down and get ready for Moto 2. Good clerical work here. Thank you for returning that. Let's bring up the number 172. She's still in contention for the overall. Should be a good showdown in the next one. Let's hear for the Team Green rider, Hannah Hodges. Well, you've logged a lot of laps on this track yourself, but this year it was only until today. So how's it shaping up from your perspective?
It's definitely different than every year. I've never been on the sidelines during the week, so it was a big change for me. No excuses, just have some work to do. Hopefully we can dial a couple things in for the next moto.
Who do you want to thank?
Oh, Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. My mom and dad, Monster Energy, Team Green Kawasaki, Toilet Designs, Alpine Star, Scott, Pro Circuit, Renthal, Specialized, my mechanic Jake, Maxima, and anyone else I forgot. Thank you very much.
All right, Hannah Hodges, second place in WMX Moto number 1. And what a battle for third. I mean, what a battle. This is as hard-earned as a third-place finish is going to go. Her and Jamie Astudillo duked it out for every single lap until the final one. She holds on for third. Let's hear it for Shelby Rowland. How do you have any energy left? You two left it all out there.
I don't. I was so tired, and normally my endurance is something that really helps me out. And I was feeling winded after the first couple laps, and I was like, get it together. And I just tried to really ride my own race. And she got back around me at one point, and I was like, all right, we're going to have to go a little bit faster. And I just put my head down, and I somehow made it happen. She's riding awesome, and I train with her and Jordan a lot, and it helps out, you know. And I'm glad we can come out here and have some clean, fun, hard battles.
Awesome. Anything left for Moto 2, though?
Definitely going to go back and regroup, maybe make a few suspension adjustments. Still wasn't quite happy with how the bike was handling, so maybe we can make some tweaks and be even better. I need to get a little better start, you know, like just, I was there, but I want to be like beside them or in front of them, so I think that would help out a lot.
Okay, who do you want to thank, Shelby?
First off, my mom and dad, they're amazing. They've been behind me for I don't know how many years. I couldn't do it without them. Suzuki, RM Army, Iron Pony Motorsports, Fox, 100%, Leah, FMF, Dunlop, SOBMX. They're out there every day working with me in the hot sun, and I can't thank those guys enough for what they do for me. Dunlop, Maxima, Wiseco, Cometic, ProX, 560 Graphics, Sycra, anybody else I forgot. Hopefully I'm up here to thank you guys the second moto. Thanks so much.
All right, let's hear it for Shelby Rowland, third place. Excellent job. They're proud of that effort. And that's it for our first moto of WMX. They have 2 hours between the start of Moto 1 and the start of Moto 2. So we'll be back in a bit with more WMX action. But we're switching back to the amateur divisions here at the ranch for our next race. And for that, I'll send it back to the tower.
All right, thanks a lot, Wygant. And we are, of course, here at the tower as we get set for our next race, race 22 in our final motos here at the ranch for 2018 and the 37th running of this Rocky Mountain ATV-MC AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynns, presented by Lucas Oil. And of course, coming in with a lead in points as far as the championship run is concerned, it is a 2-1 scenario for the number 52 of Ethan Mann as he scores 3 coming into this one. The 95 of Ty Masterpool, a 1 and 3 at the first and third. He's got 4. He sets second. And Colin Park, who's really made a major push in these, well, since that first moto. Something clicked for him in Moto 2 and heading into Moto 3. And Park setting third right now with a 6 and 2. That scores him 8. He's tied with Aiden Tejero, who has a pair of fourths coming into this one, and Preston Kilroy with a 3 and 5. So a 3-way battle for third overall into this one. They're a little far stretched for the championship, but with what we've seen so far this year in this championship race, nothing is out the window just yet as far as championship titles are concerned. Looking a little further back in the top 10 overall, heading into this final moto, 6th into this one. What class do we have? I swear oh, okay. I'm looking at schoolboy then. I'm looking at the exact wrong class. Sorry about that. That's the way things would have been a few moments ago. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. That's what happens whenever you come in a little late, huh? That was, well, I tell you, was that race the race we saw just a little bit ago? Okay, wow, I missed that one. I wish I would have caught that one then. I really thought I caught every race. But anyway, Super Mini 1, sorry about that. Nate the Thrasher back at it again, and we got a couple of aces coming into this one. A pair of, well, ones with a pair of twos for Max Volan. Are we sure we are right? Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. We got Kate Namerine with a pair of threes. So we got 2, 4, and 6 for scores going into this one. And if consistency pays off in this one should be pretty much cut and dry. But something tells me Schoolboy 12 to 17 on. Okay. I'm confused now. What's up next, Jason Wygant? We're looking at one thing. What time is it right now? I guess is the big question. All right.
If
so
corrected,
we are right. Super
megawatt.
Mini won.
All right, yeah.
I feel. Yeah, she was right.
It's Super Mini, yeah, coming up next.
Okay, I see what happened. I see exactly what, and you are right, Matt. Sorry about that.
All good, yeah. We're inserting those WMX practice moto into the order. We're ready for Super Mini now.
Okay, I'll be okay. Now, just because I said I'm going to live to 115 didn't mean I was going to do it in my right mind.
Not all in a row.
Not
all those years in a row for Rodney.
Okay, so Thrasher, Volan, and Amarine coming in 1, 2, and 3. That's just exactly the way they finished Moto 1 and 2. So Matt LeBlanc, he comes into this one with a 7 and a 4. He obviously turned things around for himself as Hunter Yoder finished 4th and 7th. They are tied for 4th overall, both with 11 points, but again, a 4 and a 7 and a 7 and a 4, the way they look. Chance Hyman, whom we saw some great motos out of earlier, an 8 and a 6, scores him 14 right now with 6th place going into this championship. As Joshua Varize, the 63, a 6 and a 9, that scores him 15. 8th place, a 20 of Jeremy Ryan, a 9 and an 8, that's 17 for him. And then we see the 41 of Wyatt Liebeck, a 10 and an 11 for 21, and 9th overall heading into the championship. The 55 of Jackson Craig, an 11 and 13 for 24th overall, or for 24 points, and 10th overall. And looking at the Lucas Oil start gate. Okay. Okay, I'm listening. 21st birthday with 2 broken hands. Your brother's in the next race, 21st birthday with 2 broken hands. What's his name? Derek Rogers. And he's racing still with 2 broken hands.
But most importantly, 21st birthday, 2 broken hands. Guess what he can't hold in his hands? Oh, what a bummer. Get this dude a drink system on his back.
Well,
get
he can hold on. If
drink
he can hold
system on the back with a straw.
How do you? That's why you're here. How's he hanging onto a motorcycle with 2 broken hands? They taping him on? He's hurt, but he's hanging. Wow. Well, thanks for that intel. Really appreciate that. Derek Rogers. We'll be watching for that rider coming up in the in the next moto. But right now we are looking at, and we do have this confirmed. It is a Super Mini 1. I have finally gotten on page with everyone else, and I probably got it. All right, so we're looking for pins. We're looking for riders to get back to the starting line and get things underway. Folks, a big week here this past week. We saw the highlights there a little bit ago with the Memorial Bike training ride that we had with Nate Hall, and of course we saw the golf cart parades. We also had an amazing fireworks display after the Sidewinder show there the other evening. Just a week of evening activities packed full of racing as well. The world's greatest motocross racing vacation, believe it or not, finally coming to a close here at Turkey Mills, Tennessee. And it's hard to believe race 25 is already on the starting line, and which is Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. And as we look at the clock, we're only just a few hours, 2.5 hours out from actually, is that right? Is your clock right? Is it 1:30? Okay. Okay, it's 1:30, so still about 2.5 hours out from the awards presentation up at the Lucas Oil Arena. Believe it or not, that's scheduled for 4 o'clock here. We're racing right now, and before long, we'll be congratulating our top 10 overall up there and sending them home with big pats on the back, and, of course, congratulations and recognition. I believe we'll be streaming that live as well here on RacerTV.com, so we invite you to return to the awards presentation from the Lucas Oil Arena here a little later on. Lucas Oil's starting gate is starting to fill back up here, and, again, a lot of nerves in this one, and we go to the scenarios of, trying to pull out all the stops here in this final moto to make those, last opportunity impressions, if you will, here at Loretta Lynns. Talon Hawkins taking a look at this rider who is sitting currently 15th heading into this third and final moto. He took a 31st place position finish in moto number 1, but he backed that up with a 5th place spot, so he could end up playing spoiler heading into this one, especially if he wants to redeem himself. And also Crockett Myers, 22nd overall heading into this one. He took a 5th in moto number 1 and a 39th place finish in moto number 2. So that's kind of got him back in the order. But again, he could play spoiler. He could be a big factor as far as this championship title is concerned, especially if he gets out front or in between some of these riders up front like Thrasher, Volan, and Amorine in that battle for the overall top 3. All right, nearly all of our riders back into position as we are well in our time frame to get things underway here. Our WMX stars wrapping up there just a few moments ago. Congratulations again to Jordan Jarvis for the win, Hannah Hodges for her second, and the amazing battle that Shelby Rowland went through for that 3rd place finish. Also tip of the hat to Jamie Osadillo and Autumn Rodman, our top 5, and that WMX. They'll be back out again about 3 o'clock this afternoon, local time. That would be 4 o'clock, I believe, Eastern time. Gates down, though, on this next race, race 25, the Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. Who's going to grab the gears and grab the Bell Pole Shot Award? And that is going to be Joshua Varize, the 63 KTM out of Rialto, California, grabbing the early lead and also trying to establish himself early on here. As we take a look at his moto scores from the previous runs here, Joshua Varize, I believe, might have been one of those riders that, 6 and a 9, we didn't see, I don't think, full potential out of him in those first 2 motos, so this might be one of those he's going to be trying to press for. He drops back to the number 2 spot as the Thrasher moves into the number 1 spot around on the 48 machine.
If I remember correctly, though, Rod, Varize had several charges. You know, didn't exactly get the result I'm sure he was looking for, but made his way through the pack and had some impressive lap times in those first couple motos.
You know, there's a lot of those riders with that story here this week. Bad starts, making a remarkable amount of passes, but not necessarily getting the recognition maybe that they are due for the accomplishments that they achieve. But regardless, I think that a lot of folks, you know, we all watch first, second, third, maybe even the top 10 we keep a very close eye on, but there are those one-off deals that we look for here at Loretta Lynns that, you know, sometimes really begin to show what they're actually made of here in this third and final moto. And if nothing else, if a rider can come out here and do it for personal redemption, have a great third moto, that's well enough as well.
And that's why we'll point out those lap times of somebody maybe in that 14th, 15th position or something, but somebody that's really on the run is out there riding as maybe as fast or as hard as the leaders, but just way back in the pack.
Wow, I don't know if you were watching as we were chit-chatting about the other thing. Max Volan has worked his way up into that number 2 position now aboard the number 11. So we are right back basically where we left off. Jeremy Ryan in the number 3 spot aboard the number 20. Ryan coming into this moto with a 9 and an 8. Joshua Varize, the 63, rounds out 4th place. And Talon Hawkins, there he is. He took a 5th place finish, backed that up with some issues. Actually had a bad first moto, then backed it up with a 5th, and coming out in 5th again. And as Jason Wygant pointed out, he didn't even get the whole shot. You got to remember that Varize got the whole shot, and Nate Thrasher just basically thrashed his way past and has just thrashed this track to a 4.1 second lead on 1 lap of racing. That's really monumental.
You better believe it. When you talk about that kind of time and picking up, and that's actually a short lap. You're losing about 8 to 10 seconds going back behind the billboard, so gain that kind of gap on a short lap.
You know, we actually haven't even seen much of Thrasher on our RacerTV.com coverage because he has barely been in any battles. This pack is usually so tight. It is right now between Volan, Ryan, Varize, Hawkins, Yoder, Larry Reyes. They're all in formation. But for the most part, Thrasher has been long gone by himself. He had a brief bobble earlier today, and Volan got by him. And it didn't take long for him to pull away again.
Well, he simply thrashed our Racer TV cameraman. I mean, Captain Woody's the only one that can keep him in sight right now.
There he is. All right, we're going to give you some Nate Thrasher right here. Now, there's one key element, Rodney, when you were interviewing Voland on the podium earlier today in the other Super Mini 2 class. Voland said, I'll be back in this class next year to win it. So you always have to look carefully at the ages of the riders in these 2 divisions. Voland knows he's old enough to stay in this class. So really the question is, Thrasher's 3 to 4 seconds quicker than Volan all week. Is that 1 year of age? Will Volan make up 3 to 4 seconds? Will he and Thrasher at some point meet and be equal on speed? Thank you, Kevin Kelly. I thought my 88-cent Moser sunglasses were gone for good. Were they in the Rides Unlimited? Unbelievable. Great people down there.
As you noticed, nobody stole them.
What?
Nobody picked them up. Kevin found them exactly where you left them. So.
That is just because Rides Unlimited, they're great people. I mean, they saw the value. They probably wanted to eBay these shades. Yes. Got him back.
All right, our cameraman not losing sight of Thrasher for the last 2 laps now, so
it's not easy to do.
Hey, I tell you, two to watch right now. Buried in the pack, back in the number 7 spot now. He was 8th, up from 8 to 7 with a 2:02 lap time. Caden Amorine, he went 3-3. He's currently, as we said, setting 7th. He's still 3rd place overall as far as the standings are concerned if we were to finish like this right now. But a 2:02 and just ahead of him, a 2:05. Hunter Yoder is just ahead of him. Also with a 2:02, so this could end up being some pretty good battles if Amorine can get around Hawkins, or if Hawkins can catch up to Yoder. We might see a 3-way battle. And look, right behind Amorine is Matthew LeBlanc.
Yeah, just getting ready to say he didn't quite get a start again, so Matt not really having the gates he wanted this week, but sure enough, putting in the time and doing the work, man. Right now, a potential 6th overall for LeBlanc, and I want to tell you something, he's fought for every single one of those positions.
And correct me if I'm wrong, isn't LeBlanc relatively young in this class right now, Jason, or is he right there with the older riders in this class?
Yeah, I think so. I think this might be his first year in the class, so that's going to help him as well. That's the hardest thing to... The amateur scouts for the teams, they know exactly when these birth dates are and what age riders mature. Now, as you get older, it makes less of a difference. 18, 19, 20, it doesn't make any difference whatsoever, really. But when you're comparing, 13 to 14, it's a bigger gap, but it begins to shrink. Last year, I was surprised because Justin Cooper won a Horizon Award. I think it was 19, which is comparatively old. And I asked all the teams, and everybody said, that makes no difference at that point. We don't care if he's 17 or 19, it's the same.
Hunter Yoder has caught up to the rear of Joshua Varese now in a battle for the 4th place position. Talon Hawkins, I believe, and Caden Amorine not far behind. As we check in with lap 3 complete, Thrasher is through, Volan is through, Ryan, Varese, and now here it is, Hunter Yoder, followed by Caden Amorine, and just off pace back there is Talon Hawkins aboard the 71, now in a 7th place position.
Look at Yoder digging. He had that foot clear back behind that rear fender, Rodney. He was riding so hard, drug that foot back there out of that corner. Yoder on a mission right now.
Yes, he most certainly is as he tries to track down the 63 machine. Looks like a little breathing room might have been afforded now for the number 63 under the Red Bull arch and down the short chutes now. And into that comedic corner those riders will head. But Yoder reeling him in a half second, and then Caden Amorine was right behind him.
Yeah, Yoder, I tell you what, he made a couple really aggressive moves, and it paid off for him right there in just a couple corners. Made a big difference in track position and really kind of separated that group a bit right there. As we take a look, though, best lap, Thrasher, a 158, and you got a bunch of consistent two flats, 201s right behind him, and currently turned about a 159, so not really laying down that fast of a lap compared to everybody else, but just really consistent. And over 3 laps, that 2 seconds has turned into about 8.5 second gap.
Woo, look at that move by Caden Amorine, getting down to the inside on Varese and made that happen quick. Wow, he went from about 3 bike lengths back to in front of him in one sand section. Amorine, I think he's only gotten one good start in his motos this week, but he sure is riding fast.
Well, we got a rider down. Who's that? That was the number 20. I believe that might have been Jeremy Ryan. That might have been our 3rd place rider, Jeremy Ryan, in the dirt.
Ryan's down.
Yeah.
Ryan down.
Yep. The number 20 machine right down there in front of us in that Thor sweeper turn. Oh, Ryan still not able to refire that bike. Very unusual in these 2-strokes. Should be able to fire that thing right back up.
Wow, and he had the best ride going. He was coming in those with a 9 and an 8, and that 3rd place run would have been a great way to end his week. I know he has to be frustrated now.
Ryan's been fast, but those things have happened too many times. He had a crash on one of those twisty turns after the sand early in the week when he had a podium going for sure. Looks like he just lost another one here. So Jeremy Ryan, unfortunately, the results aren't going to show you how fast he's been riding.
Yeah, he did fall earlier in the week in the sand. So yeah, absolutely, yep, for sure. So small mistakes like that, extremely costly. You know, everything's amplified here at the ranch. Everything doubled.
Got a little breaking news up here. I was talking to Will Hahn of Star Racing Yamaha. He just wanted to let me know that Kevin Kelly's terrible. He just wanted to pass that message along. Breaking news from Will Hahn, multi-time champion here. Yeah, he pulled me aside and said, hey, I just want to let you know, Kevin Kelly's terrible.
For those of you who had
you,
doubts, for those of you who were wondering if it was true or not, Will Hahn has confirmed that
facts.
Kevin sucks.
It's now officially facts.
Okay.
Wow.
Yes.
Good deal.
Thank you.
That's funny how fast that stuff turns around. I mean,
Thank
you were
for
getting
that,
paid
Will
20.
Hahn. Well, I'm going to be honest. The words that Megawatt used were the actual words Bill said. The show, Megawatt does not carry. He's unfiltered. That actual SUCKS is what Bill actually does not carry. So, Kevin, just in case you're wondering where you stand, it's been made official.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I have no problem with that.
You agree with Will Hahn?
100%. 100%. He's got his braces off. He's a little cocky now, so easy there, little fella. You're 5'4". You had braces for 7 years. Why? It took 7 years to begin with to fix that. Still didn't fix your problem with the ladies.
Sound like there might have been some extra teeth there.
No, we give him so much crap on our show. I absolutely deserve that and a million times worse. So bring it on, Will. I deserve it, bud.
That's great. Nate Thrasher. I got an idea on a nickname for Nate Thrasher. I don't know if you guys heard.
What are you thinking?
Nate the Thrasher. Have you heard this? Have you heard this?
No, I've heard this, man.
In there, like that, the Thrasher. It just changes it so much, Weege. It's incredible.
I thought that was on his birth certificate, to be honest with you. I thought that was his middle name. Nate Thrasher.
Nate T. Thrasher.
Which all the team managers have a copy of his birth certificate, so they know when he turned 16.
Yeah, they know.
Are you from Puerto Rico? We got Little League World Series starting up here, so we know how that works.
That's right.
The Cuban 17-year-old middle infielder.
His lead is 8 seconds over Bolin. Amarine is up to third. Then you see 63 of Parisi coming through in the 10 Commandments. Thrasher's got it under control, aiming for 2 championships this year.
Hey,
sweeping the Super Mini.
He has 1 more year left on his KTM deal now. Everybody's going to throw everything that they have at him, the kitchen sink, whatever, to get him to sway his attentions towards whatever color bike they want him on.
And for those teams that didn't know that, you do now. Kevin just lets you know that he's a free agent here
I'm sure they
soon.
know.
So.
I'm sure they've done their due diligence.
Exactly.
He's tried out a few different bikes now. If you'll remember, he was on a KTM 2 years ago, moved to Kawasaki last year, back to the legit Orange Brigade KTM. So
and can win on anything.
He's proven he wins on whatever he's on. So I would almost take that as an asset. Like, this guy's done it on 3 different bikes. What have you ever done it on, Rodney?
Never. Oh, I've done it on a lot of things, but never one on. To be honest with you,
he has. I'd say that sums it up
Should
quite
I get
well.
filtered right now?
I'd say Rodney, you could not have said that.
Yep.
Should I become filtered, Weege?
Could not have said that.
I didn't necessarily mean it the way it came out. Now, come on.
The fact that I'm even alive after the years of damage I've put my body through is incredible. Kevin Kelly.
Looking in our souvenir yearbook here, we still have some available up at the MX Sports trailer. Before you leave home, you might want to grab one and have that as a souvenir. But I'm also looking to the Hall of Fame, which is in here, which lists all of our championship. Nate Thrasher, looking through this Hall of Fame. These guys are going nuts behind me here. Thrasher, I think he has 1 title here before. Let me get this correct.
Jason Wygant, Prestige Worldwide back in action over there, putting in the time, doing the research.
The human Google, Jason Wygant, making things happen.
I asked Alexa, and her answer is no titles for Nate Thrasher. Until today, he won one this morning, and he's got another one now.
Oh, yeah, look under
it's different alphabetical.
Yeah, it's under T. Thrasher.
Nate T. Thrasher, Nate the Thrasher. There he is, 48 on your screen.
Number 1 in your heart.
Correct.
Thrashing Nate the Thrasher. I can't do that. Thrashing Nate the Thrasher.
The dashing.
The dashing, the thrashing.
Dashing Nate Thrasher.
He's got
dashing Nate Thrasher. That's
airing out.
handsome, debonair.
Yeah, that is nice. He's got a top hat, a monocle.
And a gold medal.
Yeah, and a gold
3 of
medal
them.
to go with the suit. This kid is styling and profiling.
And he has to tell everybody in every neighborhood now.
That's right. They come to the ranch. No change in the order. There's Voland in second. He just got an idea of the gap. Voland riding well, just not as well as Thrasher. He has essentially been the second place guy, which is something to be proud of. That's still pretty amazing at this event. And Voland setting himself up to be a contender in future years here. There's Voland. These kids look like high school basketball players when you see them on a Super Mini. They look gigantic. I think these kids could dunk.
You need to ask Nate if he helps his dad out during the summer.
Moving
Do you help
houses?
move houses? Like, do you ever get involved in that? I bet he has. If his
All right.
dad's a good Tennessee man, he's put that young man to work, I guarantee you.
All right, we will ask Nate on the podium. Nathaniel Thrasher.
You make him sound like Jed Clampett. And Nate sounds like he's from, like, Missouri or something. He has zero accent. His pops, absolutely.
Yes. Nate has the St. Louis Midwestern
I have
no
accent.
accent.
Yeah.
There's Voland out of Northern California, of course, son of Talon Voland.
Nephew of Tyson Voland?
Yep. Tyson is, often it was Tyson doing the training and coaching. Talon's pretty busy, full-time job in the industry with the charities. Who we got coming through the sand rollers here?
Tough to see there. There's another look at Voland. Picking up that Red Bull Orange Brigade, or the Red Bull, coveted Red Bull ride, and there's talks of even Thrasher might grab one of those helmets pretty soon.
Thrasher actually has the monster colors right now, but like you said, man, there's going to be a bidding war on this guy.
Everybody wants him.
Yep.
Here's that guy's stock going straight through the roof right now. 2 laps to go.
2 to go. Is that 2 or 4 laps? When he gives us 2 twos, that would mean 4 to go. I'm very confused.
I would see 4 to go in my book.
9 laps to go.
All right, I got to put these sunglasses on. The future for Nate Thrasher.
So bright. You have to wear shades.
That's right.
His future is so bright that he makes you wear shades.
I have to wear these 88-cent shades. Now, the good news for Thrasher, he's going to get 2 pairs of Oakley sunglasses for 2 lucky ladies.
Oh, wow.
All of our champions getting Oakley sunglasses, and he's got 2 titles. And it was hilarious to see Hayden Deegan's mom and sister fight over the certificate.
All righty, picking the action back up while Jason makes his way down to the podium to set the stage for you as these riders continue to jockey through these final closing moments of this Super Mini 1 12 to 15-year-old class. Nate Thrasher, a 1-1-1, will should win the championship, but barring no problems between now and checkers. Max Voland, a 2-2-2, would take second. Caden Amrine looking at a 3-3-3 for third. Then as we look back a little further than that, we got Matt LeBlanc looking at a 7-4-6 for overall fourth. Joshua Varese with a 6-9-4. That would be fifth overall for him. Chance Hymas, an 8-6-7, would be good enough for sixth overall. The 58 Hunter Yoder, a 4-7, and now running 11th. Yoder has dropped back, and that will put him 7th overall. Jeremy Ryan, a 9-8-8, is 8th overall. Wyatt Lightback, a 10-11-9, is 9th overall. And Jackson Craig, what up, Craig? 11-13-10, and he's had some good runs earlier in the week as well in some other classes, but here in Super Mini 1 we see that he is growing and stretching his legs, but an overall top 10, certainly a lot to be proud of out here for Craig.
There's the number 63 again, a look at Joshua Varese, running that number in remembrance of his friend Jason Sloan. Good buddies there. The red-headed Californian. There's Joshua at it. He's in the number 4 spot. 2:04 lap time, not bad, deep into a moto. Just 2 seconds off his fastest lap time. There's Nate Thrasher here on this Lucas Oil last lap. One more time through the mechanics area. He's had the week you want to have. What did he win every moto? Or did he lose one moto?
I'm not sure. I don't think he did. I think he won every moto from what memory served me. But if he didn't, I know that's what we're going to remember, his dominance in these classes, regardless if he didn't, because he has just exuded that. Nothing but dominance.
Well, this is going to give him a head of steam as we head down to Florida in a few short months.
Yeah.
And the Minos just got that much more interesting with Nate Thrasher. I believe he's going to hop on the 125 pretty soon, though, right? Schoolboy class. So this may be his last hurrah. What a great way to go out with a pair of Super Mini titles.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to heading back to Gatorback Cycle Park this year. It should be a lot of fun. Had missed last year's race, but yeah, definitely.
You're back. I'm back. Bringing Rodney. Hot Rod is back. Hopefully we'll have Styles Robertson back with us. Carter Halpane out with an injury this week as well. We've got Jet Reynolds on the men. So there are some players that are chomping at the bit to get back. So bummed for Carter Halpane. In practice, he goes down, hurts his shoulder, I believe. And that is after coming off an ACL injury in the spring. So this kid has just been off the radar as we turn our attention back to the number 48 of Thrasher with a few more turns to go, Rodney.
Yes, and I'm sure there's a lot of that, and we see that every race season, I think, here at Loretta's. The preseason leading into the national championship certainly delivers a lot of surprises, but no surprises today for the Super Mini 12 to 15-year-old national champion as he finds his way into the final turns here at Loretta Lynns, and the final rhythm section to cross the checkers to go 1-1-1 and take the national championship for the Super Mini 12 to 15-year-old class. A perfect race week here for the 48 machine.
Hold your head up high. The number 11 of Maximus Volan, he'll be back next year, and he says he's going to win this title, so he has to be right now the favorite looking at it going back next year, because several of these kids will graduate, and Volan will be left to rule the roost.
Caden Amorine will finish in the number 3 spot. You got to really commend this young man on the push that he had to ride just to get back into that position. He had a lot of competition. Josh Marie's back in the number 4 spot. Talon Hawkins, he goes those last couple of motos finishing up 5th for him after that miscue there in moto number 1. So a little redemption for him. Chance Hyman's 6th this moto. Matt LeBlanc finishes 7th. Jeremy Ryan and 8th. Wyatt Liebeck in 9th. And Jackson Craig rounds out your top 10.
All right, we got our top 3 motorcycles down here in the cool-down area. Caden Amorine in here in the Rides Unlimited. Number 32, the Orange Brigade KTM of Max Voland. And the Orange Brigade KTM of Nathaniel Thrasher. I'll give these kids just a minute to cool off. It's pretty hot down here compared to what we've had all week. Finally came back. Summertime heat. Dog days of summer. So we'll let these young men recover for a moment. Josh Varese in here, Chance Hymas as well, Talon Hawkins. All right, we got to get Caden Amorine up to the podium and celebrate a 3rd place finish. Caden's been doing work from the back. I think maybe 2 of the 6 motos he had a decent start. The 4 of them he was working. So that's a well-earned podium finish in this moto. We're going to bring Caden Amorine up, getting the jersey back on. Rob Fox from Dunlop hooking up the championship machine. So here we go, Caden Amorine, an excellent run, certainly something to be proud of in what might be the most stacked of all the mini cycle classes. Again, the Super Mini, he had a title last year, moves up on the podium. Let's hear it for the Rides Unlimited KTM of Caden Amorine. Do you just like having to pass people? Because, man, you're doing some work this week.
It's been rough. I don't know, I can't get off the gate for some reason this week, but we're going to go back and work on them. And, man, just tired from coming back from the back. I need to work on my starts.
Yep. Who do you want to thank for a good week?
My mom, my dad, Greg Geisler, the whole Rides Unlimited team, BTO Sports, Seven, Garnay, Scott, Bell, Ethica, KTM, and Power Band, and Gizmo Mod.
Let's hear it for Caden Amorine, 3rd place. And our runner-up is going to be Max Voland. There's Max. Well, he had to settle for just being a podium guy this week, but that's pretty impressive at Loretta's second place. Let's hear it for Maximus Voland. Let's move down to center just a little bit here. Good riding all week. I know you want those victories, but I heard you say this morning you'll be back for those next year.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it kind of sucked when you're you just put yourself in a good position coming up, and then, man, he's just so fast, Nate, and good job to him. And today, the last moto felt like my best moto of the week, so I think we're progressing, and next year we'll be ready to do what Nate did.
There you go. Where do you go from here? Mini Olympics? What's your next thing on the radar?
Next thing is just go home, do some local races, and go down to LA and get ready so we can try and get that win at Monster Cup.
There you go. Who do you want to thank?
I'd love to thank KTM Orange Brigade, Red Bull, Troy Design, Scott Goggles, FMF, Dunlop, Achirby's, Nilo Concepts, WP Suspension, my mechanic Brent, Motion Pro, my dad, my grandpa, my uncle, Marty McGovern, Pronto Real Estate, and John Moore. Everyone else, thank you.
There it is. Let's hear it for Maximus Voland. Second place in the Super Mini division. And this guy swept it all week long. He wins both titles in Super Mini. That includes a gold medal. He's got to put the jersey on. We want to make sure the logos look good. These guys were hot and they're cooling off quickly. We'll let him get the 7MX jersey dialed in there, and then a gold medal, and then a... Apparently some people down here like the look. He's got the hat, he's got the gold, and most importantly, the Shield Trophy for winning in Super Mini again. Let's hear it for Nate Thrasher. Here, just come out front here, Nate, and we'll talk about it. Unbelievable. I don't know what else there is even to say. I mean, the lap times, the speed, the gap, all the moto wins. It's unbelievable. Did you know that this was going to happen?
Yeah, coming into the week, I was been working this hard all year, so I knew it was going to come sometime. And at that last moto, I had a little tip over, but my suspension was making a little clicking noise. I don't know what's up with that. We'll go back and look at it. But everybody at Factory Connection is doing great all week, and just can't thank everybody enough. My Dunlop tires got off to a great start. I hooked up all moto and just tried to ride my race once I got into the lead, and just tried to ride smooth. And then after that, I just tried to put it in cruise control and just get the win.
I got to meet your dad last year. He's a pretty hardcore dude. He's got some gnarly jobs that he does moving houses. Does he ever put you to work, or are you doing all the work you need to do on the motorcycle, or is that what toughens you up?
Yeah, we'll for sure. We'll go back and do a little bit of work on the off break here, and then we'll head back down to ITF and get ready for the next national. Do
you actually help him with the blue collar job?
Yeah, a little bit, not much.
Yeah, well, now you've earned the right. Take some time off. Who do you want to thank?
I got to thank Home, Monster Energy, Hope, Nate Ramsey from KTM. All the KTM USA guys are helping me out a huge ton. And then Alpine Star, 7, Oakley Goggles, Bell Helmets, everybody over at Vortex, OGO, Ethica, Comatech, DT Air Filters, TM Design Work, Pivot Works, Motor X, Pro Taper, just everybody. FMF, thank you.
All right, that's Nate Thrasher. I'm going to invite Ricky Rickards from the AMA on up to hand over the #1 plate in Super Mini to Nate Thrasher. I believe I have a whole shot award for Joshua Varese, and also Bell Helmet's helmet for Nate. There's even more stuff. Bell Helmet's going to hand him a golden helmet. Come on up here, Joshua Varese. We'll invite Nate's family on up for photos on the podium, but first a Bell Helmet's whole shot award. Let's hear it for Josh Varese. How'd that one go?
It went good. My Dunlop tires, twisted development motor, was hooking up great on the start. I got a really good jump and just shifting gears to get to the first corner first. And I did, and lost the lead a couple corners later to Nate. But it was a good race. Track was pretty gnarly, but my Factory Connection suspension was working great, and everything was good. Just got to find a little bit more speed.
You want to thank anybody else real quick?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Lord for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, my little brother, the whole KTM Orange Brigade team, Twisted Development Motors, Free the Peeps, Thor, Parts Unlimited, Alpine Star, 6D, Scott, Factory Connection, JSLun.com, just everybody. I know that there's a lot of other people, but if I forgot anybody, thank you so much.
All right, that's Josh Varese. Let's send it back to the tower. We got more racing going.
Kyle Regal, report to the MX Sports office trailer. We have something you want.
Yeah, I just talked to Kyle before I came here, and he was so bummed out that he lost his phone. Not anymore, Kyle. We've got your phone at the MX Sports office, so run, don't walk, sprint to the MX Sports office.
Oh, look at this sprint that's going on right now. Trey Ferrero, who grabbed the Bell Helmets hole shot in his 250B limited class, has got all kinds of pressure coming.
That's Carson Mumford. He's got a pair of ones, and now he's got a one in terms of where he's at. He's out front, the number 1 rider, number 22. Carson has ruled this class for sure. Tristan Lewis comes in here with a 5.2 second overall. Caden Palmer 4.4 for third overall. 6.3 scores for Trey Piero. So one of his better rides of the week, Roger.
Yeah, this is a good way to get the best ride of the week, is to jump out to the early lead like that, dropping back to second for right now. But look at the host of riders coming in behind him. There's a lot of passing going on up through there right now. A lot of guys are fighting for position on this first lap. Whoa!
Whoa, big problems there for number 11, Piero, as he almost goes down. Straightens her up there, but it looks like the number 98 maybe of Eugene Christian.
Well, we'll check them as they come through now. Carson Mumford out front aboard the number 22. That is Colton Eigenman, the 32 in second. It is the 53 of Tristan Lewis, third. Trey Fierro dropping to fourth after that hole shot. Chase Kessler rounds out your top 5.
Dude, Colton Eigenman barely made it to qualify. He had, I think, double ankle injury, broke both ankles like 1 week on the bike. Goes to the regional, barely, and I limp in. I use that word on purpose, and there he is in the number 2 spot.
Derek Rogers riding with 2 broken hands, celebrating his 21st birthday today.
Wow, what a great day for him. he won up my broke ankles. This guy's riding with 2 broke hands.
Yeah, we talked about this
guy's
guy.
neck's broke.
And it's his birthday. He's 21. What do you think about having 2 broke hands on your 21st birthday?
It's going to be hard to drink a beer.
Yeah, we were saying drink system, straws. What's it going to take?
His sister's here for that kind of support, she said.
Ice those hands with an ice-cold adult beverage for the first time in your life at age 21.
Not at the ranch, though.
Nope. Carson Mumford out front. Eigenman second. Tristan Lewis is third. Trey Piero fourth. Chase Kessler is fifth. Caden Palmer sixth. Joshua Boaz seventh. Caleb Weaver eighth. Matthew Sigler ninth. Brett Gurley is 10th. And number 99 just hit the deck. Caden Palmer just went down.
Well, you know, looking through these overall scores as we scan down through the 250B limited class right now, a couple of inconsistencies that are certainly noteworthy. Joshua Bowes, the number 23 machine. Oh, here's the little issue that we saw the 11 of Trey Fierro have there a few moments ago whenever he lost that position to Colton Eigenman for the second place position, and you see how that put Colton Eigenman in. Now, Eigenman comes into this one with an 8.6, and he's one of those riders that is looking for that explanation point, I think, whenever you look at the big picture there, Kevin, and right now he's in a position to make that happen. Here we got another battle that is shaping up, and it's getting intense with Eigenman and Lewis battling for that number 2 position and 3 position, and we've got Lewis making the pass on Eigenman, and Eigenman, I think, is going to try to fight back on this. Well, like we said, he's putting that explanation point on this moto after those first 2 moto scores, and I'm sure he don't want to go down like that, so the fight's not over yet with Chase Kessler right behind him as well, and Kessler might have gotten around or working on getting around as we see now into the Bell Helmets Forest. Kessler's trying to pick on Eigenman right now. And dropping back to 6, we see our Hole Shot Award winner, Trey Fierro.
There's a look at Joshua Boaz, the 23 KTM. Then you had Trey Fierro behind him. There's Fierro on the number 11 KTM, right in the middle of your screen, or the middle of the racetrack, depending on where you're watching this from. This is a 250B limited class. Carson Mumford trying to go a perfect 1-1-1. And there's a look at Carson with his white gloves, white helmet, ensemble, all red gear. Trains with Randy Lawrence, along with Derek Drake out west. It's working well for him here in this 250B limited class. Middle portion of the racetrack, under the Kawasaki banners. into the Thor sweeper, the 22. Carson Mumford, we watched him use his Garmin helmet cam. That was fascinating to watch on the racetrack. He's got it back on the helmet again. Top speed of 42 miles an hour. And there's the race between Lewis and Colton Eigelman, still hanging tough in that number 3 spot. Eigelman working on the podium. Tristan Lewis out of Georgia in the number 2 spot. Perry Yamaha second, third.
Well, Eigelman coming under fire a lap ago from Tristan Lewis and Chase Kessler. Looks like he's risen to the occasion with Kessler now about 1.6 seconds back. He was 0.2 of a second when they came through, but the thing about it is that 23 machine is also reeling in the 51 of Kessler, so we're starting to see things shift just a little bit as far as this battle is concerned. You look at Bose there with a 2.5 second deficit behind Kessler. He certainly appears to be closer visually on the racetrack. We'll just have to watch that battle and see if that does ever develop
How
out
about
there.
that? Tristan Lewis looked over his shoulder, and yep, objects in the mirror are larger than they appear, or closer than they appear, because Colton Eigelman was basically right here. He taps him on the shoulder, goes, "What's up?" Right there with him.
Wow.
Grabs a tear off there. Eigelman ready to fight.
You know, we were talking about electric motorcycles and what it would be like if you could probably hear those guys talk to each other.
Oh, talking junk, like, get out of my way. And Eigelman continues to work on Tristan Lewis. Trying some inside moves here, putting the pressure on Tristan Lewis. And he's got something working again. Kind of doubling through there. Eigelman lifting the front end and just bouncing through there. So 2 different techniques to get through the beach of Normandy.
Wow, this is about ready to be a 3-way shootout right here.
Lewis continues to look over his shoulder. He is expecting company. He's been waiting by the window. His friends are supposed to be there at 9.
I think they're just around the corner the way it looks right now. If you look right behind him, there's another look at this battle as they come into the finish line region.
Matching lines coming out of that finish line turn. Both Lewis and Eigelman
almost identical lap times. Look at the lap time.
That's 1:59, 1/100 of a second difference.
Wow.
Lewis just a hair bit quicker than Colton Eigelman, who has great hair. Lewis getting a little rowdy over there by the mechanics area, and it's working though. He's pulled out just a bit over Eigelman. 9/100ths of a second separating Lewis and Eigelman. And here comes Jace Kessler on the Husqvarna. He'll come into shot here as we go under the Red Bull arch.
Kessler, by the way, back there in that number 4 position, the 51 machine that we'll be seeing into the picture on occasion. Another rider that had some good shows and not so good shows as we look at his results coming into the weekend. Jace Kessler finishing 2nd in Moto 1, 27th in Moto 2, currently running in the number 4 spot. Fire breaking out here in the... No, that was paper wadding up. All right, here we go. Still no changes. I mean, this is one where you become a spectator again.
Lewis has checked in with Eigelman at least 5 times. He has made eye contact with him. And he's going to do it again because Eigelman around the outside. Lewis on that inside rut there holds serve. Wow, what a battle Tristan Lewis and Colton Eigelman are having. Battling over that Yamaha contingency money. Eigelman again draws up alongside on the outside. Lewis trying to run it up on the inside. Can Eigelman make the pass? And he does.
Wow. Finally able to make that one. It took a long time. That was a lot of work, and he's going to deserve those extra contingency bucks there.
Absolutely. Impressive. Carson Mumford out 12 seconds in front of this battle.
And our front 2 runners now running under the 2-minute mark. We're 1:59s right now.
Yeah, Colton Eigelman matches your leader's pace. He's got a good lap cooking here. Lewis will slip back to the number 3 spot and see if he can remount a charge. That's so fun about this race is you see guys get past, and normally at your local race, well, that was fun, it's over. Typically they'll kind of settle back in and get another attack plan together. That's what the ranch is so unique.
Yep, and that's what I was looking for out of Kessler and Bose, to be honest with you. And we were starting to see glimpses of that, but the last lap or so, things have sort of changed in that one. I don't know if they've gotten into some lap traffic and kind of slowed their progress down or what, but we are 5 laps into this one, and 9 minutes still remaining to go in this race. So
plenty of opportunity for fitness to be in question or not in question, or a miscue here and there. Tons of racing to go.
Well, if you're wondering about how the championship is shaping up, this is one of those with a lot of inconsistencies unless you look at the first place ride. Carson Mumford is looking at a 1:11. That is by far and away the national championship. He could drop back as far as, I'm thinking, 6th place at this point and still maintain a overall position. Tristan Lewis looking at a 5.23 for 2nd overall. We see Caden Palmer, the 99, a 4.47 for 3rd overall. Colton Eichmann, an 8.62 for 4th overall. The 11, a Trey Fierro, who took the whole shot in this one, a 6.38 at the moment, yields 5th place overall as far as the top 10 standings are concerned. Brandon Gregor, a 7.56 is 6th overall. Joshua Bose, 3.11.5 is 7th. Brett Gorley, a 12.89 is 8th. Eugene Christian right now, 10.7.14 for 9th. And Chase Kessler's looking at that 2.27 and 4, and that's still 10th place overall.
That's impressive. And Kessler working right now. He just ran a 2-minute flat lap time. It was 2 seconds quicker than Tristan Lewis. So Kessler starting to close in. There is Lewis on the 32 machine. Wait a minute. No, Eichmann on 32. Then you have Lewis on the 53. And then you should see Kessler. There he is.
And this is the race that I was expecting to see develop about 3 laps ago, actually. It looked like it was starting to unfold, and then all of a sudden it kind of undeveloped as the battle for 2nd place heated up. Now it looks like things are starting to heat back up there again for 3rd.
Here we are on the 10 Commandments, the center of the racetrack. And Tristan Lewis has company now. Eichmann got him a few laps ago, and now Jace Kessler working on him.
Just under 7 minutes left to go now for Mumford on his way home to history at the ranch and a championship for the 22. Eichmann, look at that gap, 14.8 seconds as we wrapped up lap number 6 there.
And the race just out of camera shot behind Eichmann. Lewis and Kessler, I think they were side by side.
Yeah, there they were. It looked like it coming off that Rocky Mountain there. We'll try to pick them up here as they roll into the Thor Beach, the Thor sweeper around Polysport Lake Polysport, I believe is what it is. Either way, our good friends at Polysport, we appreciate you, and of course say thanks to the folks for the great things. Have you seen that Polysport pad, and they got the bike stand and stuff down on there?
Very nice.
That is very,
cool.
very nice.
Easy on the feet.
7 laps down now as our top 5 are checking in. Mumford, Eichmann, Kessler, Lewis, Bose, and now Brandon Gregor. We see, again, it was starting to tighten up there a lap ago, and it is, again, eased back up. It's kind of got that accordion effect. It looks like battles for 3rd are really going to heat up, and then all of a sudden it subsides again. So still just a little bit of time left to go, 5.5 minutes in this moto. So there's still time for change if riders are looking for it. And it's been a while since I've been outside, but the last time I was out there, Kevin, that sun was pretty intense, and it's
yeah, it's pretty warm.
And you got to wonder if that may be playing a little bit of a role into maybe the way the racing is unfolding here today.
Maybe, but I'll tell you what, Jace Kessler is in good shape because he has continuously moved forward. He is now into the number 3 spot. Got a little bit of a gap to try to catch up with Colton Eichmann. Jace Kessler, the son of Mickey Kessler, NESC guy. We'll have to ask him when you're down there. There's Colton Eigenman. There is Kessler. Tristan Lewis 4th. Joshua Boaz is 5th. Brandon Grigor is 6th. Katie Palmer 7th. Trey Fierro 8th. Brett Gurley 9th. And Matthew Sigler rounds out your top 10. 2 lap board is out. 2 lap board from Jeff Canfield. Taking care of us in the tower. There's Trey Fierro, number 11. Rodney Tomlin is on his way to the podium. Carson Mumford turning his fastest lap on lap 2, a 1:56.3. We got some moto medals to hand out, a championship shield to hand out, the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. And the steady stream of RVs and trailers as they honk the horn when they pass us up here in the tower. Mumford out to 15-second lead. Eigenman with that 2:01 lap time. Kessler matching him with a 2:01 as well. Kessler still 3 seconds behind Eigenman, so Eigenman holding court right now. Holding on to that number 2 spot. There's Trey Fierro bouncing through that straightaway. And we have some real race action now. I believe that's Colton Eigenman. And Kessler's little battle, and there's a nice tight shot of that hay bale. Should see the white flag this time around for Carson Mumford as he starts to approach the finish line here. And he's got the Lucas Oil last lap now underway past the billboards. Takes the left, looks over at the mechanics area. Is about to wrap up a solid effort in the 250B limited class. Mumford picking his way through lap traffic. Hugs that inside line going into the 10 Commandments. Wants to avoid any riders out there. Keep it on 2 wheels. He's got plenty of points to give. Kessler has made the pass on Eigenman. .250B limited riders out on the racetrack. Senior plus 45. On the gate, girls 11 to 16. In staging, WMX Moto number 2 will complete today's racing action. There is the Shaw, the Sheik, Wes Williams. Carson Mumford one more time around Lake Polysport, around the big Thor sweeper. The bike is super clean, hadn't really had to battle or take loose from anyone. And there it is. The number 22 of Carson Mumford is your national champion. That one feels good. Perfect scores, 1-1-1 moto scores. Carson Mumford is the man in the 250B class. There is Jace Kessler, the number 51 Husqvarna rider, charged all the way through the field to finish up a very strong second place. And there is your third place rider, the number 32 of Colton Eigenman. That's 10 laps in the books. 53 of Tristan Lewis will finish up 4th. And Joshua Boaz will finish up 5th. We will get ready to send it down to Rodney Tomlin with our winners.
All righty, thanks a lot, Kevin. Down here getting ready to bring our third place position finisher up. We'll be talking with a whole shot award winner as well as second and first and our national champion as well. And right now looking for, I believe that's Colton Eigenman, your third place finish, as saw that pass in those last couple of laps by Kessler. So Colton, make your way on up if you will, and we'll talk about this weekend of racing. If we look back on Colton Eigenman's week as far as it goes, I believe this is his first podium. Coming into this class, he had an 8 and a 6, so a third place position finish here for him today is certainly icing on the cake as far as this championship is concerned, and give him a little bit of incentive and something to look forward to as far as the positive goes here at the end of 2013. Colton making his way on up right now. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Colton Eigenman, third place, taking home the bronze here today. Colton, good job, man. I know it's been a hard-fought battle to get up to this podium. You had what looked like second place wrapped up there for a while, but somebody decided to pick on you a little bit, it looks like.
Yeah, we got into lappers. They're pretty fast, and I came up with 2 laps to go, and like 3 or 4 of them. I tried taking another line, and I got passed, but my conditioning is as best it's going to get. I got hurt both ankles at Daytona, so I wasn't even sure if I was going to make this event. So to be up here, I'm super pumped. Thank you to all my family for giving me words of motivation, family and friends, and Climb, Oakley, CD Boots, TF Racing, Yamaha Blue Crew, Gizmo Mods, Spaceport Cycles, Radamex, TF Racing, Lynns. Oh, and Genie, Ricky, Carmichael. If it wasn't for them, I probably wouldn't be up here either.
Well, I'll tell you what, you did a great job, man. Congratulations, young man. Colton Eigenman taking home the bronze here this week in a third moto, and of course that's going to better his overall scores as we go to the second place position. He put in the pressure late in the moto, was able to make the pass in traffic. Ladies and gentlemen, Chase Kessler bringing home the silver. Wow, dude. That was a good one, a hot one out there today. It looked like everybody had settled into pace but you, I guess, huh?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I got off to a pretty good start. I was way outside because I actually crashed my second moto, and so I was way out there. I got a good jump, though, and I just kept pushing. Halfway through, my bike kept cutting out and sputtering, so I don't know what was wrong with it, but I just knew I had to push and get some revenge from that last moto.
There you go. It's got to feel good being able to end the week like this, huh?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, good job. Who do you want to say thanks to?
My mom and dad, I couldn't do without them. BTO Sports, O'Neill, 100%, 60 Helmets, Alpine Star, Tim from TCD, the whole Real Deal crew. We've been putting in work out there. Ethica Pod, Kessler Concrete, heck, my whole family, everybody. Thank you so much.
There you go. Taking home the silver in Moto 3. Chase Kessler, ladies and gentlemen. As we move next to our Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award, we got $100 here, and we're going to give this $100 Whole Shot Award away again to, I believe, Trey Fierro. Yeah, the 11 machine. So, Trey, make your way on up, and we'll... wow, these guys are really hot. They put together some pretty good battles. This third and final moto, we've been used to these cooler temperatures all week. We're dragging tail just a little bit. But, Trey, man, I tell you what, you didn't drag tail off that start. You got a great start.
Yeah, I don't know. I just did what I was doing all week, and I guess finally one came out good.
And, of course, the rest of the moto turning out pretty good for you in the end. Were you satisfied with this ride this week?
Yeah, I don't know. I felt a little nervous, but I don't know. Just more seat time and everything will be good.
There you go. Who do you want to say thanks to?
My mom, dad, TNT Motorworks, my grandparents, GT Graphics, Fly Racing, Atlas Brace, 60 Helmets. My boy Derek has been helping me a lot this week. And everybody, all the people who are watching me back home, I couldn't have done without them. They're the people who keep me going. So thank you guys.
All righty, Trey Fierro taking home. What's that?
Also Jim Thermalin and Carzalia Valley.
All righty, there you go. $100 whole shot there from Bell Helmets. And, of course, Carson Mumford going to be taking home the gold here today. And not only that, he picks himself up the coveted Loretta Lynn Shield here from Rocky Mountain ATVMC Amateur National Motocross Championship, and Carson making his way up to the podium right now. Put your hands together. He goes 1-1-1. He takes Moto Gold and the National Championship. Carson Mumford, there you go, buddy. Great job, and wow, that right there is that's how you win championships, huh?
Yeah, that's great. That's always how I've dreamed to do it. That's my first time ever going 1-1-1. So third championship here. Couldn't be more happy. Just been working really hard, and it's cool to see it pay off. I struggled a little bit in the other class, but got it figured out in this one, so I couldn't be more happy.
Awesome. What's the future holding for you now?
I think I'm going to do Monster Cup, and we'll just take it from there and just try and build and get better and better, and we'll see what the future holds.
All right, man. Good luck to you. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Amsoil Factory Connection Honda, my mom and dad, my trainer Randy Lawrence, my trainer partner Derek Drake, Cameron Geyer, Pro Taper, 100%, Alpine Star, X Dubai, 60, Shift, Fox, Shane, Pedro, Derek, my mechanics Rick, Ziggy from Factory Connection, Fox from Dunlop. Thank you guys, I couldn't do it without you.
All righty, and now to present to you the #1 plate from the American Motorcyclists Association, Ricky. And I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, your 250 AMA Amateur National Motocross Champion, Carson Mumford. Guys, back up top. We've got another hot moto coming up, it looks like.
From amateur to pro, we are proud to support all levels of racing. Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we go beyond just selling parts, apparel, and accessories. We take pride in participating in the sport. It's just one more way to show our dedication to the fans and the riders of the greatest sport on earth. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Lucas Complete Engine Treatment is a multifunctional cleaner plus lubricant from the labs at Lucas Oil Products. It's designed for use in both engine oil and fuel systems. It also cleans and lubricates the entire gas or diesel fuel system, from the tank to injectors. It contains special Lucas additives that cause the fuel to burn thoroughly and helps increase your miles per gallon. Expect longer engine life, longer oil life, cleaner exhaust, and less fuel consumption. Lucas Oil Complete Engine Treatment. It works.
I'm a sore loser.
I'm a sore loser. Losing is not an option for me.
Be the best.
The best. The best.
You have to have the best equipment under the hood.
That's why I only use
Cometic products in my engines.
Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket, a superior quality gasket
for those of us who demand the highest level of performance.
Riders these days have no idea how good they've got it. It used to be that if you wanted a dirt bike, you had to buy yourself a motocrosser and get to work. It was up to you to modify the thing. Now, Honda just makes it too easy.
Every hole shot, every corner, every detail, every obstacle there to slow you down is another chance to get faster. When you've got a legacy of world champions to live up to, every second counts.
Lucas Oil Pro Motocross makes its way to the legendary Budds Creek Raceway in Mechanicsville, Maryland for the 29th annual Budds Creek National on Saturday, August 18th, located 30 minutes south from the U.S. Capitol in the scenic southern Maryland countryside. Be trackside when the dirt flies. Go to BuddsCreekProMX.com to get your tickets today. The races start at 1 p.m.
He was down there
Saturday.
getting lunch. He has a forearm pump working on his arm. He says, man, this is 500, I pump up. I bet you do. Hole shot. Terry Bastard out of Discovery Bay, California. Bastard with a pair of ones going into this one.
Yeah, Terry looking good all week. And, of course, the regular down here at Durant at number 67. Honda, familiar with it. Remind me of the Robbie Rayner days at number 67. But Bastard looking really good early in this one. Going to be able to make his way through that gap right there. Going to have a challenge early in this one from a Yamaha mounted rider. Who is at the number 26, 28? Exactly who is that? Let's see here. Yeah, it looked like Scott Phelps at number 28 machine. So Scott trying to get up there and make a move. We were just talking about him a second ago with our good friend Jessica Coombs. Mentioned that Scott was in this one inactive, and sure enough, up there trying to get himself in the front of this one. So looking for our plus 45 riders right now around the beach. And I think that is Phelps out front right now. I believe Scott's up front and leading up and over the Rocky Mountain. Kevin and I and Rodney checking out all the rigs and the haulers that we didn't get to see tucked away back in the pits and buried back there, and some just first-class equipment everywhere. And here they come, man. Yeah, that is Scott Phelps out front, looking good. Whoa, just about rides that nose into the ground right there. Phelps almost making a mistake. Bastard wants back ahead of him. Got a challenge right there. Is that who I think it is? 92. Nope, that's Jamie Bennett right there. Edward Walston in the number 4 spot. Gabriel Gregardo in that number 5 spot. Dennis Borg in the 6th position. Jay Bodybag Wagner in that number 7 spot. Michael Keating in the number 8 position. Cody Merrick 9th, and Frank Koenig in the 10th spot. Lap number 1 complete now. Scott Phelps, as we said, leading the way on that 28 Yamaha, having just about 1.27 over Terry Bastard. Jamie Bennett right behind him in Walston. So look at this. Going to have a race on our hands. Jamie Bennett trying to get it up in there. Not really making it happen. Right now, as they run, Terry Boster would be looking at a 1-1-2. 4 points for the overall. Jamie Bennett now would be by 4-2-3. Edward Walston, he's looking at a 3-4-4 to round out your podium. But Scott Phelps, the man of the hour right now. Scott Phelps out front and leading this one. So not necessarily in the overall race. Phelps having a 9-6, but out front here going to go home maybe with some bragging rights. And if nothing else, Scott Phelps putting in some good laps right now, trying to hit those marks, hit those lines. Got to keep that leg up, Scotty. Don't let that thing drag through the beach. For sure, buddy. Put that thing wide around there, make it happen. A lot of riders now starting to go back into that slick middle groove. But Phelps crossing up some ruts right there. Now he's under fire. That looks like Jamie Bennett is at the 92 machine. Yeah, Phelps under big pressure right now. It looks like possibly the 92 trying to come underneath. Going to be on the outside. No, that's actually the 71, 77. Let's see. The 11, Edward Walston. Okay, very good. Inside groove working now. Early in the day, we talked about the outside working down there. But after 2, Edward Walston putting in a 210.5. Jamie Bennett a 212 in the 2nd position. Scott Phelps shuffled back in 3 corners, 2 positions. So he's on the number 28 Yamaha in 3rd position. Terry Bossert now riding in the number 4 spot. Dennis Bork rounding out the top 5. A 210.568. Well, so far that's our first real lap, so it's the fast lap of the moto, but still 2 seconds better than Jamie Bennett, 3 seconds better than Scott Phelps, just about 2 seconds better than Bossard. So Bossard making a mistake. Bossard making a big mistake there, and it costing him a couple positions. And right now, trying to make an ID on, is that it? Trying to make an ID on that Kawasaki out there, and I can't quite get it done. So let's see. Out on lap number 2, Ryder sideways. That looked like Bossard sideways in the 10 Commandments there. That thing swapping side to side. And actually, it was at 11. It was our leader, Walston, going back and forth on that thing. Making their way back into Storyland now. The shadows are really starting to get deep back there in some of these corners. Not even able to see the rut. You're coming into the rut, but it's so dark you can't even see the rut out of the bright sunlight. That is the 92 right there. Jamie Bennett now getting all kinds of out of shape, dragging the fish. Looked like he was doing a little dog paddle through a couple of those ruts. So Bennett all kinds of out of shape back there on that number 92 machine. Phelps trying to keep it together in that 3rd position, but Bossard able to get back by him. And as a matter of fact, looks like Bork able to do much of the same. Inside line coming back to life here up and over the Rocky Mountain. A lot of the guys using that outside recently. And sure enough, that inside line starting to work here late in the day at the ranch. Jamie Bennett up and over that tabletop in the infield. But look at this. Bossard really dropping the hammer right now, trying to get back into it. Phelps, he's back in the picture now. He's back in the same frame as these guys. So top 5 basically in the same section of the track right now. Leaders coming across the finish line right now. And of course, Edward Walston on that number 11 machine still out front. Right behind him, looks like it is definitely going to be Jamie Bennett. He's about 3 seconds behind. Bossard has moved into the 3rd position. Bossard looking really good, less than a second behind. That puts Dennis Bork in the 4th spot. Scott Phelps rounding out the top 5. Gabe Giardo, he's in that number 6 position. Frank Koenig waiting for him. It looks like he's on that 43 machine. Nope, actually going to have a change up right there, as a matter of fact. Michael Keating coming in. He's crossing the line ahead of Jay Wagner, so the body bag dropping positions lap after lap right now with that number 1 Suzuki. 2:11.1 the time for Walston that time around. The time to beat, 2:10.5 also by Walston. So as we take a look at this one, just about 7.5 minutes. That means we are halfway through this final 45-plus race. So halfway into this one, and we take a look at Walston out front. Bennett right behind him by 3 seconds. Bossard all over him. Bork on the trail of Bossard, and Phelps rounding out the top 5. Coming up next, going to have our girls 11 to 16 coming up next in the program. And then, of course, WMX Moto 2 going to round out the program for today's racing. So girls 11 to 16 down there on the gate right now. And then, of course, following them will be our WMX Moto 2, which will be our final race of the week here at the ranch for 2018. Just about 7 minutes into this one, and things starting to develop a bit here. We're going to see a few battles as we get late into this one. Looks like definitely spread out a little bit in that top 5 finally, but the race is happening back there near the body bag, somewhere around that 9th, 10th, 11th place. Looks like those guys tighten things up just a bit as you look back in there into Storyland. A bunch of those guys coming out of the woods at the same time. So that means one thing, close race. And now here's our leader, Walston, putting in another good lap. Look at this, 2:10.8, but Dennis Bork setting our fast lap of the race with a 2:09.68. Can you handle that? Plus 45. Jamie Bennett in the 3rd position. Terry Bossard falling 1 spot. He's back into that number 4 spot. Scotty Phelps still hanging on to that number 5 with a 2:15.1. Gabe Giardo trying to make it happen in that 6th spot. Not able to close the distance, though. Frank Koenig all over him. Just about 4 more seconds back to Keating. Wagner now making his way back up past Keating, so a little flip-flop, a little double play action right there. Puts Jay Wagner back into the number 8 position. Under the 6-minute mark now, 5.5 minutes to go. Racer TV fans getting to take a look at Captain Woody's drone coverage right now, coming through the 10 Commandments. I feel like I was standing on Mount Olive there for a second, looking down at the Commandments. Ed Walston out front to the minute now, 2:10.871 last time around. Dennis Bork, though, setting a fast lap of the race on lap number 4 with a 2:09.683. coming through the back now by the waterworks. Coming through the waterworks now comes the number 92 machine, checking out Jamie Bennett right now. Working his way through the bench. He's got Bostard all over him. Bostard trying to work that inside line, but got cut off. Bennett not having any of that right now. Bostard knows that got to make a move soon. Got about 4 minutes left in this one. Got to take a look here. Going to be seeing a 2-lap card soon, I'm sure. Halfway mark out right now, so not far away from the 2 laps. Captain Woody flying that drone for him right now at home on Racer TV, getting amazing coverage with that overhead view. Right now, Bostard taking a look over his shoulder, wants to see exactly what's happening to him, where Scott Phelps is. Scott Phelps falling a bit off the pace now, but still has plenty of room in number 5 between him and the number 6 spot, Gabe Giardo. Up and over the finish line again, Walston trying to make a break for it. Jamie Bennett trying to get up there and get on Bork, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. Bork riding really fast, got a 2:08, actually setting the fastest lap on lap number 5 of this race, dropping times by up to about 3 seconds from the beginning of this one, and running clearly 2 seconds faster than your leader. So Dennis Bork making up all kinds of time, just passing Jamie Bennett, putting himself into that number 2 position. And at this point, with 3 minutes, I'm not sure that Edward Walston's safe. Dennis Bork trying to put things together on that number 73 machine, and I can tell you he's picking some good lines. He's putting in good laps and absolutely decimated him on that last one, picking up as much as 3 seconds on the competitors ahead of him. But right now, only one competitor ahead of him, and that turns out to be the number 11 of Ed Walston. Ed's already got a pit board. He knows that DB's on the way. He knows how fast he's running, and I can tell you, with 3 minutes to go, I'm going to guess that, yep, the 2-lap card is out right now. The 2-lap card is out right now. So one time around, and we're going to see that white flag. Can Walston hang on? Is Dennis Bork going to put it into turbo drive right now? Is he going to make it happen? Is he going to feed the fuel to it and get that moto win? When we take a look at the overall, Bostard in great shape with a 1:14, gives him a couple points for a buffer. Edward Walston's going to be in that second spot with a 3:41, and behind him, Dennis Bork. So Dennis Bork knows if he can make this pass, which he wants to do, that's going to move him one step up on the food chain, and he's going to come out of here with not only a moto win, but a number 2 in this championship. So Bork right now coming past us on that 73. What was the gap this time? Lost just a bit of time, 3.3. So not quite happening this time around for Bork, trying to put the charge on. Walston answering that 2:08 last time of Bork's. Now he set the fastest lap on lap number 6. These guys plus 45 putting in work late in the moto.
You're putting in work late in the moto. That was impressive, Megawatt. Not a single misstep, not a breath, nothing. So very impressive. I know you relate to the 45-plus class, maybe more, but I won't say. Just 45-plus. Those are your guys. Respect.
And when I get called up to the bigs, when I'm in here with you, Kevin Kelly, Rodney Tomlin, I've got to pick my game up, man. It has to happen. So you know what? Just like these racers out on the track, look at that. First mistake I made. These racers on the track, you ride with mid-pack guys, you're mid-pack. You ride up front, you're up front. Okay?
It's like a training facility. We're going to put you on the track at fast guys.
Right. Keep me with you, Rob Vitus, Rodney Kelly. We're in good shape.
All right, I think I'm going to the podium here. No one else seems to be jumping up, that's for sure. We have an exhausted crew by the end of the week.
I'm going to send it right down to you, man. I'm going to finish this one out. We're going to do this final podium. We're going to work our way into some WMX. White flag continues to fly. Jason Wygant. Got our girls 11 to 16 in the gate right now. Girls 11 to 16 going to be our final regular moto of the day, and going to move our way into some WMX racing. So white flag is out. Got to find my number 11, Ed Walston. Looks like he's coming through the middle of the course right now. Sure enough, Ed Walston on the number 11 KTM. Making his way down into that final left-hander, going to work his way up and out of that big rut. checkered flag about to fly for our man Ed Walston. Ed going to finish second overall here today, but you know what? He's going home with bragging rights. Ed won himself a moto at the ranch. He's second over. He went 3-4-1. Terry Boster, congratulations to that guy. Kind of put it into race management mode there. Terry was very fast. Got the whole shot award, I believe, in this one, and put in a couple great laps. But Terry not going to chance that championship. A 1-1-4 for 6 points seals the deal for him. And Dennis Bork, the man on the move there for a while. Let me tell you, a hard-fought ride by that guy, the number 73 Honda, Dennis Bork. Kudos to you, Bork. Great job, dude. Put the hammer down late in this one, turned the fast lap. Ed Walston turned around and answered that fast lap for you. But Bostard, Walston, and Bork, senior plus 45 podium, right there you have it. Next up on the list, girls 11 to 16. Girls 11 to 16, final regular moto of the week. About to go down here, final regular gate drop of the week. And then we're going to finish out the week with our final WMX moto, moto number 2 of our WMX ladies. Going to be hotly contested, as was that first one. That battle with Shelby Rowland, holy cow. Unbelievable. 3 to 4 laps. These girls, Jamie Osadillo and Shelby Rowland, absolutely going grip to grip on that one, wore each other out, and it was obvious down there at the cool-down zone during the podium.
All right, Edward Walston's so pumped. He's already at the podium. He's fired up. He's fist pumping. He's partying. Look at this guy. You need 5-10 more minutes out of the track. He's not even tired. I don't know what's going on. But whatever it is, I'll take it. I'll have what he's having. He actually also ends up second overall in the class with a moto win. Let's hear it for Edward Walston. Well, it's a pleasure. I'm telling you what, where's this motivation coming from? You're fired up.
Man, I've been coming out here on and off since 1989, man. It's the first time I've ever been up here with my bike. So.
Never won a moto until now?
Never won a moto, baby.
So it just took some experience, took 30 years or so of learning.
Took getting out front, man. You got to get a start here, dude. It's crucial.
It's the end of the day, end of the week. What's the track like, man? They still got it in pretty good shape?
It's rough, dude, but it won't. It's nowhere near as rough as it was yesterday at 6:30. We rode at 6:30, so a little bit smoother today. So good deal. It was great, man. So thankful.
That's got to be a dream come true, man. You got a gold medal. It's awesome. Yeah. Oh, who cares? We'll bring the Walston Racing crew up here. Who do you want to thank, Edward?
First of all, my dad. He's been with me through thick and thin, through everything.
Yeah. Hey, Dad, you've been here since '89, he said?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
How close have we been to a moto win until now?
This is, well, third the other day. Uh-huh.
So he's finally stepping up. He finally got it figured out.
Yeah, it took 30-some years and we got it figured out.
Who else you want to thank, Edward?
Brewer Cycles, Total Control Racing Suspension. They had me hooked up all week. Vexia MX, X-Brand Goggles. How you say that word?
The logo's money. Alpine Stars? Cherubies.
Okay, them guys, and more paint and wallpaper, man. Everybody's been helping me a whole lot, and we couldn't do it without them, man.
You're going to paint the town.
And you and Mathis were keeping me informed all week on the podcast.
Oh, all right. Keeping me excited. All right. Well, maybe we'll take some jabs at you this week. You'll probably like that.
Sounds good to me, man.
All right. We'll take some hits out on Edward Walston on the podcast. Thanks to Edward Walston. Let's congratulate him in a moto win. I got to get you to get your bike, though, Edward. We're going to roll your bike off. We got a championship to crown. Oh, suddenly he's out of energy. He's fist pumping, screaming, yelling, hugging. He's got plenty in the tank, and then all of a sudden now he's a tired young man. Good job, Ed. This is a different podium in this class. Our champion actually ended up in 4th, so I'm looking for the 73 to hand out a second-place medal. Let's bring up Mr. Bork, who took 2nd. There he is. We see up on these podiums quite a bit year after year. Let's hear it for Dennis Bork. Go right down to the center here, Dennis. You're in the thick of it every time you're on the track, it looked like.
Yeah, I'm in the thick of it, but I can't get into the thin of it. It's a problem. My starts this week haven't been what they normally are. I don't know what the key is, what I'm missing, but I definitely got to work on it. My confidence coming in was a little bit low. I didn't get the ride time that I would have liked going from the regional to this, but I was praying for the heat. We got it today. I knew I could just keep a nice pace and maybe get my way to the front. Being in Florida and working in this stuff every day, it's grueling. It makes it tough to come home and train for it. You know, you get home and you're just like, I'm in the AC and that is it. You know, so I got to get my cardio back. That way I can tolerate the heat a little better in Florida and get back out there after work and start hitting the pavement with my runs and get that back on game. And I think that will get me going, get my confidence up, and be looking good.
All right, who do you want to thank, Dennis?
I got to thank the guys at Melbourne Honda. Them guys hooked me up big time before we got here. We had some bike issues, and they came through for me big time. Yoshimura, I finally met Richard for the first time in 9 years. I've been talking to him on the phone all these years, but never got to meet him, so he's a cool cat. I was glad to meet him. The guys at Recluse, awesome product. Oakley, Shuey, Answer, Garnet, thank you guys. My wife, she hooked us up in the motorhome this year. We had everything we needed. We even cleaned it, so it's going to be cleaner than we left. So she's going to be cool about that. Shout out to my daughter, Belle. Look forward to seeing her and getting home with the pups, and be great.
Congratulations. Let's hear for Dennis Bork. Well said. I love these guys. The speeches are great. Be politicians. Let's bring up Jamie Bennett, who got third in the moto. Meanwhile, we can bring up the championship machine. We don't need the bike, just the rider. We're going to bring up the 67 machine. I'll save you folks the energy having to push down to the podium. Let's hear it for our bronze medalist, Jamie Bennett. If you want to bring the number 67 and ride it on up, we'll get that set. We'll give him some room. All right, Jamie, how'd that moto go?
Not too bad. Not really the way I'd like it. I got really tired right off the get-go, and the more I pushed it, the worse it got. Just not in the shape I need to be in to be down here and compete with these guys. But I would like to thank my wife, my family, everybody that came down to help me, John, ABC Disposals, Cedar Rapids Toyota, Bennett Motorsports, Braden James Salon, Backyard Designs for the sick motorcycle that they got graphics on, Recluse, and Mason Clendenin. He's the one that designed the design. So,
congratulations. Let's hear it for Jamie Bennett with your bronze medal. Thank you, Jamie. And now we're going to crown a champion. He knew what he had to do with the 1-1 coming in. Fourth place was more than enough to win the title. And here he has the Shield Trophy. Yeah, they are pumped up. Actually, let's do it. Let's hand the number 1 plate over right now. We don't even have a moto medal, so you're good. Let's hear it for Terry Bostard. And there's Ricky Rickards from the American Motorcyclist Association to hand it over. Well, you did the hard work early. You got it out of the way with those 2 key moto wins. That helped a lot.
It did. You know, that first moto was the hardest, and I knew that one position at the end could set the tone for the rest of the week, and it did.
Have you won a championship here before? I feel like you're up here all the time.
2 years ago,
okay.
I won.
All right.
Yeah.
Is it sweeter to be able to replicate it, or what was that first one like?
You know, that first one, I went down the first lap or second lap, and I came from way back to win it on the last lap, and that was pretty special. But, you know, just to be up here is a special thing.
Absolutely. How about this moto? Were you just managing it the whole time?
You know, the track was really rough. I wanted to manage it a little better, but the track was just, there was a lot of mistakes to be had, and I wasn't going to have one.
Couldn't afford that. Fourth place is good enough. You want to thank some people?
Absolutely. I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. You know, my wife's here, my friends and my family, my dad's here. You know, and I have the best sponsors in the business. Fox Racing, it's not a sponsorship, it's a family. You know, Honda Racing, these new bikes are incredible, and they've been backing me for a while now. And Hammerhead Designs, Motion Pro, Mika Metals, DT1 Filters, Josh Boynton, my suspension guy is amazing, Testa Motorsports, Kendall Tires, and the list goes on. But thank you.
All right, there it is. The number 67 is now number 1. Let's hear it for Terry Bostard. He managed it well enough. Congratulations. Another championship at the ranch. Those guys are going to cool off. We're going to bring the girls' class out on the track, followed by WMX, and soon we'll be wrapping it up.
Wow, what a great group of interviews. Jason, those guys know how to get it done on the box. A lot of fun listening to those 3 guys. Congratulations to our plus 45 class. Girls 11 to 16. 1 scores for Taylor Allred on the KTM. Jasmine Canfield sits second on the number 46 Yamaha with 3-2 scores. Also with 3-2 moto scores, Katie Benson, number 28 on the KTM. That puts her tied for second. Landry Hazen on the number 45 Kawasaki, 4-5 moto scores. She sits fourth. Jada Murphy in fifth on the 21 Kawasaki has 5-6 moto scores. Cami Samples in sixth on the number 54 Husqvarna, 10-4 moto scores. Seventh place, Sophia Phelps, number 56 on the KTM, 9-7 moto scores. Adlin Malcolm on the number 68 Suzuki has 8-8 moto scores. Kylie Cinto, number 99 on the TM, has 7-9 moto scores, good enough for ninth. And Mackenzie Brocado, number 35 on the Husqvarna with 6-12 moto scores. That's your girls, 11-16. Take it away, Megawatt.
Yeah, looking forward to that. The first moto was extremely exciting. Know the second will be much of the same. Hey, want to let everybody know, got a message from Tina. Gypsy Soul open by request right now. They were going to close a little bit ago, but they've had such an overwhelming response to their end of the week sale. They're still open. They got a lot of product left, and Tina's got a lot of stuff going on. So keeping the booth open for you guys for a little while longer. So stop over at Gypsy Soul, right by the not the podium, right by the pavilion, right across from the Thor canopy. So sure enough,
as soon as Rodney heard the term Gypsy
open.
Soul, he popped right back in. You asking about me?
Yes, I am a
You
Gypsy
have a Gypsy Soul. He does have a Gypsy Soul.
I have a Gypsy Soul, Jason. I enjoy their brand of cigarettes as well. And the gate is down. Girls 16, Jason Wygant. Oh, a great start for Taylor Allred.
Taylor Allred was ripping on that super mini size machine in the women's class against the full-size bikes, so she could definitely pull a start on it in the girls division where they're all on super mini size machines. We saw her put on a tremendous battle with that rider right there, Jasmine Canfield, earlier in the week. They always find each other, the rivals in these female classes, be it girls, women, or pro women. I don't know what it is, dude. They cannot get away from each other, and we've got it hooked up right off the start. So it's going to be another Canfield Allred duel. Allred credited with that Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Canfield going to try to hop and skip away. And trying to pick up the third place rider there. It's our final amateur moto of the season. We're going to have a WMX points-paying pro second moto after this, but this is our final national championship of the amateur side right here. Jasmine Canfield. What did they feed her this morning? Breakfast of champions. Look at this. She's flying, and Allred's going to have to try to figure out a way to respond. Wow. And Allred back there in second, watching out for some of the parts of the track that have been groomed and watered, trying to find some traction.
So Canfield just wants to get away from Taylor
and hope
Allred.
that something goes wrong. Yeah, Allred has that gap in points. And a lot of that came, if you remember that first moto, they battled down to the wire.
Yep.
Canfield went off the track, got penalized. Two positions. That made all the difference. Allred's bike, remember the bike was about to blow up?
Yes, she nursed that thing all the way back.
Yeah, the whole last lap, Allred's bike had plumes of blue smoke. And not because the mixture was a little bit rich. It was way off. That bike barely made it to the line. Allred crossed the finish line in second, but Canfield was penalized because she went off the track and rode across the start stretch of what they determined to be a little bit too quick of a pace. So that has given Allred a points edge coming into this final moto. So as it sits right now, Canfield will get the moto win, but Allred will get the title. But we are just getting started. If you're Canfield, you have to hope, A, the bike problems kick in again, or Cami Samples, Jada Murphy, Kylie Sento, one of those riders around the top 5 can challenge Allred. But right now, Allred on that number 34.
And they're already spreading out those first two. She's not getting much help.
No.
So Jeff Canfield penalized Jasmine Canfield.
No relation?
No
Clearly.
relation. Now,
Clearly no relation.
Showing no favoritism.
I got a way better use for this stool than an armrest for you two. Why don't you just rest it right here? I'll still let you use it. I'll still let you use the thing. I'll sit right there and you guys just... I mean, you can still use it if you need a place to rest. Jasmine Canfield getting away, 2.5 second lead. Allred's got to know the score. She's got to know that she doesn't need to worry about Canfield to win this title. So she's just going to try to take control from here. That's Cami Samples in 3rd place you're watching on screen right now. Samples riding well, but all alone in the number 3 spot, aiming for a moto medal here. Samples on that Phil Nicoletti lookalike number 54. I'll tell you what, it is awesome when you got a guy winning a 45-plus moto and he wants to thank his dad, brings his dad on the podium.
He was yelling just like a wrestler before.
Yes.
Just pumped. I was waiting for this guy. He was stoked.
Yeah, he had, how much energy did he have left?
Edward Walston, obviously a lot more. He's ready to go another round.
Yeah, Edward Walston just took that 45 moto win. Brings his dad up there, so they've been coming here since 1989. His first moto win ever. So his dad, I mean, if Edward is in the 45-plus class, I would assume Dad is, his dad's got a lot of money invested. That's right, in that moto win. Good call, Rodney. We just rubbed it in down there. Now Edward Walston and his dad are mad. I spent all this money in 30 years for one moto win. Yes. Oh, rider down here. The Kawasaki, is that Jada Murphy? No, not the 21, the 61. Anicia Ingersoll down to the inside.
We got riders down everywhere. Ooh, careful. Oh!
Jessica Jeffrey. Oh, did she get...
She didn't get hit. She thought she was. She was just jumping out of the way.
Understandable. That was a tough spot to go down.
Flaggers all over it, though.
Just saw the 99 of Riley Sento on the TM. She's in 6th. There is Alicia Ingersoll after going down on the 61. She's right near us at the announcer's tower, but off the racetrack on the water truck lane after some problems. That's the 68 you're watching on screen of the 5th place rider, Adlin Malcolm. So it's Canfield in the lead, Allred 2nd, Samples 3rd, Jada Murphy 4th, Adlin Malcolm, who you're seeing here, is in 5th, Kylie Sento 6th, Sophia Phelps 7th, Landry Hazen is 8th, Riley Soule is 9th, and Kylie Stallings, that is 10th place.
Jason, did you notice how quickly the drone flew over to the accident and got the shot of the rider? Like, that's stuff you don't even think about. Like, if there's an accident on the track, they can fly right to it and get a shot of the rider of the bike. That could be very interesting in pro motocross.
Yeah, the Red Bull Live drone, that made a big difference. Somebody in trouble? Somebody in trouble? You want to bust anybody? Transponders? Need transponders back?
Yeah, matter of fact, you need to return those transponders.
Why not? 1 hour after the race? Everybody turn your transponder within 1 hour after the checkered flag in this race. Let's just say an hour from now.
You bought a transponder.
Yeah, congratulations. You can use it at home. Time yourself going to the mailbox. Battle on our hands right now. The number 20, Riley Soule, around the outside. Cooking up a nice souffle through the sand.
I love a good souffle.
I love a good cheese souffle down to the inside. Riley on the gas. A little bit. Oh, but it didn't work. I thought she had the pass made. Battling out with Landry Hazen. Meanwhile, Jasmine Canfield continues to pull away. It's 15 seconds. But Canfield's got to look at this one as the one that got away. Canfield's won a lot of titles here at the ranch. But when you come in as one of the marked women, not a marked man, when you come in as a marked woman, you know you're in for some drama every year. You're going to be in the thick of it. 20 is fighting back, Riley Soule, and holding it down right now. So Soule riding very well on that Kawasaki and up now to 8th place.
I tell you, I first saw Jasmine here at the ranch a couple years ago. She was just a little kid at the time on a similar bike. But I got to tell you, she pulled one of the gnarliest passes in the short chute that I had ever seen in my life. I don't care what class, what age, what size bike. This girl put this thing into a bottomless berm. And when it bounced out like silly putty. That girl never let off the wrist, passed 2 people, shoved it into the right-hander before the 10 Commandments and made, like, I don't know, 4 positions with that one pass. Just incredible. But I thought sure that thing was going to rebound her off of the track. No doubt over the berm.
She hit
That's how hard she sunk that thing in. It was just incredible. And right away, without getting jerked off the bike, I knew that kid was special.
She certainly is. 4 championships at the ranch, Jasmine Canfield. Had a win streak going, 2011, 12, and 13 in the old girls 9 to 11 class, and then won one more in 2015. Came up second to Jordan Jarvis in women's 12 plus on a 250F earlier this week. Canfield going to get another moto win, but probably not a title this time because it's Taylor Allred. She came in ready. She came in prepared. She was doing battles. She was doing battle with Canfield in Moto 1, ended up coming out on top. And this is going to be 2 years in a row for Allred in this class. Not running the #1 plate, but she did win the title in 2017.
Yep.
And also girls 9 to 13, a different age division in 2016. So Allred at a Utah Ute.
And I got to tell you, those first 2 Moto wins, I mean, impressive, dude. Impressive. That hard fought battles, that's for sure. But maybe two of the best battles we saw all week, to be quite honest with you. Just about to 5.5 minutes left in this one. Actually says Moto 3, which it's not, so it's our second Moto. So just about 5.5 minutes left in this one. So Canfield already samples across on lap 4. Jada Murphy now as well. So the gap now 22.7, but Taylor Allred has a 16-second cushion over that 3rd position. So plenty of cushion right there to make things quite comfortable to take home the gold here at the ranch with a 1-1-2. Jasmine Canfield, of course, 3-2-1, going to leave on a great note here with a moto win. So 3-2-1, that's improving each and every moto for Canfield. So improving 1 position every moto. Going to take home a moto win here in gold, and that's what we're going to remember for Jasmine, is winning a moto, and already able to take home that gold. Katie Benson, a 2.39, fighting hard. Katie right now in that 9th position, and no way that she's going to be able to pass up in and take over that 2nd position right now. So a good opportunity for her to put in good laps, not make any mistakes each, and guarantee herself a podium position overall. And Katie, an absolute competitor to the core.
Yeah, she's been in that back seat watching the battle in the front with Allred and Canfield in most of the motos in 3rd. Watching that action up front.
Yes, sir. That's race experience, man. That's race. Let me tell you, that's all going in the bank. And let me tell you something. She's going home, and Tuesday, she's going to be doing everything she watched them do. You can believe it.
Ask for some time in the pool. They're going to say, no, we're not going to the beach. We're not going to the pool. We're going back to the track, getting ready for Loretta's next year.
Yeah, that's my Tuesday after work.
Me and you.
Yeah.
I'm taking some time after this one. I got bad news for everyone in the RacerX Online staff. You're not getting any help on Monday. I'm going to do some interviews here at closing ceremonies. I'll send you the audio files and check you. I'm out.
I'm going to the dealership. I think I'm going to work wash bay for the day. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Well, you have to, because I got your Pioneer all muddy from cruising through the campground area. So
hey, were you wearing your seatbelt?
I was.
Okay, awesome. When I got in it, I noticed it was unhooked, and I just keep it hooked in there because of the safety mechanism, and just want to make sure you got the full experience.
Oh, no. I don't know what it does. Does it not even work with the seatbelt?
Runs at about 7 miles an hour.
No kidding.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, man,
great safety feature there by the manufacturer.
Absolutely.
And so when
you just helped everyone bypass that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I take no No, I wore the seatbelt as it was intended to be worn.
Yeah, so I want to make sure you got the full experience there. So cool.
So it's like a governor if you don't have the seatbelt buckled.
Yes, absolutely. And the paddle shifter is going to be the one for you.
700 isn't too bad. 700cc goes pretty good.
It does.
I'll tell you what, we had all the side-by-sides. It's become a real big part of this event as we watch this battle as Canfield's working our way through lap traffic. We took a wild ride in a Yamaha Viking yesterday.
Yeah, Greg Geisler finished off our night in a quick fashion up and down some of these wild hills right behind the tower. I was scared for my life.
Don't worry, it was just actually what was left of the Sidewinder track. We actually did the Sidewinder track in a side-by-side.
Nice.
Yeah.
Biking extremely popular on the showroom floor at RG Motorsports.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah, if you're looking for a great deal on a side-by-side ATV dirt bike street bike in the West Virginia area. Okay. There's Canfield. Maybe you like the way that Yamaha YZ looks. You could probably help somebody out if they want a motorcycle.
All you have to do is go to our website. And as a matter of fact, there's an instructional video by Megawatt on the new YZ250F and YZ450F. How you have your mobile app and you can turn your buddy's YZ450F into a TTR50 if you know his password.
I'm going to be going to that website. I would like to see these Megawatt videos.
RGHonda.com, my friend.
Yep, and I do remember you last year talking about that, the sabotage games. And you can play if you don't let your friends know your password.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can, the bike, last lap here, I got to get out and crown Canfield.
No password stolen here, though. All bikes running full steam.
No, it's pretty solid. Allred avoided that drama in the first moto when the bike was steaming, but she got to the finish. That's how effective that Yamaha tuner app is. I mean, that's the high to low, the amount of power you can make that bike have or not have.
From mild to wild, my friend, depending on your taste and your throttle setting.
Your wife ride it just to try it
under
out.
control.
Because that's the biggest thing, whiskey throttling. Next thing you know, you're in the neighbor's fence.
We truly could have used that at Roaring Knob teaching you how to ride.
Oh, dude.
We truly could have used that.
You would never know,
for sure.
But you would never know if he had it on or off because that's his max speed, is the TTR 7.
Yeah. The loop out. Couple of those.
We just set the rev limiter at 2,200 RPM. So. All right, Weege making his way down. Weege making his way down to the podium right now, and wow, what a set of motos for these young ladies right here. Moto number 3 in our girls 11 to 16, of course. Jasmine Canfield over Taylor Allred. Taylor Allred with a 1-1-2 here, going to try to do her best to lock down this championship. White flag continues to fly. Should be seeing that checker flag anytime. Looks like our leader now making her way up and over that big tabletop in the middle. Going to be headed down toward Lake Polysport here any moment. There she comes right now, the number 46 machine of Jasmine Canfield. One last time past Lake Polysport into the big left-hander below the tower. Got to keep it on 2 wheels. Got to clear a couple more doubles. And Jasmine Canfield going to go 3-2-1 here at the ranch. So awesome victory rev right there for Jasmine Canfield. Going to leave on a high note. Going to take a 2nd place overall for the season. And right now, looks like Taylor Allred getting ready to cross the line here in just a moment. There comes the KTM mounted rider right now, putting herself in position for the overall win here in the championship. 1-1-2, going to be the number 34 machine of Taylor Allred. Not quite ready to cross the line here. Taylor should be working her way across. There she comes right now. There we go. Throttle back in preservation mode. Not going to make any mistakes. One last corner to go. Going to put that thing in the air a couple more times. And the number 34 of Taylor Allred going to go home, your 2018 Loretta Lynns Girls 11 to 16 champion.
So plenty of reason to celebrate here. The moto win, the championship. Canfield's Yamaha's already up on the box. We'll talk about that gold medal performance in this moto. And we do have 3rd place. Cami Samples on the Husqvarna, the 54 Husky. That is the Phil Nicoletti edition. Number 54 Husqvarna. Phil's going to want that bike back. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't ride at 105. Maybe he rides at 450. Final set of gold medals. Final set of moto medals altogether to hand out here. It'll be Jasmine Canfield first up. We'll bring Cami Samples and then crown our final amateur national champion, which will be Taylor Allred. Jasmine Canfield is cooling off. We'll get her back up on stage. We'll bring you up. Oh, these poor riders. The girls sit down in front of the fan. They rest for about 12 seconds. and then we bring them up. But I will say that part of the drill down here, you watch it every weekend in Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. Eli Tomac wins the moto. He comes straight to the pit reporter and straight into the interview. So that's part of the game in motocross. Got to be able to collect yourself quick. This girl's got a lot of experience doing it because she's won a lot of motos and titles here. Going to come up just short this time, but she has the moto win. Let's hear it for Jasmine Canfield. Well, at least you get to go home with a gold medal, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been waiting for this all week.
Yep. What happened in that crazy situation in the first moto? Were the flags not out, or what happened there?
It was my fault. I thought it was a checkered.
Right. Yeah. So that's why you went off, and then you got back on. Moto 2, how'd it go?
It went pretty good. I was consistent. I just didn't pick it up enough, but it's all right. We're here now, so.
That's what we like to hear. You're pumped. Who do you want to thank on this ride and the gold medal?
I'd like to thank God for keeping me safe, Yamaha, Traders Racing, Triangle Cycles, Ethicas, my mechanic Tony, just Thor Racing, Dunlop, and everybody. Thank you guys so much.
All right, we love to see the riders when they're smiling. Gold medal performance. Let's hear it for Jasmine Canfield. They can assist Jasmine. We're going to move the 46 off and bring the 34 on for the championship. And I will talk to the third place finisher in this moto. Thank you. So we can bring Taylor Allred's bike on up, and you can come up to take third. Let's hear it for the Husqvarna rider, Cammie Samples. Just going to move forward so we don't get hit by this bike. Hey, Cammie, how'd that moto go?
It went good. I started off with a good start, and then I just rode my race and stayed calm and consistent.
Proud of getting a gold moto medal. Is that cool?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I wanted it all week. I've had a tough week in the women's and the girls, so it's good to end off the week with the medal.
Who do you want to thank?
Jesus, my mom and dad, and my sister, Tapped House, Kyle Regal, Taylor Painter, Sean Hackley, Ashley Filet, Bruce, Monster Army, Shoei, Scott, and anyone else I forgot. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Cammie Samples with the bronze. Congratulations. Thank you. And we'll bring the number 34 machine up to the podium. Second year in a row, she is a champion in this division. 3 years in a row, she's come to Loretta's and won a championship. We got the shield. Let's bring her up to the stage. The number 34 of Taylor Allred. And there is the silver managing this championship in the final moto. My first question actually goes back to Moto 1. The bike on the last lap, you had to be a little nervous it wasn't going to get to the line. All of a sudden, we saw smoke in the final lap.
I was definitely way nervous. Just tried to finish out the race to be in a championship, to get the championship. So.
How cool is it to know that that moment they're salvaging the bike for one lap that made all the difference in the end? It paid off.
Yeah, I mean, it meant a lot. I was super pumped I got the moto win and happy I got the championship as well.
It's 3 years in a row you won a title here.
Yeah, it is.
Going to start selling some secrets on how to get it done, or are you going to keep that all inside?
Maybe I'll keep it to me for just now.
Who do you want to thank, Taylor?
My mom, my dad, Fly, Dunlop, Scott, Maxima, RMX, CT1 Filters, Rhino Designs, Monster Army, Lynx Racing, and anyone else. Thank you so much.
For the final time this week, I'm going to invite Ricky Rickards from the American Motorcyclists Association to hand over a number 1 plate. And we officially congratulate our champion in the girls class, Taylor Allred. The 11 to 16 girls class champion. We invite her family on up. If you want to take some photos here, I've got a bottle of champagne they can celebrate. That's yours as well. We'll bring the crew on up if you guys want photos together with the crew and the family. And that is our final amateur national champion to be crowned here in 2018. We still have WMX Moto 2. So one more race to run. Big thanks to everyone who's enjoyed this 37th annual Rocky Mountain ATVMC Amateur National Motocross Championship presented by Lucas Oil. Big thanks to Oakley. We'll be handing out some sunglasses to all our class champions. I got to get it back up to the tower. We're ready for WMX Moto 2.
All right. Wow, is this it? the last race of 2018 Rocky Mountain ATV MC Amateur National Motocross Championship. It's hard to believe. The WMX Moto number 2 coming at us. Welcome back to the Rocky Mountain ATV MC AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship finale, literally the finals here at Loretta Lynns Dude Ranch, as we've ran all of our amateur races and next up our WMX. But last night, the annual talent show brought to us by Yamaha Moto Tees, as we saw a host of talent back out with us once again. Mike Burkeen up entertaining the crowd. Chad Wages, also our overall winner last night. The kid really threw it down. Was a great, no, he wasn't rapping. I thought he was going to rap too, but a country song, believe it or not. Had some talent coming in from our Camp Lorettas. They were showcasing some of their talent from the talent show earlier in the day. And of course, TC Streets, aka Tanner Coombs, one of the legacies here, did a great job of entertaining us while the judges tallied. And of course, $250 in Yamaha parts and accessory gift certificates going to our winner there last night. So congratulations to him. And again, a great tradition that we have here at Loretta Lynns on a Friday night. So many years we've been doing that. That's been the showcase event, I believe, for a long, long time. As we check in with our final race, it is the second moto of the WMX here at Loretta Lynns. And no, this is not their final moto of the championship, but it certainly sets the stage for a good, 3 more rounds, I think, after this, if I'm not mistaken, as they roll through the heart of their championship season. Coming into this one, key players, Kylie Fosnot, last year's defending champion, only 2 points out of the points lead, not even showing up for the moto. So obviously something not well in that camp. And we each supposed to get a little intel on that. We'll see if he was able to come up with an answer and what happened with Kylie Fosnot. So that pretty much opened the door for Jordan Jarvis basically to stretch that points lead out. And of course, don't forget, if you want to watch things, want to check things out on NBC Sports Network, coming up on October 13th, we'll have our first 1-hour special episode on the NBC Sports Network from right here at Loretta Lynns. And then on November 11th at 5 p.m., episode 2, there will be re-airs of each episode. Episode 1 will air on October 13th, its premiere episode, and then of course October 17th of the re-air. Episode 2 will be November 11th at 5 p.m. and then the re-air at November 14th at 4 p.m. on NBC Sports Network. And we want to say thanks to those folks for being a great partner with us here at Racer TV and RacerTV.com. And I want to thank all you folks that have joined us all this time for all the continuing coverage. Over 40 hours of coverage here from Hurricane Mills, Tennessee, as we are setting the stage for this final moto. The ladies have gone out on their final sighting lap. They've checked this race course out for the final time before the gate drops on this one, and the battles begin. Shelby Rowland had herself a whale of a battle for that third place position. See how things fare out for that one this time out, as the gate is about ready to drop again here at Loretta Lynns. Megawatt, I tell you, the championships may not be so tight now, but what happens is that Shelby Rowland's third place position finish and a strong finish here may tighten things up for her and Fosnaught for that overall second place position. And what a great start we got going here right off the bat. It is Kawasaki's number 172, Hannah Hodges, opening up with the early lead in this one out of DeLand, Florida. She picks up extra $100 from Bell Helmets and the Bell Helmets hole shot, but she also picks up lots of company, and we got ourselves a new leader now.
Yeah, Hannah having a heck of a first moto. Great ride out there for her and getting this hole shot right now. Going to try to take advantage of that, but I got to tell you what I remember from Moto 1 and what Jason's going to remember, I'm sure, is that battle between Astudillo and Rowland.
I remember this battle right here. Dude, look at this fight for the lead. This is good stuff. Jordan Jarvis just not going to be denied.
Nah, Jordan Jarvis on a mission this week. No two ways about it. And take a look right now. Now we're exactly where we were at this point in the last moto. So Hannah Hodges now back in that second position. And right now, looks like these two going to break away from the pack pretty much like they did in Moto number 1. As we said, final event of the week right now. And Moto 2 for the ladies looking much like Moto number 1 right now, Weege.
Let's see if Hodges can fight back. She was not pumped, I'm sure, that Jarvis got away from her in the first moto. She definitely looks like she's trying to stay in there. Wow, we got Dave Smith back in the tower, the entire announcing crew. We're going to have a huge, sweaty, smelly hug here for this entire group. Dave helped us through the early parts of the week. Megawatt came in out of the bullpen. Rodney Tomlin, Jason Wygant, Kevin Kelly, everybody up here having a great time. We appreciate all the compliments, and we also appreciate all the bad comments that you keep to yourselves.
Constructive criticism that you share.
Do an excellent job. Everybody, just keep that inside. Say it behind our back. Don't say it to our face. That's the way I like to be treated. Jarvis trying to get away. It's 0.9 seconds now, the lead after making that pass. Ha! Megawatt, look, the third and fourth place riders, you know what's about to brew.
You know what's happening right now. There's a storm horizon, and it's going to be between the number 49 and the number 2. And I believe it started out in this position last time. Astudillo in front, Rowland throwing everything but the kitchen sink at her, finally wearing her down and pulling away. And I got to tell you, I came down to the podium with you. Both of those ladies exhausted, man.
Yeah, Rowland had nothing.
Spent. No, nothing left, man.
And this is the only class where you'd ever have to race this quickly because it's a pro class, so the quick turnaround between motos. Hodges doing a good job. She is keeping Jarvis in sight. Here's the battle. Astudillo and Rowland.
Wow, Jordan Jarvis, much of the same from Moto number 1, but Hannah Hodges looked like she learned something in Moto number 1. Looked like she's keeping the gap just a little tighter this time around. But like you said, look what we've got brewing right here, right in front of our very eyes. There comes Shelby Rowland right now, part of that Suzuki RM Army, and sure enough, she's going to battle right now with the KTM Orange Brigade. So it's Orange Brigade versus the Army right here.
Do not worry. It's going to keep building. I know that Rowland and Astudillo were tired after that moto, but the adrenaline has kicked in. They're ready to do some more battle up front. Going to be interesting when they come back around to see if Hodges can keep Jarvis in sight. Here's the fight for third.
And Shelby, she goes. Going to try to force the... Wow, look at that.
Sends it over there, didn't she?
Absolutely, using that roller down there as a landing. So Shelby trying to figure out how to smooth this track out right now. Learned a lot, I'm sure, in Moto number 1. Like I said, both of these, look, wow, rolling.
It's only fitting to finish off like this.
And
all week long we've had these types of battles.
I got to tell you, Rowland stood right there and told me, she stood right there and told me I'm going to make some adjustments to the suspension. And I can tell you, looks like she has, because she has confidence in that bike right now, Weege.
How hard is she landing those jumps, Kevin?
That's how she made her passes, just over jumping everything.
Yeah, absolutely sending it. But I got to tell you, I saw the rear wheel bucking and kicking in Moto number 1. They made positive adjustments right now on that number 2 machine.
Jersey Joe got her all set up, ready to go to the number 2. Shelby Rowland trying to fight off now Jamie Astudillo.
Great duel up front. Lead is now 1.4 seconds for Jarvis over Hodges. Behind these two, you got Brinsley Dias in 5th. Samantha Peters is 6th. Samantha Farr is 7th. Brittany Mosher is 8th. Amanda Henderson and Carrie Killebrew round out the top 10. And if Roland's going to make a pass, you know what's coming next. Astudillo's going to hang with her and look for an opening.
Yeah, she's already shown her will once, and just going to hit the reset button here. Look at this, coming into the commandments, and she got a great drive, as Kevin says right here. Who's going to be able to make it through that wedge first? Now, Shelby able to get in there, but like you said, Jamie not going to give up the fight right now. Too relentless for that. And back into the shadows. Let's see. Each one of them has their strong part of the course. As you can see, it looks like to me Shelby really starts coming on back through here. And then once we get about the finish line or so, it looks like Jamie's game picks up.
Well, Roland likes the sections of the track where there are jumps that she can just flat land.
Go as far as you can.
And that worked for her to make the pass. Oh, Astudillo found that little trick line just up against the tree on the inside and almost retook the spot.
Yeah, and I tell you, I like her line. Well, now she's falling in right now a little bit, going to try to take that inside. But I can tell you, I've seen that outside work through the last few motos big time at the beach. Roland, though, just riding smart. That's about the widest Suzuki I've ever seen at this point. But I can tell you, using the outside, keeping the momentum. Astudillo, though, believes in that inside line. She believes it's worked. Like I said, go to the well enough times and you'll get water. Look at that. Roland. I saw that move by Masterpool yesterday. Or no,
Pierce Brown.
Yeah.
Pierce Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
launching
what it was.
into the Paula Sport turn.
For sure.
Look at all that effort. They're still side by side.
Astudillo secure. Oh, my goodness. Thought she had that spot. But no, Roland grabbing an extra bit of grip right there and making it happen. Holding her off one more time, but look at this. This battle only beginning, Kevin Kelly.
If there is an inside line, Astudillo is going to take it. She is not afraid to run it up on the inside.
I think she's made a couple new inside lines in her motos.
Making it happen.
Right there.
Roland.
Roland said, I heard Kevin Kelly call that inside coming. I'm going to get to block it. I hear it coming. I see it coming. She blocked it. Now let's see in the long short shoot what's going to happen between the two of them.
Nasty.
Side by side.
Starting to see a couple nasty hops now out of that number 2 machine here in the last half a lap.
And they did these ladies no favor by smoothing or anything. This track is race ready, rough and tumble. The WMX is getting a prime racetrack.
Once again, a good drive by Astudillo out there. Now it looks like we're back up front here, going to get a look at Hannah Hodges.
We saw Hodges briefly, yeah.
Yep.
She's in second. Jarvis still in the lead. There's your leader, Jordan Jarvis, slicing her way through the beach. I think you called it correctly, Kevin. It's so fitting. The last moto, you have to have some side-by-side battles. That's been the theme of the week.
Absolutely. We've enjoyed pretty much every classification has had battles like this all moto long.
Well, I'm ordering it up. I'm ordering temperatures in the mid-80s next year because it led to some great racing and some enjoyable hangout time outside where normally you're doing everything you can to get in the shade, everything you can to hang out in the announcer's tower. There is Hodges. Let's see if she can keep Jordan Jarvis in her sights. It's not nearly as big a gap as it was in Moto 1. It's only 2 seconds.
Yeah, she was coming to that final left-hander down there. We were just seeing our leader cross the finish line, so Hannah able to see Jordan much better this moto.
Oh, but now that the transponder has flipped to the next lap, the damage has been done. That one, Jarvis just put in her fastest time of the race, a 2:05.4, getting away from Hodges.
And of course, Shelby Rowland and Jamie Astudillo turn almost identical lap times within 1/100th of a second separating them. 3/100ths of a second is the gap.
That's ridiculous.
It is. It is.
That's ridiculous.
As equally matched as possible. I want to take an army of different sized motorcycles, put them on each different displacement
They'd be dead even, no matter
and see
what.
they'd be dead even no matter what happens. There's Hodges, still trying to track down and solve Jordan Jarvis.
That is the worst feeling, watching someone just slowly disappear down the straightaway. I've seen that.
I'm sure you're used to that, Kevin. I'm sure you're used to that kind of thing.
That's all that's ever happened.
It's a view I'm familiar with as well, Kevin, so yeah.
It's
very fast, actually.
Yeah. Kevin knows what it's like to see me pulling away in the distance, not just being like, I got nothing for that guy. He knows.
That just put it in a different perspective for me, for Kevin, I can tell you that. Definitely, because I've definitely ridden with you. I've definitely seen you ride, so believe it.
Just peering in the distance. That's actually better that way. We don't want to watch it. Let him go.
I just had a whole new vision of Kevin after that statement.
Yes, he just downgraded quite a bit. Jordan Jarvis in the lead. Jordan Jarvis in the lead, 4.5 seconds. Roland third. Astudillo. I think Roland has shaken Astudillo. Wow, look at that. Kicking it sideways. Styling.
Yeah, for sure, man. Hey, did you notice the entrance to the commandments right now when Hodges went in there last time? Take a look at the camera.
Okay.
Next time we follow some. All right. Look at the entrance, dude. How gnarly. I don't see how you're going to get a straight drive out of those hooked berms, dude, out of those hooked ruts.
I've never understood the Ten Commandments. It doesn't even make sense, the obstacles. Like, I don't know, what is it? Jumps, whoops, ruts, turning, and unjump? I've never seen another motocross track with obstacles like the Ten Commandments.
No, and it depends on who you are, whether they're jumps, triples, whoops. A few years ago, I actually watched a couple guys skim, and I'm trying to remember who that was.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
As a matter of fact, they were a little more peaked, a little deeper at one time, and those guys up on top of the commandments. Like, what?
But it's just amazing how that section, there's never a set way to attack. Some motos it's triple. Some motos it's better the inside and just double. Sometimes it's skim, sometimes it's roll, sometimes it's inside, outside. That section, there's never a perfect way of doing it. It changes every time. Here we go.
And we just missed the entrance talking about it. We
yeah,
just missed
I
the
know.
big
Well,
rut,
we were a little bit in the shadows there, so we didn't get to learn as much as we hoped.
You can see it in the background right there. It is nasty. I don't care which one of those lines you take. It's nasty. And these ladies attacking it.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
these ladies
just
going
lesser
at it,
evils right now. Yeah, and that final turn after, that thing was blown out by Monday. And you just got to deal with it. This is how we determine who the best of the best are. We try to give you a rough racetrack. It's shades of Lucas Oil Pro Motocross with how rough it is and how rutted it is.
It was used up after practice.
Yeah. By the time we were racing on Tuesday, those lines were gone. Good job by Jarvis picking her way around. You could just see Jarvis carrying momentum everywhere. She's carrying her speed. No stopping and starting, staying on top of the bumps instead of driving into them.
We talk about staying light on the bike. That's exactly what she's doing right now. It's a term that most everybody uses. And what you're doing, instead of driving through those obstacles like you're talking about, riding through them, simply using the bike suspension and your legs as well, keeping the bike light, letting the bike float over that stuff instead of dig in. Once again, Unadilla, back in the day, Johnson just plowed through the stuff, make a wake, and JMB looked like he's floating over top of muddy, wet grass. So both effective ways of riding, but staying light on the bike is actually working for her really well right now and putting her on top, keeping the momentum.
Next time you see Rick Johnson, ask about him battling JMB at Unadilla. He'll be glad to tell you which technique was better.
Excuse me?
Next time you see RJ, ask him about battling.
Oh, yeah.
He'll be glad to tell you which technique was better.
Oh, I've listened to it many times.
He
Anaheim
takes a lot of pride in that one.
El Cajon Motor Speedway. I've heard it many times.
All right, so Jordan Jarvis going to try to polish this one off. 2 minutes left, and then it'll be one lap to go in a 15+1. It looks like the chase from Hannah Hodge is going to come up just short here. I don't think she's going to be able to get her. And this is even bigger for Jarvis to go 1-1 because of the points in the WMX Series. We do not have Kylie Fosnauer with us. There you go. That's the shot you were looking for, Megawatt. Those ruts.
Woody hooking it up, man, making it look as is right there. And the exit just as bad as the entrance. So, and by the way, the record books will show that RJ is correct. His technique was best.
Oh, yeah. He beat him.
Never lost yet to him at Unadilla anyways.
He was proud to beat the Frenchman down.
1:30 to go here, a minute 30. Do we have a two-lap card out yet? No. As a matter of fact, we'll be +1, right? We'll run this one down and +1 is how that will work. So.
We've got Jeff Canfield from MX Sports Pro Racing up here. He'll give us the eagle eyes. He's got the watch on, the official counter. This is Jordan Jarvis's week. Winning the women's 12+ title and en route to a 1-1 sweep in WMX here on a Saturday. She has been all smiles every time I've seen her this week, and why wouldn't you be? Jarvis is rocking and rolling on this track. Something about this season, Jarvis has always been quick, but she has gone to another level in 2018.
Yeah, absolutely. We watch out with a lot of youth riders. We watch out with a lot of amateur riders. They always pick up a pace. And guess what? That happens in the pros as well.
You never know when it's coming.
Yes, exactly. It comes at a different time for everybody. And it could be mid-season for the pros. All of a sudden, you're no longer 13th, 14th place. You're up front. You're top 5 guy every week. And that happens for everybody at a different time. But this is definitely a different rider than we've seen.
Just saw Hannah Hodges coming through in the number 2 spot. Time running out 1 minute before that 1 lap to go. So I'm going to think that the white flag might come out at the end of this one.
Yeah, going to have to say with 59 seconds to go, pretty safe bet. That's where we're going to be. So we'll be keeping an eye on that white flag. Jason going to make his way down to the Race Tech Podium. Going to find out exactly how this race went, what the deciding factors were. And interesting to see what Jarvis, Hodges, Rowland have to say about this second moto. Jamie Osadillo sitting back about 31 seconds or so in that 4th position. So looks like our overall pretty true to form as far as our running order on the course. So on the course, Jordan Jarvis, Hannah Hodges, Shelby Rowland, and that is exactly how our overall is going to look, provided they finish in the correct or finish in their current running order. It will be Jarvis, Hodges, and Rowland as well. All right. Looks like our timing has stopped there, so not exactly sure. White flag. White flag is out, I believe. Looking for our official flagger down there. Don't see him, so not sure exactly where we're at on timer, because much like the flagger, I don't see either one moving right now, so let's see.
White flag's in hand, but just not out yet. Here we go.
All right, thank you, Jason. Looking for our leader
there it
now.
Is.
There she comes. Yep, white flag is out. Thank you, Jason Wygant. So 1 to go here. And we're going to put this thing on lock. Going to call it a week. Going to put it to bed and be done with it at the ranch. One more time around, the number 30, Jordan Jarvis, back behind the billboard. There she goes back into the shadows, up and over that anthill. Hannah Hodges still in that 2nd position. Look like Shelby Rowland still holding down that number 3 spot. Jamie Osadillo still rolling along in the 4th position, keeping a great pace up. A 2:07 on that last lap for Jordan Jarvis. The best lap, a 2:05. Hannah Hodges turned a 2:10, Rowland a 2:19. So Jarvis, holy cow, yeah, 2:07 on that last lap. So only a couple seconds off fast lap of the race. And at the last part of the day, the roughest this track is going to be all week. These ladies are competing on it right now. The number 30 machine coming out of Storyland right now in the shadows back there, working her way into the front. Going to come out of Waterworks right now, coming past the Racer Productions equipment yard back there at the Waterworks. Jordan Jarvis onto the beach one more time. There she comes back into view. Going to send this thing up and over the Rocky Mountain for the last time. 1 lap to go for most of our competitors here. Jordan Jarvis back into sight, coming up over the big tabletop in the middle. Bringing it down into the big Thor sweeper around Lake Polysport. Jordan Jarvis on her way to gold. Down the final straight, there it is with a perfect 1-1. Jordan Jarvis going to take the win here today. Looks like that number 172 Kawasaki working her way across. Hannah Hodges going 2-2 today for 2nd overall. Looking out into the infield right now, looking for that Suzuki, that RM Army machine of the number 2 Shelby Rowland.
They are 1 minute and 8 seconds behind Hannah Hodges. Then 41 seconds behind Hodges or Rowland is Asadillo. They really spread out there towards the end.
Yeah,
track got rough, got hot out there.
Things really unraveled here at the end of it. The track's rough, the temperature's up, like you said. The ladies are exhausted. All 4 of those ladies engaged in a battle throughout both of these motos. So you're right, Kevin Kelly. Absolutely spent. With that being said, looks like Shelby Rowland now. Yep, there she comes out of the beach. headed up and over that Rocky Mountain. So third place rider now coming back into view. Our man, Captain Woody, absolutely incredible with that drone. Look at him. Now he's just showing off, running it underneath banners and stuff. Now he's just being cool for everybody. You big show off. Look at Woody. He's like, I'll put it between the trees. I'll put it underneath the banner. Watch me. I'm good. Look at that, man. Unbelievable. Woody, look at this. Right down the straightaway, right down the finish line. Sticks it right under the banner. Look at him grinning. He knows what he's doing. Woody, you big show off. Anyways, thanks to him for his services and efforts, and I want to tell you something, expert operation of that drone. Absolutely incredible. Well, right now, everybody's getting set down there at the podium. You can see we've got that championship machine sitting up on the podium. Got today's overall winner of our WMX Series race.
Well, that was a hard-earned podium for all three of these gals, so we're going to give them a chance to collect themselves. Jordan Jarvis and Hannah Hodges already in. Shelby Rowland just coming through in the cool-down area. And we'll have 3 bottles of champagne, 3 trophies, because this is an overall in WMX Pro. And what a week for Jordan Jarvis, a title on the amateur side, a win here in WMX, and a further extension of the points lead. So everything is coming together for the number 30, JJ, out of North Carolina. I'm looking for our third place finisher on the number 2. She already said she was tired after Moto 1, and then she had to go to battle with Jamie Astudillo again. So just making life even more difficult. I want the number 2, who is number 3 today, to come on up. Shelby Rowland logging a lot of miles, races in the woods, races here in Moto, and a proud rider that she is. She would not settle for anything less than a podium today. So we'll bring her up and we'll talk to our top 3 in WMX, and that will be a wrap on racing here in 2018 at Loretta Lynn Ranch. All this action presented by our friends at Lucas Oil. And the Lucas Oil Arena will be the site of our closing ceremony. Let's bring the number 2 machine, third place finisher on up. We can bring the third place finisher, Shelby Rowland, on up to the stage. Come on up. We have a third place trophy, and we'll talk to her about it. Let her thank some people that made this possible. Well, it seems to be a guarantee. If you see Rowland, you're going to see Astudillo. If you see Astudillo, you're going to see Rowland. They put on another great show and spectacular action in this one. Let's hear it for our third place finisher, Shelby Rowland. Man, made you work for it again.
Yeah, she did. She was riding really well, and I felt like I was riding well also. And I actually was aggressive for once, and that's something I'm not normally that good at. And so I was like, all right, today's the day, and it was a good thing I did because I wanted this really bad.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank? It's been a great afternoon.
It's been a great afternoon. It's been a great year. My mom and dad so much again. I just can't thank them enough. Suzuki, RM Army, Iron Pony Motorsports, Fox, Leah 100%, Dunlop, FMF, SOBMX. Like I said, those guys are out there with me day in and day out, and Freddie's been working on my suspension with my dad, and my bike handled well that time. So huge thank you to them for all that work. 560 Graphics, Cycra, Works Connection, Maxima, No Toil, Wiseco, Cometic, ProX. I think that's everybody. And Recluse. Yes, my clutch was working awesome. And anybody else I forgot, I'm sorry. All my friends, family, everybody back home that makes this happen. It's a big picture for this little trophy. So I just can't be more thankful to everybody that's behind me.
Well said. Let's hear it for our third place finisher, Shelby Rowland. You can hang out here. That's the third place trophy. We'll have an award ceremony in a moment. Let's bring up our runner-up today on the Kawasaki Team Green ride number 172. It's Hannah Hodges. We will crown you second. I know you wanted it in the first couple laps. You were giving her a pretty good run.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I got caught up with some lappers, but it's racing, so we can only put our heads down and come out stronger for the next one.
Who do you want to thank?
Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. My mom and dad, Monster Energy, Team Green Kawasaki, Pro Circuit, Dunlop, TLR, Henson, Renthal, Maxima, my mechanic Jake, my family for coming out. Just all the Pro Circuit guys, they helped me last time to get the bike dialed in a little bit better, and it's difficult not racing all week and then just hopping out there trying to send. So Jordan rode great, and just thank you for everyone.
All right, let's hear it for Hannah Hodges. We'll have a trophy ceremony in just a bit, but right now we're going to bring up the overall winner. And she makes the math easy. She wins both motos. And with that, she is the overall champion of WMX today here at Loretta Lynns. Mr. Tim Cotter will present the first place trophy to Jordan Jarvis. Little icing on the cake here. What a week.
Yeah, it's been a great week. I mean, 1-1-1 in the other women's class and 1-1-1 in this. It's awesome. I don't think I've ever done this well before at Loretta's.
Is there anything you can point to why it starts clicking? You've always been right there, but you've gone up a notch.
I don't know. I got a lot of great new sponsors under my belt. Recluse, Moto Tool, all these guys out here, Cycra, they're doing so much for me, and I don't think I'd be up here without them.
Anybody else you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Yamaha, Triumph Cycles, Fox, FMF, Nihilo, EVR Performance, Monster, Atlas, Scott, Pro Taper, Promoto Billet, Traction, Blood Liquids, everybody, thank you so much. I really couldn't be up here without anybody.
All right, let's congratulate our overall winner today, JJ Jordan Jarvis. And I'm going to invite Shelby Rowland and Hannah Hodges back up with their trophies one last time. We'll allow some photos of our top three, and then we're going to shake the champagne and celebrate here at Loretta Lynn Ranch. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our top three of WMX here at Loretta's. All right, one more way to celebrate here, and that is, of course, with the traditional champagne shower. So I'll hand out the bubbly. There you are, Hannah. There was one for Shelby Rowland. And Jordan Jarvis took one of these earlier as a champ. Right now, she's going to celebrate the overall. Let's launch this out. They got a strategy here. They're going to launch the champagne. One more time. Let's hear it for our top three in WMX here at Loretta's. All right. And what a way to end a great week of racing, maybe the greatest week of racing. The weather was spectacular from the beginning of practice day on Monday all the way through now, and I think that led to the best, the most side-by-side and competitive racing I've ever seen as a collection here at the ranch. The track held up perfectly. The riders had a little something extra in the tank because they weren't gassed as much, and just great racing throughout, and a lot of great stories as well. We hope you enjoyed it on RacerTV.com, and we'll have more coverage of it on NBCSN coming up in October and November with 2 hours of coverage on NBCSN, where we put the spotlight on the Amateur Nationals.
Well, as Jason pointed out, that'll wrap things up for us here at Loretta Lynns in the 37th annual running of this Rocky Mountain ATVMC AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynns, presented by Lucas Oil. And my friends, it's been a great, stellar week, as Jason pointed out, and we'll be back with Racer TV coverage coming up here in just a few moments from the Lucas Oil Arena. And at 4 o'clock, folks, we do have the awards presentation set to get underway, so you can start gathering yourself and getting ready to head over that way as we'll get ready to wrap up this 2018 Loretta Lynn experience. On behalf of